what you got to say. I didn't understand what you said.
No, thanks for clarifying. It's not all or nothing. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. I mean, everything the university says isn't true, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
I mean, because you do have scientists like Michikako saying there is no actual scientific method. So that's the new hotness, is that there is no scientific method. That it depends. That the scientific method is subjective, which is crazy to me, but, that's what they're starting to say now. Yeah, dude.
Mm.
That
Did he
there
say
is
that
no
it's subjective?
formal scientific method, that it depends on the field, it depends on, so the scientific method in psychology and sociology is different from the scientific method in astronomy, which is different than the scientific method in chemistry, which is different than the
fucking
scientific
insane,
method in genetics, right?
That's insane.
What?
Yeah.
It sounds to me like he means that the methods they are using are different, and that the guide of structuring it with the concrete steps in the scientific method, which is like a very
No, you know what?
restricted
No,
way.
they're starting to realize that their that whatever they have to say, it's not making sense. When the scientific method is showing us what the Earth really is and what things really are and what science really is, they're trying to fucking obscure that now by making other fucking definitions of bullshit. That's just what it sounds like. Because
Yes. Well, I mean, let me explain it, because I've
Alright.
actually had to explain this a couple times. So, it's not the problem of there being multiple scientific methods. That's fine. Have as many scientific methods as you want. It's after the fact, claiming you did science, and when people hearing that, they hear the word truth, but your so-called scientific method was flimsy, right? You don't actually have the certainty of what we traditionally associated with the scientific method behind you. You have some wishy-washy shit.
Science, like activity science, is not restricted to exactly the scientific method.
What?
Yeah, I know. I agree with you.
Example. Okay.
Well, you can't claim the certainty of science while using a wishy-washy method. It's fine that it's not restricted. Are all the methods?
Wait a second.
Well,
Wait a second.
I want to ask you a question to clarify something.
Wait. Can I finish one sentence, please? That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So, when you say science as an activity is not restricted to the scientific method exactly, and then you say like, okay, but you can't claim certainty with a wishy-washy method, you're suggesting that there is only the scientific method or wishy-washy methods, and that's not true either. That's a false dichotomy.
No, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that there's a range, right? There's a spectrum of methods, right? And depending on the particular method, you can claim certainty based upon the technique, the logic behind it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas it isn't on or off, right? It isn't like there's two scientific methods, right? There's a bunch, right? There's a bunch of them. There's several. And each one should be evaluated on its own, like how much truth is behind it. But people don't hear that in reality. They just hear the word science and run with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a problem in science communication, that you have like the bigger the masses are, the more granularity you're gonna lose, and there's gonna be only like buzzwords left over.
The more what? Sorry.
Yeah.
The more what? The more what? What did you say, Vander?
The more granularity, the more detail you're gonna lose in the communication of something, and at the end, something very ridiculous and just buzzword like is gonna remain. When we all should do our due diligence, and when we present it with a study or present it with a fact or some press release, then we're gonna have to ask like, okay, but how? And then we're gonna have to investigate the methods and how they made their conclusions, and then draw a conclusion and then decide how valid it is.
What is the reason for the scientific method? In order for not to fucking go sideways or make shit up, right?
The problem you have, Rick, is you can't do it.
Use the scientific method easily too. Like you can easily.
Yeah, Pickle Rick, you can't do the scientific method because you don't even know the first step. So a scientist might jump in there and say, hey, here's the conclusion. You can't follow that because you don't know what to do first.
The whole reason for the scientific method is to
like this was not about me applying the scientific
not
method.
have falsehoods. I mean,
Right. So you need in order to make an ad hoc fallacy. Great, good job.
No, I don't.
Well, you have to be able to evaluate their technique on whether it adheres to the scientific method, right?
Well, that would suggest
Don't you have to know what it is yourself
if
first?
they are not adhering to the one scientific method, that then there therefore has to be something wrong with their method, right?
All right, so this is, I don't know if you know who this
Before
is, Indio, this is at Masto, Pickle Rick, he goes by many different names, but he doesn't even, he wants to, so for the dogma to be correct, he needs to introduce some other variables.
I've heard him before.
So he's trying to, he's trying to sabotage the fact that.
Don't lay words in my mouth again.
Thank you for interrupting me at Masto. That's why you're fucking muted, dude. Sit down and be quiet for just a moment. Anyway, so, but what he's trying to do is introduce another method so that he can then navigate around the fact that every time we talk about natural science, he's never going to be held to a rigid standard. And for him, it's just fine. He likes to say that there's many different scientific methods. So for him, it's grand. He loves it's it's music to his ears. But he doesn't know what the scientific method is. So he's struggling right now to figure out how he can describe what it is because he doesn't know what he's qualifying as scientific method. So for him, it could just gish gallop and say whatever he wants because he doesn't want to stick to a rigid method of natural science so that he's not held to accountable for what the shit that he says. So that's all he wants to do. So he's happy to hear that there's many other scientific methods, although he doesn't have to produce any. He doesn't know how any of them work.
Yeah, so here's the problem with multiple scientific methods because it's not without problem, right? Now you've just made science subjective by just like having a big tent view of science where anyone can come under the tent and do their act, right? Now science becomes meaningless where you can just call anything science, right? Me watching Pornhubs and like counting how many times they were doggy style, like that's science, bro. So it's a scientific method for Pornhub. I just come up with a new scientific method.
Yeah, he don't know what natural science is in the beginning. He doesn't. After all this time in the arena, he doesn't know what it is.
He doesn't even know what observation is.
He should already know by this time. He should already know how to say it verbatim. He doesn't even know that because he's not listening. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants.
You're just a scientific method Nazi.
His fantasy world, he wants it to be real because he thinks that the globe Earth is so true, but he doesn't know how to make it true. So he wastes his breath speaking on a Discord about things that he has no knowledge on just to say nothing. And it's weird. That's all I'm saying. Is that if he's got something to bring, then bring it. Bring some cowbell to what you're saying. Don't just say empty words. And then when pressed on how you know the scientific method is real, you're like, well, I don't know.
Yeah, ask us a question, bro.
Let's ask him a question. I'll get asked of it. Does science prove the globe, AK?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Don't know.
Okay, well, there we go.
Okay. What?
I wish we had a globe skeptic role here because I'd give it to you.
Does science prove the globe?
He said he don't know if it does.
In theory, if the globe turns out to be true and real, then science can provide evidence for it and prove it. Yes. If it turns out that the globe is not a correct idea in reality, then science cannot prove it. It depends on what is true in reality, and I do not actually know what is true in reality because I have.
He's a brain in a jar, by the way.
Yeah, hang on.
That explains it.
How big is the jar? I think it's getting a little tight.
Oh, okay. Great. Good job.
It's only a joke, man. Take it easy.
He's bricked.
Oh boy.
So yeah,
Well,
brick.
recognizing that the scientific method as one single step-by-step guide is not like does not mean that anything that deviates in the order of those steps or in those steps in
What's the
any way
scientific
whatsoever
method?
is
Tell us the steps. Tell us the steps of what it is. Natural
he
science.
doesn't believe in a scientific method. He believes in a scientific methods.
How do you do science at
Right.
Masto?
In my bedroom.
How do we
Which
delineate
question
science
should
at
I
all
answer,
then?
or should I...
Now,
Okay, sorry.
just answer this
Please,
question.
question.
How do you
Right,
delineate when some activity is science versus not science? The claim of the person doing it, their method, like how do we delineate? How do we
That's a good
know
question.
this activity is science, that activity is not science?
That's a good question.
When their statements are not ultimately when their statements are not coherent with sound reasoning. That's how you can delineate it in the end. So the system that they're claiming, the conclusions, and the system that they're claiming that the system is dynamic.
You do realize that the system they've made is
that they're
because
claiming do not actually coincide with the conclusions that you can logically draw from what they were actually doing. So they could be lying about what they were doing. They could be lying about what the results were. They could be there could be a logical error in between
bullshit.
their conclusion and
Okay,
the
so
results.
I'm going to give you
How
a
they lied about what they were doing and what their results were.
I'm going to give you a
So
real
those
world
would be
example.
questions.
A real world example. So
Oh God!
in,
I actually do not have
in
something.
1921, they were trying to confirm Eddington's observation of displacements of stars during a solar eclipse. Okay.
Okay.
And there was a displacement observed of stars during the solar eclipse. Their interpretation was, some people's interpretation was, this is caused by the bending and warping of space-time coinciding with the theory of general relativity put forward by Albert Einstein. However, there was other people that interpreted that evidence that because it got dark, the air cooled. And because the air cooled, it caused the starlight to be refracted, to be displaced because of refraction, because of the temperature gradient. Both of these ideas, well, one has more support than the other. Obviously, we can experimentally verify temperature gradients causing bending of light if they're extreme enough. And this would be extreme, right? Going from something like 100 degrees to fucking 60 degrees in a period of fucking 5 minutes, right? So both of those are interpretations of an observation. Which one is the scientific method?
Neither is the complete scientific method because they're both hypotheses
Thank you.
at this point.
Yeah, neither. Neither is the scientific method. Neither one of them. Which is why, when it comes to natural science, we need independent fucking variables, because otherwise everything's subject to interpretation.
Okay.
As you
And
can,
because
you
then
actually
it's not science anymore, it's just subjective bullshit.
well done, bro.
Well, there's a big spectrum between independent variables between things that we can independently control, independent variables, and subjective bullshit. Like there is a big spectrum of conceivable reasoning and
Well, I mean, in this particular observation, the sun and the moon, if we could actually natural science it right, we could control the sun, we could control the moon, we could control the location, the observation. I freaking deafened and muted every time. That's a shtick here, man. I've noticed. To deafen and mute yourself.
Did he do that?
Yeah, I don't know if he had something come up or whatever. So what's up?
That.
What's up, Alpha? How you doing? How's it going in here?
Sorry,
Well,
had a call.
fair play to you, bro. You realize that.
Doing my dishes right now, but yeah, we're holding it down. There's clowns like this guy that come in here. There's some others. Last night we had a guy talking about what mass is. I was like, yeah, define it. What is mass? How much? And you know what? And I have the audio clip. You guys might be interested in listening to this. I asked him about, and I'm not kidding about the number, about 15 times. How much mass does an apple have? And for the intellects in the room, like at Masto, I want you to tell me how much mass does an apple have? Can anybody tell me how much mass does an apple have? What do you think the correct answer would be when I ask
4
that?
grams.
Huh?
I'm kidding.
What?
How much do you need? That's not the only answer.
Yeah,
What you want?
yeah, that's the thing though. When I'm asking for, do you think that there's a relevant answer to the question that would be sufficient to answer it?
Can you play that?
I would say it's not lengthy, but it is kind of like 30 minutes to an hour. Me and Jedi were bouncing back and forth with talking with the guy. We gave him the definition, or we read the citations like 3 times. 3 times we read it to him. And it was the guy's name is Talon. And he still didn't get it. Even though he's like, I don't know what you're asking for.
I know who you're talking about. Jesus Christ, that guy's a train wreck.
Yeah, we kept asking him, how much mass does an apple have? Now, I want the mass of the apple. How much mass does it have? I don't want grams. I don't want calories. I don't want icicles. I don't want puppies. I want how much mass does an apple have? Can you tell me how much mass does an apple have?
Not measured in grams.
So how much, at Masto, how much mass does one apple have?
A big apple or small?
It depends on the specific apple, but I would weight it and then I would give
a specific apple, like a Red Delicious apple. How much mass does a Red Delicious apple have?
On average.
That's
not
Yeah, I don't give a shit on average, on constant, whatever. Just we're taking a
skinned or not skinned. Does it still have the stem? Like
fuck, dude. Just tell me how much mass an apple has. That's all I need.
Less than 2 fucking apple.
How much mass does an apple have?
150 and 54 grams, the average weight of a Red Delicious.
That's incorrect. I'm not asking for grams. I'm not asking for calories. I'm not asking for the color red. I'm not asking for the stem or the leaves. I'm asking for how much mass does an apple have?
0.15 kilograms.
No kilograms. I don't want to measure in kilograms. I don't want to measure in any other thing. I need you to tell me how much mass does the apple have?
Okay, great. Can I ask in which unit?
No, I need the answer to the question. How much mass does the apple have?
Alpha. Can I
just answer the question? I don't need any. I don't need any more
right,
qualifying.
I'm trying to.
Don't qualify it with something
really
else. Just answer the question. No. Yeah, answer the question. How much mass does the apple have?
Alpha, can you?
No.
Hey.
How much mass does an apple have? I'm gonna keep asking this until you give me the answer. How much mass does an apple have?
Hey.
No. You're gonna be muted if you keep going. Just answer my question.
Say I don't know and get out of it.
Yeah, you could say that and you can get out of it.
But I do know.
I don't know what you mean.
Do you know how much mass an apple has? Didn't you just say you need to know how big it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to the store and put it on the scale.
Now you know how big it is?
Scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, putting an apple on a scale.
Okay, so there's an ideal apple somewhere that has a mass assigned to it?
I mean,
yeah,
there are objects in the universe that have mass.
Therefore,
listen, all you've demonstrated is that these guys are just a bunch of contrarians, and they're just going to everything a flat earther says is wrong.
Exactly. Okay.
I never said anything.
Let's change it. Let's change it. Let me say something that you might know. Okay, because everybody in here thinks it's a globe. All you guys, are you globers? All right. So, how much mass does the Earth have?
I don't know.
I know.
Anybody? Any glober in here can tell me how much mass does the Earth have?
tell you what's the claim, but it's going to be measured in kilograms.
How much mass does the Earth have?
But
okay, there's
do you mean like atomic weight or like?
No, I'm talking about mass. You know, when something has mass, that's what I mean. How much mass does the Earth have?
But that's like asking how much mass do I have. Like I don't know. Like I have to measure myself, right?
No shit. But measuring is not. You can't listen. Measuring is not the answer. I don't give a shit what you're using to measure. How do you know how much mass something has? How do you know?
By measuring. By measuring.
How? How do you measure mass?
Well, if it's an accessible object, by putting it on some sort of scales, right?
Okay, so in other words, you're just weighing something.
Scales measure mass.
Why can't you just weigh something and tell me how much it weighs? That's not my question. I'm not asking how much it weighs. I'm asking how much mass does the object have?
Okay, English is not my first language. What is the meaning of the word mass then?
So, I'm telling you, because you're asking me, well, you know, it depends how much mass something has. You don't even know what fucking mass is, because I'm asking you, if you're taking an apple or the Earth or any other object that you'd like to say, you say, well, let me weigh this shit. Okay, if I wanted weight, that's the thing that I would ask for. How much does the apple weigh? I'm not asking for its weight. I'm asking for how much mass does it have? Now,
I understand where the problem is. In my mind, mass and weight are the same thing. I understand.
No, they're not
the same thing.
Okay, so if they're not, if they're not the same thing, what's the definition?
So I can clarify. That's why you don't learn shit, because you talk through the fucking answer. Okay, so mass and weight are not interchangeable. I need to. You weigh something. You're gonna tell me how much the fucking thing weighs. I don't need that information. I want to know how much mass does it have. It's different from weight.
When you weigh something, you're measuring the mass of something.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not measuring. No, you're incorrect. Stop. Okay, so you're not measuring the mass. No, I want to know how much mass.
If we put a scale on the.
I'm sorry. I correct myself. Okay. When you weigh something, you're measuring the weight of something and calculating the mass from something.
You're not. Listen. No, you're incorrect. You're fucking incorrect. No, stop.
Yeah, but I can still blabbering. It's still bad manners to interrupt someone at every sentence.
You're fucking blabbering, dude. I don't need to hear your rest of your bullshit. You're wrong.
It's still rude. When I do that, I constantly get muted.
You're gonna get muted if you don't fucking shut the fuck up. You're saying things that are incorrect. Stop talking.
Who mutes you?
Now I need to know.
When you interrupt,
shut the fuck up. I need to know how much mass something has. How can I know how much mass something has? Go ahead.
So I read in the dictionary, the Oxford one,
from the weight, for measuring its weight, and then giving
the
results from
calculation. No. Weight is weight.
Why not?
You want to know how much something weighs? You put it on a fucking scale, and you're gonna get its weight. It is not the mass of an object.
So it says
yes, the weight is not mass, but
it's not
mass. Calculate. You can calculate the mass from the weight.
You don't know how much mass something has. As a matter of fact, I would dare even say you don't even know what mass is. What is mass? What is mass?
So the definition, I read it in the Oxford Dictionary. It says large body of matter with no definitive defined shape.
No defined shape. So as in what? As in what?
As a clamp of matter, I guess.
Give me an example of that definition. Give me an example of that definition.
A mass of clouds.
Measure of body's inertia.
There you go. How much fucking, how are you going to weigh a fucking cloud? How are you going to weigh it?
I mean, how am I going to weigh a cloud?
Yeah, how are you going to weigh a cloud?
So what is a cloud then? What does cloud consist of?
Well then, listen, if your standard is, let's put shit on a scale and weigh it, how the fuck are you going to weigh a cloud?
Yeah, but I'm trying to engage with you on that one.
Then I think you're understanding something's important, right? That we're talking about when we say the word mass.
Mm-hmm.
right?
What
How
are we
much
talking
mass
about?
does a cloud have?
Well, what does a
Yeah.
cloud consist of? Like
Fuck, dude.
water?
It doesn't matter. How much mass
Is it
does it
water?
fucking have?
Is
Is
it water in
the
the
question?
vapor and the air? Is
How
it just
much
the water
mass does
in
a
it?
cloud have? How much
Well,
mass?
a massive clouds. You mean the weight of a cloud? How much weight does a cloud have?
I'm not asking for the fucking weight. That if I was asking for weight, you'd need to be able to weigh it out. Now I'm not asking for the fucking weight. I'm asking for how much mass it has. How much mass does it
Well,
have?
the definition says a large body of matter with no definitive shape. And the example is a massive cloud. So using
so
the mass there, like
how much does a mass of clouds, or how much mass is there in a bunch of clouds? Bunch of clouds. How much mass is there?
I mean, there's a massive small clouds within a big cloud.
Well, it doesn't matter. Use any example you want and stick to it, and then tell me how much mass there is.
Okay, let's say we have 4 clouds. That's a massive cloud, right?
Yeah. How much mass is there?
Okay, then we need to find the weight
How
of those
much
4
mass
clouds.
is there? How much mass is there in those clouds?
It's just matter. We don't know how much.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer.
Yeah, but we can measure like masses of things in terms of their weight. Right?
And what I'm asking for is important, because when you guys get off into the weeds, you're never going to understand the question. You never are. Yeah, if you stick to the understanding of what mass is, then you will understand that it has no place in physical form. You can't tell me that something has mass when you don't know what the fuck mass is. You understand?
Sure. In my head, was
mass?
always like mass and weight are kind of the same
I
thing.
know, and that's where you're wrong.
Yeah,
and a lot of
that's
people,
fine. I can admit
and
I'm
a lot
wrong.
of people like yourself become incorrect when you think that you're trying to attribute something that doesn't have any relevance to the thing you're attributing it to. And I have to stop
Sure,
you.
that's fair. But the fact of the matter is that we can measure, hypothetically, obviously, a massive cloud in terms of their weight.
Measuring or weighing something are two different things, or I would say are different things than saying how much something has or how much mass something has. That's very different. That the question is different.
Can I ask you a question, Alpha?
You can ask any questions. I got to finish my dishes.
Okay. So, do you know what mass is? Yes or no?
Well, a clump of matter, a grouping of matter. That's what mass is, apparently, to the Oxford
I asked Alpha.
Language Dictionary, English Language Dictionary.
I asked Alpha.
Pile, heap, stack, clump, cloud, bunch, bundle, lump. That's the synonyms.
I asked Alpha.
But why? We already said what it is. Like, why do we do this performative stuff?
He didn't. No, he didn't.
Interesting.
He claimed that you can't know, that we don't know, but he didn't. I don't know if he claims to know what mass is.
Why are you guys saying that there's only one definition of mass?
No, there are more than one, obviously.
No.
There's no
I'm just wondering if Alpha knows the question to the answers to the questions he's asking, because he came in here very hard, acting out kinda, and acting like it should be like an obvious thing, and he did not allow any sensible conversation on that whatsoever. So I was wondering if there is something to what he's saying.
He's trying to
aside from you can't know what mass is, therefore you can't even. And when you attribute something to when you attribute something wrongly to reality, then your entire reasoning is wrong, which is actually self-evident and not.
AK, can I ask you a question?
Missing the forest through the trees.
Are you new on the server?
On the server, relatively, yes. I think I'm here for a couple of weeks.
Okay, you have not caught up to the dynamic then. Okay.
All right, great, thanks. It's not very the dynamic in this community, in the server, is not very foreign to me, because I'm not new to this kind of discussion.
But you try to overpower people by just talking, which is kind of something that will not be tolerated here. You should know this.
Right, but Alpha was doing the same thing, though.
I mean, sure, but he's also a mod of this room, and this is his guest room technically, so he can do that. You can't.
So it depends which side you perceive to be on.
Unironically, it depends. Yes.
No, it depends on what your role is, dude.
Yes.
He
That's
said,
the role.
he said he was a
It
mod,
depends
not a flat earther.
Depends on how high you in the food chain you are. When I say
And
food chain, I
how
mean
get higher in the food chain here?
the ecosystem of the server.
How did you get higher in? Do you get higher in the food chain here?
Yeah.
The role?
You can. Obviously.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, to sort out this whole mass debacle. Mass in physics would be the resistance of a body to inertia. So basically, what
To
effect does
acceleration.
a known acceleration have on it, basically? And then weighing something would
Yo,
be
somebody
actually...
said the correct answer. That's the correct answer. Thank you. Now you understand. Okay, so what's inertia?
Inertia is the resistance of a body to change its motion.
Right. So how the fuck is something mass and inertia? That's
It's
weird, right?
circular.
Ah,
Okay,
you bet
we
your ass
just...
it's fucking circular. Oh fuck! You're
It's a
all
snake
fucking
eating its
fat.
own tail, buddy.
Yeah, Ouroboros, dude.
Yeah. Okay, it's an identity. Mass is the resistance, like...
Yeah, inertia, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, amount of
How the
inertia a
fuck
body
can it
has.
be
Yeah.
inertia and mass at the same fucking time?
But
Hmm?
no, inertia
Yeah.
is just... It's not mass. It's an identity. Yes, you can say inertia is the amount of inertia a body has is the mass a body has, and the
There
mass
you
a body has
go.
is the amount
You
of
see now
inertia a
the
body has.
fucking
And this
1 + 1 is
identity,
2,
what's the
right?
problem with that?
You're getting it.
Huh?
So if that is true, then what the fuck is mass when I ask for what is the mass of an apple? Mm-hmm.
It's the amount of inertia the apple has against a change in motion.
Right. And it's not fucking weight. It's inertia.
Right.
And now if that is true,
yes, it's not weight
no, if
itself.
that is true, listen, if that is true, then how are we going to measure how much mass something has?
All right. That's a cool thing. By understanding what we, by applying the understanding of what inertia means, you can then recognize that, well, okay, I just need a known amount of change and measure the effect it has of motion and measure the effect it has, and then I can calculate from that the mass it has, the resistance that has happened to that change in motion. I can calculate from that. It's like
Okay, what you just said though, yeah, what you just said is that
you measure
what you
the
just
distance something
what you
travels,
just said
and you
though.
measure the time it takes.
Hang on. Before you keep going, because you like to keep going. Before you keep going, because I know you like to keep going. Is inertia physical?
No, inertia is a concept.
Okay, thank you. There, ladies and gentlemen, mass is a concept.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I took you long.
I'll be here all week.
You're a flat earther now.
It's a conceptual number, yes. It seems to be inherent to things with matter, for all we can tell, for all I can tell, for one. But yes, it's a concept. It's an understanding of reality. It's a description of it that we use.
Yeah, you said that plenty of times. We heard
reality.
you. You know, sing it from the rooftops now, because a lot of people don't know what fucking mass is. And you can go and tell them now, oh, guys, we can't say the apple has mass, because guess what? Mass is inertia. And guess what? Inertia is a concept. And so therefore, mass in and of itself is a concept. That's interesting. Right?
Well, in that concept, the apple has an inertia, and therefore you can describe that mass to an apple. And under that understanding, it does that. It does have that. In reality, it just consists of matter, and it just exists just as we do as well. And that's as far as it goes. But as soon as we want to describe it, and as soon as we want to do anything with it, we kind of... Right. So, what is reality in that case? Can you say what reality is in itself?
Well, I know reality, you can. You're a brain inside of a jar, so there's no way you can do that. We can.
Reality is what you can prove.
You can. Huh? Things you can.
Reality is what you can prove.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can prove conceptual things. So conceptual things are reality?
Can prove conceptual things?
Yeah. When something is conceptual, you can
Where
still
do
prove
these concepts
like
exist?
universals, particulars, like things like this.
Where do
I
these
think that's what
concepts
he
exist?
means. Well, I think the better question is, are they mind dependent or mind independent things?
Yeah, they exist in your mind. Concepts.
I mean,
right.
Like, do you think morality is something that I don't know? Like,
no, you guys are going way too far off into the weeds here. Let's not do that. Like, mass was at least relative to the topic of flat Earth and globe Earth, because we're hearing that word being tossed around in this arena like it's something to say, and the guys who say it don't even know what it is. But upon further investigation, we start to realize it's not all what it's cracked up to be, and so therefore, after receiving that knowledge, you need to keep that locked up away in the old noodle so you don't forget. We don't like to hear shit coming back. Like, I don't want to hear your respawn tomorrow talking about mass, acting like you know what it is, and then saying it incorrectly again. Don't do that. Once you learn something, keep it, retain it, think about it, and don't say it again and misappropriate the word to another fucking idea. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
I think that this would have been a much shorter discussion if you just said mass in the sense of like clustering of molecules or something like this. Because you can measure.
It's not for me to
Not
tell
you. I'm talking to AK. I'm talking to.
Oh, yeah,
not,
for sure.
not you.
Yeah,
it would have been a much clearer discussion, I think.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, that's such a warm welcome once again. I kind of get welcomed very often.
Are you German or Austrian or Swiss?
Why?
I'm just curious.
Norwegian.
Norwegian. Oh wow, Jesus.
So, okay, let me ask you a question. Why not just call it units of inertia instead of units of mass? Why make another word?
I don't know. More used to mass, I guess. Calling it that way.
Mass
would confuse fewer people. I mean, people still get weight and mass
it's the
confused.
same thing. Why is like the confusion is now, right? Because we're using two terms for that's supposed to be the same thing.
In everyday life, it's better when we conflate weight and mass than when we are exact and use the word inertia for mass.
Well, if you said weight and inertia, people would instantly know what the difference is.
Yes, yes, they do, because they are not very. Most people are not very clear and don't very have an intuitive understanding of what it means to have inertia in a physical sense. So they're gonna get more confused, and interactions are gonna get a little bit more less fluent when you use that. What is language?
Here's my
What are you using?
It's a bunch of fucking sophistry. That's what it is.
Yes.
That's all
Thank you. Thank you.
Yo, can I ask a question? Because I always forget. Oh wait.
Can I ask a question? Oh wait.
Yeah, he had mute or whatever. Hey, Alpha. I want to ask you a question.
Is your surname Amiga?
Yeah, so I want to do like a weekly post-mortem for over here, like an after action type deal over on the other Discord.
When do you want to have it? When do you want to have it? What time?
I was thinking. Well, I mean, I was thinking. Well, I was initially thinking Sunday, but I don't want to kill speculation Sunday.
Well,
so I mean, any day is fine. I'd like to do it like in the evening, so there's the most amount of people. You know what I mean?
I think Sundays is cool because really speculation Sunday, I'm not into it. I mean, we can speculate on shit, but it's more of a time for us to actually gather what's happened throughout the week. I think Sundays is fine.
Yeah, I like Sunday. It was pretty. Last night over there was pretty good. We had a couple. We had like 3 Globers that weren't like zealots, like the many people over here. We actually had like a normal conversation. Well, I did with like 3 at the same time, so it's pretty cool.
So what? Yeah, what we can? I can maybe kick off my channel with that because I have my channel.
Dude, the politics 24/7 flat Earth, politics VC, fucking post mortem, after action, whatever, whatever snazzy name we want to come up with.
Yeah, and I think TOS UK has some clips that we can probably get from him, like on Saturday or something or whatever, and then we can.
Shit! Yeah, we'll make a whole production out of it. I was just gonna just have to do like, this is what happened to me type deal. Like this guy, he was saying this ridiculous shit, and
yeah, like let's roll the clip and we'll listen to the fucking idiot like saying things. Yeah, for sure. I think it's useful because an audience that can listen, and while we talk through like why the talking points that we have are the way they are, it's important because a lot of them come in here like fucking deer in headlights, and they're looking at the truck just get smacked by the truck. Like they don't know. They're just coming in here and going like, "Honey, hold my beer. I'm gonna go and talk to these flat earthers." Like that's not gonna help. And on top of that, some of them come in fucking inebriated, and some of them like it's like you're hobbling yourself even more. Why the fuck would you do that? You need all your wits when you come into this room. Like, fuck, dude. Like you can't be missing a part of any knowledge. You need to remember, like, I mean, I'd say like even the intellects, it's hard for them to be in there, right? The so-called PhDs and such, they don't even fucking know how to answer questions, which is weird because you actually think that they'd have more answers than the layman, but they don't. So I'm like,
that's what I try to explain to. I was trying to explain to these dudes last night over there. Is that like like you think there's somebody out there with the answer, dude, but when we ask them, they point to somebody else, man, and it's an endless chain of people pointing to somebody else.
Yeah, I heard it said once before by a guy. He's like, well, we appeal to the astrophysicist, and I'm like, okay, I know an astrophysicist who doesn't explain, or when I told him that he took him to the 3 points and he couldn't answer the questions. He's like, well, he's incompetent. Then we don't rely on him. I'm like, no shit. Who do you think can answer these questions? Well, a competent astrophysicist. I'm like, so you're gonna throw everybody under the bus, so long as you can say they're all incompetent, unless somebody can answer the questions. Because you can't, because you're a layman. But an astrophysicist who's competent, because he qualified it with competence. So he's like, they have to have competence in order for them to answer the question. Otherwise, they're incompetent. They're not able to. So we're just going to dismiss them out of hand. That's fucking convenient.
That sounds promising, man. Sounds like a promising way to go with your life. Is
exactly.
Wait around for the competent astrophysicist that can answer 3 simple questions.
Yep. So I don't know who this mystery man is, but he better show his face because over 9 years, these guys have been fucking losing ground. They need a hero. They need a hero.
Yeah. I mean, the Wakey interview, and I don't know if you listened to it. The Wakey interview with not just the astrophysicist, the head of the astrophysics department.
Is that the Australian guy? Indio?
Yeah. And he interviewed the Swiss. I think she was Swiss. Yeah, I think she was. She was a Swiss head of an astrophysics department. She's been published at CERN and a bunch of other places, right? Just asking her simple questions, and she was bumbling.
Yeah, I like it, dude. I love that. For me, I get excited because they stumble and they fumble because they don't know how to navigate. They're not in an arena such as this. They've gotten to the place they have by nobody disagreeing with their position, as in somebody trying to investigate or qualify their knowledge of what they know, of how they know what they know. So for them, it's easy because all they've done all their life is just learn material, regurgitate it, and get straight A's for memorization or whatever. And so that's the only thing they had to do is be good at what they do at a profession. So they don't know how to think like in a way that could be like, oh, how do I answer that? I don't know. I've never had a question that gets me to engage. So they just, if there's an answer to the question, yeah, we have the answer. This is the answer. Or, well, science doesn't work that way, so we wouldn't know. Like there's no in between there. It's just like a big fucking gray area. Like no one's ever gonna know.
Well, I mean, think about just the human motivation of going into an astronomy program at a university, right? They're already very gate kept as it is. From my information, is it's hard to get into an astronomy program at any university because you're already bought in, right? You're not questioning anything. You're already bought in on, Earth's a ball, stars are in space, they're trillions of miles away. You're already sold in. You're not asking yourself, well, is this foundation solid? You never question the foundation. You're already, all your chips are already in on that.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
That's true.
What's up?
What would be good is
Arbitrary
having
enjoyer. There's something wrong with your name, man.
one thing would just be get one of these anti-flat earthers to at least take astronomy 101 so they can know what it is. Instead of coming here and saying like, I studied astronomy and now I know the Earth's a ball. They would be able day one. They would tell you astronomy, the study of everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. Right away, day one would unfuck their thinking.
Other than looking at the lights in the sky, what do astronomers really do?
That's it.
No, but like, how do they actually? What are they really like doing when they say when they get all these calculations and all that? What are they really doing?
They're doing maths.
Yeah, but maths on what?
Well, yeah, the maths on assumptions.
Okay.
That's what they do. Well, I mean, that's the purest form of, that's the purest answer I can give you to the question. That's honest and distilled. They are doing maths on assumptions.
Because I never actually asked that question before.
You can build stories around.
So the assumption
but that is it. That is it. We assume that's X miles away. We assume that's made of helium and hydrogen and some other gas that we made up that doesn't really exist. And we assume that, it's raining diamonds over there. All this other bullshit. And then they go, oh, well, here's some numbers and therefore it's true. Right? It's all bullshit.
So,
oh yeah, the latest hotness is I just read this morning, came up in my feed, is that dark matter has its own periodic table.
Brilliant.
That's epic.
Brilliant.
So
it's like really the only assumption, the only hypothesis in astronomy that deals with the Earth is called the rare Earth hypothesis, which they basically say Earth is so unremarkable, the sun is unremarkable, the solar system is unremarkable. There should literally be millions of Earths out there, but they say, but there's not. Okay, so there's a contradiction there in the model and prediction. So what they do is they just take Earth out of their cosmology. There is no Earth in their worldview. In astronomy, you don't exist. But yet, the anti-flat earth globalists would be like, explain Earth in astronomy. Dude, I don't need to. They took Earth out. They call it Terra. It's just a one body. There's no moon either. Like Earth and the moon are one thing.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist in the math either because everything is, according to them, it's so far away, you can assume that Earth is just a point in space. So they're not using a globe. They're saying Earth is at coordinate X0, Y0, Z0, and that's it. And that's all it is. It's a point.
Yeah, it just happens to be the center of everything.
The only way they could... Sorry, Crypto.
No, go on.
Okay, I'll say the only way the globalists could say, I've used astronomy to make an observation of Earth, you'd ask them, what fucking planet are you from, dude? You're like some sort of Gallagher-Frenchian or some shit? I mean, where are you right now?
Well, you guys aren't you're not hip to the new hotness, man. Have you heard of in 1970s Hawking, and I think his name is Belkin or Berkeley, came up with the new theory of the emergent gravity or entropic gravity. So that's the one that will replace the Einsteinian version, which merges the macroscopic and microscopic version of like what gravity is on the smallest level. So this is going to marry the all of these theories together, where they all become like one and the same. So the entropic gravity, you can look it up, and based on what they're proposing, is that this gravity is based in its smallest form, like unknown. It's fucking stupid. And I was looking through it, and it has to deal with dark energy, and things that are at that level, not linear as you might think. So you couldn't say that from an interstellar point, from distances from planets, gravity actually starts to become so weak that it doesn't even happen. There's no gravity anymore. I don't know if you knew that or not, but yeah, that's what they're proposing. Look it up. And it's going to supersede Einstein, because Einstein is more of and Newton were more on the macro scale, but this is a micro scale. So, and to understand it in its lowest level.
So interstellar distance is gravity's fake. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no gravity. It becomes to a point where there isn't any gravity at a certain distance.
Bunch of gravity deniers.
Yeah.
So, Indio, I wanted to run something past you, because you might have an idea for what this concept is called, right? So, you know how when they talk about eclipses and how there's like converging rays that explains the path of totality being 70 miles wide, and then they'll do you a picture, and it'll have a massive sun, and it'll be a tiny moon, and it'll be like justifying the fact that the sun's way bigger, and therefore, of course, there would be converging rays, but ignoring the scale, which means that there's a moon and a sun that have the same angular size from our perspective, which therefore means that the converging rays aren't possible, right? Do you know what it's called when someone takes they take a concept and then they deliberately show you a picture that misleads you in that concept?
Yeah, I call it lying.
Yeah, I mean, it's called lying, but have you got because I know that there's a very specific term for this, I just can't remember what it's called.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's graph manipulation, which is also a good word for lying. But I don't know when it comes to diagrams. I think there is a word. I think you're right. I can't remember what the name is. It's like some ism or something.
Yeah, I mean,
like a Bushism and call it an exaggeration.
No, when you show a diagram of something and that the diagram is misleading from whatever it is that you're talking about.
It's not a reification, but it's in the same ballpark. Like, it's in the same thought space as a reification fallacy. It's not that.
A lie is a lie is a lie.
Basically, every made flatearth.ws meme that covers it.
Yeah, exactly. They are all. Well, I mean, Flat Earth WS memes are all basically straw men, aren't they? Every single one I've ever read is a straw man. So.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Or just like inaccurate or intentionally inaccurate, right? So one that always comes to mind is like where the one where it shows like, oh, this person, this is what it would look like on a flat Earth, and this is what it would look like on a globe, and then on the flat Earth one, their line of sight is represented by a line, but in the globe Earth one, it's a cone of vision, right? So it's like they don't even show the same principle in the same meme. It's dumb, dude. I can't stand that shit.
Yeah. Well, anyone who reads flatearth.ws with any seriousness is a retard anyway.
Matthew learned.
Please tell me no, he hasn't sunk that low.
Oh, he has.
Oh my god.
Oh, how the weedy have fallen. I keep asking Jesse actually how much he benches, and he just refuses to answer now.
Couldn't he just say like 80 kilograms?
Jesse, Path of Light / Gordon.
What's his bench press?
Yeah.
For some reason, I think that dude has spaghetti arms, dude. Like,
I don't know what's giving you that impression, Indio. I mean, is it the low testosterone or the incessant need to get one over on the jock that he clearly has in his personality? Have you noticed how we're like the jocks in this scenario? Like we're the guys who don't play by the rules and don't give a shit about what the teacher says.
I know we're a bunch of chads. They're a bunch of
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's why so many of them are like low testosterone nerds, is because we're the chads.
They're kind of like the dumb ones too. Like the low testosterone nerd maybe got this job with a defense contractor and makes like $1 million a year. So he's got this hot girlfriend, amazing car, amazing house. But they're like the low testosterone nerd who couldn't add 2 + 2. And then they say, well, here's a special ed bus.
Yo, come on. I'm 6'1", I'm 200 pounds. I'm not a nerd. Come on.
I'll take it.
How much of that 200 pounds is muscle though?
I have like 10% body fat, I guess.
10%, yeah.
You're
body fat.
Okay,
10%
so hold on.
body fat.
You're claiming to be 10% body fat, 110 kilos, 6'1". If you're
100 kilos, I'm 100 kilos. I'm 186 centimeters.
That's the same height as me, bro.
Okay.
If you're not competing for some sort of bodybuilding contest, then I don't believe it. Well, then I don't believe you.
Sure.
I don't believe it. 100 kilos at my height,
I don't believe it.
percent body fat, you would be shredded as fuck.
I'm shredded.
Well, I need to see evidence then. I don't believe you.
I'm not posting myself naked.
How much did you say you weigh? 100 kilos? That's 220 pounds to 6'1".
I'm 200 pounds and 6'1", which is like 186 centimeters, I think.
At 10% body fat.
Bro, I'm literally the same. I'm literally the same.
That means you're 170 something pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. You and I are.
I run 14 kilometers every week.
You're losing your argument. Even worse now, because when you run, you break down muscle tissue. So.
Well, no, I'm just saying I go to the gym 3 times a week.
Bro, okay. So you and I are the same height. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know that if you're 10% body fat, right, then you are shredded to the point where most guys can't get there naturally, right? It's very difficult for me to believe that.
My dad was an elite athlete in Bulgaria.
Brilliant. So, have you got any evidence?
Do I need to post my naked body? Like, is that it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely what I asked for.
I mean, what evidence can I provide to you?
Did anyone hear me asking for him to post his naked body?
But how can I provide evidence I'm shredded if I don't post at least like a topless picture, right?
I mean, I can probably tell from your arm, to be honest.
Okay. Wait, I think I have a picture at the beach.
You have at least 17-inch arms.
I'll post it.
Yeah, how much do you bench?
Bro, you better have some pythons. And what do you bench as well? Like, if you got any evidence you bench?
Yeah, we're going to get fake pictures. Let's just get real evidence here.
He's looking like he's gonna post Giga Chat and be like, "Yo, that's me."
Yeah. It's very difficult to believe. I'm just saying, like it.
Okay.
Look, no, hold on. It all could be true. Listen, everything he said can be true. We're asking the wrong question. Are you on gear?
No.
Oh yeah, sure. Look, man, for most people to even get to 10% body fat is virtually impossible, right? Most people can't achieve it, and that's not physically impossible. It's because they don't have the willpower to get there, right? So to then do it at that low body fat level, and then also to have that size, is a very, very hard thing to believe. Surely you must
It's a
understand.
hard thing to do.
Sure.
Even with willpower, it's a hard thing to do because when you cut calories, you lose muscle. So you have to maintain the muscle while losing body weight.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's very difficult to do.
I eat a
without
lot and I
assistance.
exercise a lot. That's all I can tell you.
I eat a lot.
Yeah, unironically, I eat a lot.
Listen, we have a fucking genetic outlier. One to 1 million genetic outlier. He just eats fucking
Well, I will
whatever.
tell you this: Bulgarian men are built different. Okay.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I'm
that's what it is.
What's way more likely to me is that you're just lying. That's way more likely.
Okay. Well, I guess assumption of like
10% body fat. Bro, do you know
assumption of malice is probably
Stop
easier for
talking
you.
over me. Stop talking over me. For fuck's sake.
I said
Right.
2 words.
So yeah, but dude, I was halfway through a sentence and it's the 5th time.
You
just need,
motherfucker.
you need to control yourself. It's not that hard. This is another thing that makes me question whether you're actually telling the truth or not, because you don't have self-control, and yet to get to those numbers, you would have to have elite levels of self-control.
Yeah.
So you know, dude, or Zoidberg, you realize that the human body does not want to retain muscle. It doesn't want to. Right? So if you run, your body's gonna go, oh fuck, dude, this dude's running around. I'm gonna try to be catabolic and get rid of all my muscle tissue to make running easier. Okay, so you have that problem. So how do you maintain the muscle while doing fucking running 40 kilometers per week?
I told you. I exercise a lot. I spend
Working
2.5
out 3
hours in the
times,
gym, 3
just
times a
working out
week.
isn't enough, dude.
And
I work out. I
eat.
know it's not enough, dude. It's just not
Sure.
enough.
Sure.
You're making it sound like it's trivial. Like this is one of those fucking like that Reddit post, right? Where they show fucking where the girl posts Chris Hemsworth and is like, why can't guys just like work out a couple times a week and look like this?
Yeah.
As if
So
that's what he's doing, right? He's not working out a couple times a week. He's eating
right.
friend bologna sandwiches.
Well, the point was, I'm not a nerd. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I also don't believe you. I now think you're a liar.
Okay. I think it's better to be a liar than a nerd, to be honest.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
If that was the point, you missed it, bro.
Man.
Like, I mean, what's really funny is because you're the exact same height as me, I know how much of a liar you are. If we were different heights, I would have some kind of.
Sure.
I would have some maybe.
Look,
maybe
for you to think that I'm a liar, not a nerd, is a win.
Just stop it. Stop talking over me. Right. So if there was like some difference in our height, or there was some other variable, I can tell you, if you're Bulgarian, we've got similar enough genetics, we're both Europeans, right? Then I would be like, okay, fair enough, I can see there's some small difference, right? But there's absolutely no way, if you're not competing in some way, that you have those stats. It's just not the case.
What?
Was I unclear in anything I said?
Yes.
Which part?
All of it.
All I said is, in your mind, if I'm a liar, not a nerd, it's a win for me, okay? I hate to be a nerd.
Okay. Then, well, I think you're a liar then. And actually, I think you're a liar and a nerd. So
wait, can we get back on fucking topic here?
Yeah, we can. Yeah,
thank you. So Earth is a ginormous fucking spinning ball. How'd that work out? Spinning. Anybody? No? Okay. Back out.
Okay, so I'm gonna post a picture in the chat. This dude is 6'1", 220 pounds, and this is about 6% body fat.
Yeah, that looks about
I
right to
don't
me.
care. I actually don't care.
And that guy's clearly on gear, like clearly on gear. And,
Oh yeah, dude. By the
but
fist,
also, yeah, he's on gear, but he's got a perfect diet. He's got a perfect training regime. Right, everything about that guy's diet regime. He sleeps 9 hours a night. Everything's
He didn't
crafted.
skip fucking leg days anyway.
And he runs 14 kilometers or whatever.
I'm in 2 minutes.
I don't know about it running.
if
You don't
he ran
necessarily.
40 kilometers a week, he wouldn't look like that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
you-
point I was making. I think
there's
Zoidberg
no.
is.
Yeah.
Well, you
I'll
can't. Like, you can't run an awful lot and maintain that level of muscle mass. It's actually easier not to. It's easier just to not consume the calories in the first place.
To be fair, I think this guy is like way less than 10% body fat. I'm gonna post my torso, okay?
Yeah, he's about 6%.
No, please don't push it.
The difference between 10 and 6% is visually astounding.
That's me in the chat.
Yeah, but what's really interesting, the difference between 6 and 10% as well, is that it's actually not an awful lot in terms of the actual body fat.
Yes, that's not good at all.
That's about 10 to 12%. That's not 10%.
Well, maybe it's 12. I don't know. Like I'm around that
That's not good
number.
at all. Like,
no, that's not, bro. That's more like 15. What are you talking about?
Well, how do I?
That's
Yeah,
somewhere.
I guess I have to measure. I guess I have to measure.
All right, bro. Look, fine. It's fine, but 15% is a huge difference to 10%.
I got.
And 15% is still impressive, man. It's like I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm just saying, like, 10% at 100 kilos is very hard to believe. 15% at 100 kilos, way easier to believe.
Well,
I'm gonna delete my picture just in case.
Yeah,
no,
please do.
no. Yeah. You weirdo.
How did you measure your body
Yeah,
inertia
Crypto's right.
index?
That's about 15.
Body inertia.
So this is how we.
Like I said to you before, that's still impressive. It's not like, oh, you're 15%. Oh, you're a fat bastard. Like, do you know what I mean? It's still impressive, but just don't fucking lie about it, because you've got guys in here who really understand this stuff. And including me, like, I understand this stuff very well, so don't fucking lie to me about it.
I used, like, I think last time we measured it with my coach in the gym with the hydrostatic weights and body circumference measures, right? And he said about 10%, and I trust him. So maybe he's lying.
Then he's wrong. Like, I'm sorry, but
Did he use calipers?
if you were to take that,
Yeah, you can use skinfold calipers.
if you were to take that picture and go to any fitness board where the people actually know what they're talking about, they will all tell you 15% more or less. Some will say maybe 14, some will say 17, whatever. But no one's going to say 10. I'm telling you that right now.
Okay. I'll measure again. I'll promise. I'm going to the gym later today. I'm gonna do that again. I'll tell you tomorrow.
I don't think people realize how insanely shredded 10% is.
And to be honest, you don't look 220 to me.
Anyway,
I mean, I'd have to see your legs. Maybe you got giant fucking juiced legs. I don't know.
Yeah, let's move back to flat Earth. I like to call bullshit out when I hear it. That's all. But we can move back to flat Earth.
Let's get back to flat arms.
Well, the other reason that I know that this is.
Turn left.
Sorry.
What? No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mind. I was going to start talking about fitness again, but we're moving off topics.
Oh, for fuck's sake, please do.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So, what about this fucking spending money? Like, anybody?
Yeah, what about it?
What about it?
It's a cool story, man.
It's a cool story, bro.
That's all it is. It's just a cool story.
Yeah, you want to put him in a tailspin, just ask him how much mass does a body have.
Let's not fucking do that again. Let's just put them in a fucking tailspin.
Yeah, because they don't know what mass is. So it's definitely a point to, like, they're always saying, well, it's mass attracted mass. Oh yeah? What the fuck is mass?
turning
So let's
right.
tie
I'm
the
turning
knot
right.
on this.
I'm turning right. I'm turning right. I'm turning right.
Petey, let's tie the knot on this. The post-mortem shit, dude.
Yep. Yes, please.
I want to get like a definitely Sunday. About what time?
What time you working with though? Are you not gonna be busy at certain time? Because usually I'm looking
Dude,
at.
I want to make it go on for a while, dude. I want to make it like I want to get as many people that have been in here, right, that throughout the week to go in there and
But you want to shoot for? You want to shoot for like lunchtime onward? Lunchtime onward? I don't know.
Well, lunchtime, like I don't know what time you eat lunch. How much mass is
Or-
in an apple?
Right. Let's say.
This word is a mess.
I don't know. Well, we can, because if we start mornings, people.
Work it out.
I don't give a fuck. We can start whatever time.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna make the announcement, and we'll try to like get people.
Work it out.
Right. So, like, spread the word,
Work
right?
it
That
out.
we're gonna do the shit on Sunday, and I'll just make the announcement. Like, anyone that has anything, anything interesting to contribute.
Yeah, we got a lot of TOS UK clips, so he can probably contribute to some of those.
Yeah, well, clip or not, I'm not gonna let it hold us back though. Like, if he doesn't do it, doesn't want to do it or whatever, we're still gonna plow forward.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down.
So, Crypto, I don't know if you heard, we're gonna do a post-mortem on per week what happens over here. The highlights, right? The highlights of the train wreck, right at the moment of fucking impact.
Fair enough. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, so I'm sure you'll have some experiences if you want to participate or whatever. So.
Oh fuck, dude! I got so many. I got too many.
It actually is going to be probably more like a therapy session.
Yeah. I've had quite a few, but to be honest, I tend to forget a lot of the conversations I have because I just think these guys are so dumb. Like my brain doesn't even remember the conversation. You know what I mean?
That's like a defense mechanism. Like, no, there's not people like this in the world. No.
yeah. Exactly. It's my cog this. I'm like, no, it can't be true.
It definitely is.
What was there was this thing I asked the guy the other day, and it was the most retarded thing to say yes to, and he said yes to it. I can't think what it was. Anyway, don't matter.
If it was stupid, why bother remembering in the first place? There's no point. Stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hey, I'm hopping over in the other server because CV's in there fucking monologuing. So.
Can I get an invite?
No.
Oh, 24 or discord.gg/flat earth.
Don't I need an invite to join? Or?
That is just type that in your browser and it'll come up. That is the invite.
It has a vanity invite.
Yeah, because we're vain.
Good.
All right, peace.
Later.
But you have to have at least 20% body fat to join. So if you don't have that, then you're disqualified.
Damn! When did you get fat?
Damn.
Don't worry, I eat a bunch of bread and a bunch of pasta. And
I just knock you the fuck out, bro. How's about that? Wait for it.
Why don't you just down on top of lard?
What? Sorry, say that again?
I said to the other guy, just down a tub of lard.
We got Reflex in the chat. He might know what a globe is. Perhaps. Right, Reflex?
The Reflex.
It's a lonely child is dancing in the dark. Is it time to find it? You should ask him with a question mark. The Reflex, black.
Oh, we got Epsilon as well. He thinks he knows what a globe is. We got a few guys in there.
What does Epsilon bench though?
How do you know that? We'll go.
How do I know
Like
what?
what? To the face.
Can you stop muttering in Northern Irish and tell us what you're
I will
trying
know. Okay, sure now. To be sure now.
That's Southern Irish.
What the fuck was that?
He's muttering in Leprechaun. I can't understand it.
Yeah, here we go now.
Please tell me you have a green hat and a ginger beard.
I do actually.
Sweet.
Forward.
Her name is Rio, and she dances on the flat and stationary sand.
What? What? To the face.
And I'm not saying that your perception is wrong. I'm saying that there are people that believe that other perception exists as well. What do you think about that?
It just is what it is. Horizontal is horizontal, water is flat, and you use that as a level. That's the end of the story, really. It's not a perception. It's not a perception that it's level. It just is level.
But it's level relative to something, no?
To what?
To itself.
Or like ground, sky.
Relative to the air. How's that? The air is
like ground, sky.
The surface above it is the air.
It's level to air. Okay, so when you say level to air, though, air is a different
ocean. It's level.
No. Shut up. What the
Dude,
fuck?
is this Jester guy adding anything to this conversation?
I don't know what he's going to be doing here shortly.
Okay, so yeah, what were you saying?
I'm just saying it's level. The only next surface above it is air, right? And you said relative to what? You mean by person? So if I take a level, a 10-mile long level, will it be level or will it be curved?
That's the thing, though. Let's not even let's say a 10-millimeter level, right? Let's just say there will be curves. There always will be curves. Let's say you do that on a
10 kilometer, bro.
Dude, this Jester guy, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to speak over him.
Fine, he's gonna settle down.
Okay. Even if you do that at a beach, there still is there's terrain exists, right? There's waves to the sand, rocks. No.
Do it when there's hardly any surf that day. There's still water. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. I live on the Great Lakes. We have perfectly flat water some days. We're just little
Great
tiny
Lakes. I don't know what that means. Are you in Minnesota?
Inch rolling up the waves. Half an inch. That's nothing compared to the Great Lakes. Just rolling. We have flat water lots of times.
Yeah, but
a lot of times
lakes.
A lot of times we have 10-foot waves out there too, so that's a little scary.
Okay, so are you saying so a lake not having waves versus the ocean having waves, is there a difference here? Like both should be just flatly calm.
I know that because there's some waves. I can't. That sea level's not sea level.
I'm just confused. Like you said, the Great Lakes, and it's calm on the Great Lakes, right? Is it calm waters, like flat waters?
Water.
I'm reading my work shit right now. Hold on.
Water. It's flat water. Water. Go ahead, say what you want to say, bro.
So you can't have flat and level water on a ball, especially a spinning one.
No, you can't. Water. Oh, signal. So fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Like, it's water. It's fucking water. Water seeks its own level. Water does what it does. You cannot have fucking spinning ball water. You cannot reproduce it. You can experiment it. You cannot fucking recreate it. It does what it does.
Mr. Jester,
It's
is the water in your body flat?
What?
You have water in your body, you know that?
What are you talking about, my body? You like
Is
my
it
body?
flat? Is it leveled up? Where's the level where your water is in your body?
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Because you don't
In your
know. You don't know
semicircular
anything.
canals in your
Are you
ears.
saying
So you
Hey, I
gave
got
up,
this.
and now you're going to act like an idiot? Is that what happened?
water?
I'm just curious. I'm just eating chips. Sorry.
Yeah, in the semicircular
Okay.
canals in your ear. That's where the water's level. As soon as it tilts one way or the other, or it gets jumbled up, you know instantly that you're off balance, that your body's positioned a different way in space. So that's where the water's level in your ears.
Always.
Wait, but that's in your ears. What about like the water?
Always.
Yeah, in your
Always.
ears. In your ears.
That's the only place that water
Yeah,
exists.
PMAC, give me a second here, okay?
Go
You
ahead.
asked where it was. Where is it level? Where at? Are you able to
Oh.
understand anything presented to you at all?
Yep, that's
You're
exactly.
saying. You're
There's a-
saying. Hold
You
on. Let me.
Okay,
water
try again.
level
In
in your
your
body.
ears, okay? That's where water's level. In your ears, okay? Where is it level?
You're saying in your ears.
Okay, and you understand this or you don't understand it?
I understand it.
Okay, so now you got to run this back through your logic as to why you didn't know this to begin with. This is like 7th grade health class.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm saying.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah, dude, you're eating on mic. You're disgusting, dude.
Yeah,
What
he
Go
gave
ahead,
are you
up.
T-Mac.
talking about?
He gave up when water's flat and level and you can't argue against it, and then he just spiraled after that. Then we went to water, how flat is the water in your body, and he's just gave up and eaten on the mic. That's what happens to these slowbers.
Yeah, like the water in my body. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's water. I mean, how obvious do we have to make it? It's a large spinning ball.
You know,
Spinning ball, eh?
if we could go out and see the water was actually curved, people would be using that like for things. Like you would have to put spotters out there whenever you got people borrowing your rental equipment, because all you have to do is go past that one little line and you're gone. They can't see you anymore.
It's water, bro. It's the biggest fucking. It's the biggest thing that brings people to flat Earth more than anything. It's water. Prove water bends. Prove it. Oh, you can't? Okay. Good night. Any more trolls?
Isn't it crazy how we literally use water in our body to navigate the earth that is mostly made out of water and to understand if the ground is level and flat? Like, without the water in the ear, we could not know that we're spinning or that we're standing still.
Yeah, but you don't have water in your ear.
Hmm?
Do you have water in your ear?
It's a liquid. I don't know if it's directly water.
They call it.
Isn't it a liquid?
No, I don't think. I don't think you have liquid in your ear. I could be wrong. Oh, it is a fluid. Sorry, airline sensors.
Yeah, it's like a channel, 3 channels, and they're all filled with fluid. It's actually kind of insane how it works. It's really insane. Especially when you think about the scale of the matter. It's like this very, very, very little thing in your ear is almost as important as your legs. Or, I mean, actually important, the same as your legs. Crazy.
Look, anyway. Doctor. Why is Epsilon burned? Why is Epsilon red, Mike? Let that fellow talk. Like. Come on now.
Yo, is it you, Beer Man?
It's me. Yes, Beer Man. I am Beer Man.
How you doing, man?
I think Epsilon was eating on Mike.
Oh, yeah. We don't like that. Yeah, I hate that.
Maybe he's finished with eating his mic. Who knows?
Epsilon, you finished? So, what is the one proof of Rover? What? It's a gateway to far more harder drugs.
I think his goose was cooked as soon as he started telling everyone they're Marxists.
Well, not only was he saying that he's a Marxist, but he was saying that we're all Marxists as well.
Oh, yeah. I used to post something on Facebook after get rid of fucking. I think people just have to accept the facts. Like, the fact is that there's no spinning ball. That's basically a fact. It's very easy to prove.
Well, it's bound to a lot of emotions, man. So it's not easy to let the ball go, you know.
The ball go. Yeah, if you know. Yeah, I know. Emotions. I think Earth, the world is far easier to navigate without even stoicism. Stoicism. It's pretty good. But we're way past the point of fucking spinning balls. Like, that's for retards.
Space is fake.
Awesome. What do you think, OG? The space fake?
Absolutely.
100%?
Yeah, the outer space kind of spinny ball planets and all that stuff. It's cartoon world.
Yeah.
Like you guys aren't really like saying there's actual photos of a globe Earth from satellites or planets. And they're all spherical and things like that, right? That's not a part of the body of evidence, right?
Be.
No, don't do that to yourself.
Oh, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. We just really past the point. There's no return from this year. See now, how do you say this? How crazy is the Mandela effect? Oh, I can't think of it. Like, sort of goals and other kinds of goals and all kinds of goals. It's just not, the world is not what you think it is. I think it's far worse. Anyway,
Well, wouldn't that be a flat earther's perspective, right? The world isn't what we're being told it is. Is that because they're telling us it's a ball and they flew to space and landed on the moon and they have a rover driving around Mars. It's been up there for almost 10 years or something, sending us back pictures. So wouldn't that be kind of like our motto?
it would be. But how do they do it? Well, you get a bunch of people that earn a bunch of money and say, fuck all, shut up. Pretty easy. It's called a compart. I never say this word. It's called being a fucking liar. Tim Peake. Some guy playing a fucking guitar on the ISS. Some guy wearing monkey shit.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wonder how much tax dollars they spend on sending up those football jerseys right before the Super Bowl when they can get on the news and, support their favorite teams back home in space. I think we need a refund.
Oh, God. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Like, the world is just spinning, a massive spinning, right? It's really fucking big, right? Big, massive fucking spinning ball, right? Water. It's fucking enormous, right? And there's ships and boats and everything. Water.
The world is a water ball. Set to cuffed.
Hey, bro. Insane in the membrane.
A spinning water ball.
It's like we're so past it. It's like they're still living in 1980 and we're in fucking 2024, bro.
So what have you got?
If you ain't got a lot.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a global nerd.
No, it's so stupid, man. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous. It really is. It's like, if you actually stand back and look at it, you think, what? That's unbelievable. This shit. Holy shit. You know, this is what's it called? She's fucking these barbarics, right? They're fucking insane. But if they actually sat and listen for a single fucking second to what we're saying, they understand that we are fucking far more the groups of what's going on today than what they have. Anyway. See me some I'm just a couple reading a webpage. I can hear you. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. I'm just a flat earther. Flat earther.
Obviously, the title for that song is Zero, right? But we could just call it Zero Curve. Oh no, it's Butterfly Wings, isn't it? Fuck's sake.
No curvature.
What have you got? MC2 over away.
What you say?
I'm just trying to think of words, lyrics. I might have to cover this song. It'd be fun.
That's pretty good. I'm just a flat earther. Oh my god. Right, okay. Has anybody got anything fucking concrete to say about fucking flat earth or the globe earth? Please God say something. I mean, you could sit for fucking hundreds of years listening to people talk about fucking trajectories, angles, things with concrete, but you still can't fucking describe why water is flat. And then you try to put that on a ball, right? And there's been like 100,000 experiments where it just does not work. So I'm guessing I'm gonna have to stick over here. We wait guessing. It's not easy. It's just a guess. Oh, let me guess. Water is rotund. Rotundant. Yeah. Does somebody want to ask a question about how it can be, how it is? Anybody? Anything?
One more time.
Anything? One more time. Anything? Any question about the flat Earth? Any question about how it's possible? How it can be? How it can be? Go ahead. Say back. Any toll at all, any toll at all. Let's go. Is everybody on board with that? Everybody on board with that? You on board with that? On board with that? Are you on board with that? Hold on.
I wonder if there was a spinning water ball, how would they have actually? What would the design of like the equivalent version of an aeroplane? What do you think that would look like?
Ocean, my slide to the right, to right to your door. There's a place where I blood. Now that I found you, now that I found you, I can let go. So now too, now that I found you, I'm down with my ghost. Ooh, found you, don't go. Bird separation fall. If you hear me make the call, I'll be there. Is the goodbye. Just hopes and heaven knows how it goes. Now that I found you. Now that I found you, don't go. Now that I found you. Now I found you, I let go, lift the mountain. I can lay down with my ghost. Ooh, ooh.
Hello, anyone there? Or is it all quiet this morning? Anyone out there looking for a chat?
Wow. Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello from the other side.
How'd the channel die? I think there's a meeting in the regular 24/7 server.
Oh.
So I'm having a bit of a conversation with Amish aeronauts in in text there about the treaty, the Antarctic Treaty, and I'm still not seeing where it says that people can't sail around the Antarctic.
Is that
So
something
you
you
get
want
to
to do?
go to a fixed cruise spot. You get like a special area you're allowed to see. You can't really go beyond it.
But the Antarctic Treaty doesn't prevent you from sailing around the Antarctic.
Well, they tell you what around the Antarctic is, and then you're only allowed to go, quote unquote, around the Antarctic. But there's really more. But you can't go there; they'll stop you.
Do you have
Who's
a
they?
yacht? Chad,
Yes. Hello.
do you have a yacht?
Do I have a yacht? No.
Yeah. No, then what the hell are you talking about sailing around Antarctica?
Well, the whole idea is that there's the potential that the Antarctic
The whole idea
surrounds the Earth.
is that you can't do that. First, you have to buy yourself a yacht.
Let's say
And
anyone.
then,
It doesn't have to be me specifically.
we
Anyone who
can't
has a
say
yacht.
anyway. We can't say anyway. You either have it or you don't have it.
If you don't want to engage in the conversation, you don't have to. It
I'm
doesn't
not
sound like
gonna
you want to.
allow it.
It doesn't sound like you want to engage in the conversation, and that's fine. You don't have to.
I'm not gonna allow you to talk about Tooth Fairy. If I had this, then I could do that. That's bullshit.
You're not going to allow me to talk about it? Okay. Well, I mean, it's your
Yeah.
guys' channel. If you don't want to let me talk, that's fine. I won't bring it up.
It's a subject which goes beyond your capabilities.
Whatever.
I will understand people who own a yacht to talk about this.
Whatever. That's fine. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
Exactly.
There's
You
no
know,
other conversation
there is
going on here, so it's not like I'm
there is
hijacking anything.
customs, custom border, yeah, patrols, all this stuff.
I thought you didn't want to talk
When you
about this.
have a yacht, yeah, Coast Guard, all this. When you have a yacht, you're gonna have to speak with those people, and they tell you where to sail and where not to. They give you specific instructions, the directions you can take.
To sail around the Antarctic?
No. If they have a area on the ocean, yeah, where they don't want you to sail, you will not.
Is this laid out anywhere, or is it just actually them just kind of
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
it
yeah,
on their own
yeah,
volition?
yeah. If
So
you
there's
go,
places. Okay.
listen, if you go on the ocean and just decide yourself to sit in place with your yacht. Yeah, set an anchor, and there's coming a military convoy. Yeah. So it happens that you are in their way. They will signal you to move away.
Well, they don't want to run you over, of course.
And they will walk over you. Yeah.
Sure.
If you
So,
don't.
what is that got to do with preventing you from sailing around the Antarctic?
They might even shoot you if you get too close to them. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if
But what does
you
that
get
got to do
if
with
you get
preventing you from sailing around?
close to battleships, yeah, once you enter their radar range specific area, they will give you warnings. If you ignore them, they can even shoot you. They will consider you a threat. So, how you gonna think you go against all these world's military in the oceans? You
Yeah.
think you're gonna go on the ocean and you make the rules there?
Hey, Amish, are you online here for voice? Oh, he's not. Okay. Oh, okay. Sounds good, Amish. No, I don't think might makes right in international law. They can't just open fire on you without provocation, right?
There are commercial routes on the ocean, yeah, where these big cargo ships sail. And if you just decide yourself to anchor your ass on their path, yeah, um, coast guards will come and they will summate you to leave that area because they know a cargo ship is gonna come, and they will consider you a pirate, a thief, if you just anchor yourself on that route. Because they will say, oh, this guy is waiting for the cargo ship and is trying to rob them. Yeah. And they know your ship
Yeah, well, they don't want to run you over either. It's not
registration.
like they can turn on a dime, right? So, but again, okay, so you're saying there's cargo ships or like military vessels circling the Antarctic, the whole perimeter of the Antarctic, preventing people from sailing too close to it? Is that what you're
They
saying?
don't need those cargo ships just to circle, you know.
No, let's talk
They
military vessels.
have these um, uh, sensors in the water, yeah. When you trigger those, they know where you
This
are
sounds all like
and who you are.
speculation. Do you have any evidence of that, or is this just speculation?
Have you ever tried to trespass into a military base?
No. But for
Yeah,
surrounding the Antarctic,
listen,
are
go.
there
I
sensors?
advise you, yeah, there are even military areas on the ocean, in the oceans. Yeah. So you should try to, if you are in USA, pick
I'm not.
a military base. What country are you from then?
I'm from Canada.
Yeah, in Canada. Look up for a military base close to you. Yeah, which is uh, surrounded by a fence, you know, and try to go there at night. Yeah. Uh, in fact, the first 2 3 days, pick a spot to spy and see the uh, time hours when those soldiers are patrolling. You know, they are on watch, and pick one night. Yeah. And right hour when those soldiers are not patrolling, and jump over that fence and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Why
So
not?
you
Why
do.
not? Because this is exactly you are telling us. Oh no, to sail to Antarctica is
So
just
more than
free.
so they have sensors around the Antarctic, which is more than 3,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, army bases are what, maybe 100 kilometers at most perimeter. Oh, no, less than that, like 50, 20.
Yeah, well, you
Yeah,
see,
so no, you're just speculating. I'm sorry, but
it's not speculations. These kind of sensors are also on commercial routes in the ocean. They are monitored, yeah, and this is how they know uh, when a ship actually makes a stop to one of these locations on these routes, yeah. Do you think they don't fight piracy? Do you think they take piracy just, as a um, like these movie Pirates of the Caribbean? Do you think anybody can be a pirate? And that will be something easy to do.
I didn't say it was. But you're going
Yeah.
off on tangents here. So you're saying anyone that tries to sail the Antarctic or sail around the Antarctic is considered a pirate? Even though that
Listen,
there's nothing in the treaty
it's a
that prevents you
military
from doing so?
guarded zone. It's a military guarded zone, and I already
No,
told
no,
you.
it's not. It's not a military guarded
Yes,
zone.
it
The
is.
treaty
It is.
specifically indicates that the military are not allowed
Yeah.
on there. So
Okay, there was one guy a few years ago who actually took his ship and tried to sail to Antarctica, and they caught him. How do you explain that?
do you have any evidence of this? You're just telling me something.
Yeah, he was deported and even imprisoned.
But could you give me some links to this information? Because you're just a person on the internet
I
telling me
saw
this.
it. Yeah, I saw this couple of months ago, but if you ask here in the channel, when there will be more of us, I'm sure someone knows to tell you.
Sorry, Amish. posted something.
And Chad, do you know Jose Baba Yaga?
No.
No. Well, there was a guy in here, Clown from Gem Panda server, claiming up and down, just like you, about Antarctica, you know. And the discussion was about this free travel to Antarctica, or like tourist or exploration. And exploration really is forbidden. Civil exploration is forbidden to Antarctica. If you try to freely explore Antarctica, that gonna put you in prison.
Sir, I'm just reading an article here.
And Baba Yaga actually made a call to one of these agency which organizes a group of tourists that go to Antarctica.
Mhm.
And he asked that lady, she told him like the price of the expedition, yeah. And in those money were include a lot of things like special clothing. You're not gonna go with the clothing which you think you can. They give you special clothing, a suit, yeah, and they will ask you for your measurements, yeah, to pick the right suit for you. And that lady on the phone, he actually opened this channel, yeah, on Discord, and we all heard him talking with that lady and asking her questions. So
Okay.
why don't you try to call one of these group organizers, yeah, and ask them these questions about what you can do and what you cannot do. Tell them, look, I'm going with you with your group in Antarctica, but once we get there, I'd like to fuck you off and I wanna go wherever I want. I'm gonna set my foot and I'm gonna start walking to the South Pole, yeah. They will not allow you to do that.
Have you ever been on a tour before anywhere? Like, have you been on a tour to say a
You
Yellowstone
think
or
this is
something like that? If you go on a tour to these different places,
see
they'll
what?
often not let you. When you go on a tour to different places, they'll often ask you to stay to the tour route and not deviate from that.
Oh, way to miss
Yeah,
the point.
And the Antarctic specifically has its own rules regarding exploration of it. So if you're supposed to give them notice as to what your plans are. So if you're just there and saying, "Hey, I'm just going to go for a little jaunt this
yeah,
way,"
well,
that goes against that.
Listen, Chad, in Antarctica, if you go on the tour, in that group, there is a group organizer, yeah, and this person is not always a civilian, yeah, but whatever he is, he will clearly explain to all of you that these are the rules of this tour. Yeah, they tell you, listen, if you try to go off on your own way, it's considered just like you will be trespassing the borders of a country.
Okay.
They're not. They are entitled to just shoot you like a deserter or whatever, a criminal. But they will not do that. They don't need to do that. They know you can't get anywhere far, and they will catch you wherever you will go because you are in a area region where you have no resources, yeah, no nothing, and you won't last 24 hours on your own.
Hey, get just slightly off topic. Was the like on the globe model you've got Antarctica and the North Pole. Do they sort of spend the same sort of position and time, pointed towards the sun and away from the sun on the axis tilt? And why is it then, if that's so, I might be incorrect, do they have different sort of temperatures and vegetation and stuff like that? Would you not expect it to be the same if we lived on a globe and them two areas were similar, in similar proximity to the sun for 6 months of the year? Because I think one's at -40 and one's at maybe -10. There's different vegetation. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a huge difference between the two. I mean, the Arctic and Antarctic. Like, there's huge difference between Japan and Australia, or USA and Australia, USA and Europe. There is huge difference. So this difference of fauna and animals doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, you'd expect really the North Pole and the South Pole to be of similar, have similarities. Surely.
No. They're very different, one from another. North Pole is a tiny patch, yeah, and the Antarctic.
It spends the same time at the same location, apparently from the sun, as does Antarctica. So why is the temperature difference? I mean, this seems a little bit absurd to me.
Well, in Antarctica in winter temperatures, there has been recorded -80 degrees Celsius temperatures. So those kind of temperatures have not been recorded anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, and you'd think maybe the North Pole, the other side of the pole, which spends the same amount of time and distance away from the sun, would have similar temperature ranges going on.
Well, North Pole maximum negative temperatures is like between 50 and 60 degrees Celsius. And those temperatures are when there is a winter storm, and even those Eskimo people, They know how to deal with these kind of extreme temperatures. Breathing at minus 60 degrees Celsius can be fatal. Exposure to
I mean,
that cold is
it almost.
very painful and
Sorry, mate.
dangerous, but it's not instantly deadly. When in turn, actually in Antarctica, exposure to minus 80 degrees Celsius can lead to instant death.
Yeah, but people can visit the North Pole and go and see Father Christmas and go skiing and things like that.
Yeah.
And that's on the other side, and it spends exactly the amount of time away from the sun. So it should be similar temperatures, really, in the globe model.
Yeah, in the globe model, yes, it should. These regions, they should be very similar.
Well, I wonder why they're not then.
But winter season and summer season is extremely different. I mean, these regions, they have only one season, winter, both of them. But
So
it's
it's
very,
almost as like this: the sun not there going in a sort of cycle. So it's always in the winter cycle where the sun is at a distance where it can't bring forth the spring and summer and autumn, because it's all to do with the sun's sort of position, isn't it, over the earth, these seasons. Yeah. So Antarctica only really has one season, which means that the sun must be responsible for that.
yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. When there is summer in the south, um, it is a warmer winter in Antarctica. So, but still, if there is a storm, even if it's summer, temperatures can drop to minus 80 degrees Celsius. And that kind of cold is extremely dangerous for living mammals.
It's all very strange when you think of this globe model and the areas at the North Pole and South Pole and the differences they have and the lack of seasons, where they should be identical, really. I would have thought.
And yeah, they do explain that for us to breathe at that temperature, we need a breathing machine. So breathing is the problem at those temperatures. That's what kills us. The cold air, breathing the cold air. At minus 80, it instantly makes ice crystals in the lungs and the cell of the lungs. Their membrane gets cut by the formation of the ice crystals.
So, I mean, in the globe model, then, how do they explain this non-comparison of the North Pole and South Pole? What's the reason for that? Considering they spend the same amount of tilt and distance to and away from the heat source of the sun. What's the reason behind it?
Well, in
the globe
educational system, I tell you honestly, they didn't tell me about these extreme differences between the poles. They actually told us, yeah, it's similar region, But they did say, oh, at the North Pole, we have polar bears, um, all these polar foxes or whatever, animals. But at the South Pole, we have only penguins.
Yeah, I mean, they should be identical places with identical weather patterns and identical temperatures. If we
Yeah.
did live on a globe, really.
They didn't even told me that we have, for example, these temperature differences. Like in Antarctica, we record minus 80 degrees Celsius, and at the North Pole, these temperatures are never achieved.
How bizarre.
Yeah, and
it makes you
yeah,
wonder, doesn't it?
I
Makes you
have my
wonder.
own speculations about this, but yeah, this is not a speculation server channel, so.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's just it's very bizarre when you start thinking about these things and looking into these things that this is why you would need to question everything, really.
Yeah, well, I found all this about these regions of the world on my own searching,
Yeah.
But this kind of knowledge is very important to the mind of a child in formation of an adult because it's the knowledge of the world that you live in. And if you don't hold that knowledge from youth, then you have a misconception of this world. And yeah, I never thought, in my childhood to actually, wow, um, Antarctica is this mysterious place where there is so much we don't know about it. Like, it is less explored than the oceans. Even, I mean, they bullshit us with this space exploration, which is definitely a medium that we cannot travel to.
But we don't have these restrictions at the North Pole, do we?
Yeah.
I mean, we can
There are
go.
restrictions on the north also, and
Yeah, well, the North Pole is, I mean, it's actually people's territory, so it's not international. So there are some restrictions
no,
on it.
it's not.
Well, it's
People
actually
don't.
my. I invaded last week and I stole it, so it's mine now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Did you plant a flag and
Actually,
everything?
Did I what? Sorry.
Did you plant a flag?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the crypto flag.
Nice.
Yeah, right at the North Pole. But I wasn't sure if I should plant it at magnetic or geographic, so I did both.
Both. Oh, nice.
But the both of them. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you could have put it in between the two and split the difference, I suppose. But hey, I'm watching a really good show right now called The Terror. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It's on Prime. It's about the North, how they were trying to find the Northwest Passage back in the 1800s.
I thought it was about Canadians.
Sorry?
I thought it was about Canadians.
Nah, it was the Brits.
Same thing.
Hey, bite your tongue. I guess back in the day it was, but in the 1800s it kind of was, yeah. But
yeah, exactly.
But no, it's a great show actually if you're interested. Very dramatic. I would not want to travel through the north. That's for sure. With all of the ice and or even in the south, it's like, oh my god, all that ice and everything just coming out of nowhere and sinking your ships.
Hearing
Well,
a Canadian complain about ice is very ironic.
It really is, yeah. It's more the ocean, I think, than the ice in and of itself. But I'm pretty landlocked, so I've got an irrational fear of tsunamis, to tell you the truth.
Don't think it's irrational.
Well, it is when you live on this side of the Rocky Mountains.
Do you guys know that we have a prophecy that the North Pole will be actually owned by a king of this world?
Yeah, me.
So it's to be. It's come to pass.
No, not yet. Actually, you see, the Alaska Treaty, where the General George Pomuț, the Romanian general, actually fooled the Tsar Alexander to sell Alaska to the Americans, has expired, if I'm not mistaken, last year in March, 31st March. And in the near future, the Russians might actually claim their ownership of Alaska, and that will make them the owners of the whole North Pole area.
I'm just reading about the Alaska purchase. October 18th. Was it just signed over, or like, wasn't it signed over indefinitely, or where's this
No,
that it's only for a certain amount of time?
it was in 1800.
Silver's Folly.
57 or
1867.
67, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Since
it was signed for about 160 years or.
Well, that would really tip off some problems, won't it?
Yeah, yeah.
If they try to make a claim to it.
I actually knew that last year in March. I was actually waiting for the day to see something happening because, with all this war with the Ukraine and Americans helping them out, and the Russians actually sent in that time, last year spring, they sent the biggest nuclear submarine next to the U.S. coast, and it showed up. And the U.S. Coast Guard, they saw them like 100 kilometers away, 100 miles away from the coast of the U.S. And it caused a lot of
A kerfuffle.
political, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere in here, not that it's not true, but where it says it had a limit, time limit on it. Huh.
Yeah, but
Not saying
I
that it's
was
not true, I just don't
also,
see it.
yeah, I was searching also, but I saw this on a TV show where a historian and a military general, they were talking about this Ukraine war,
Yeah.
and they said it uh, about the expiration date of this treaty. And I remember I also tried to search on internet.
Yeah. Could you find anything? Or?
I mean, in 2021, I found some articles and websites that were talking about this, but they got taken down from the internet in 2022. So,
Well, I mean, if a person could just see the original treaty, it should be on that, right?
yeah,
Or not,
it should
or a
be
copy
there,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a copy
but
of it, not obviously the original one, but
even the original treaty is very hard to get to it, like a copy, to see it and read it.
apparently there's a treaty with at the what is it? Library of Congress has a copy of it. Hmm. Yeah, well, it's interesting, but God, I hope it doesn't trigger a world war. Because I don't think the states will let it go just willingly.
Well, I was discussing this at that time with a pretty famous Romanian journalist. She was actually present on TikTok.
Okay.
And yeah, when I mentioned this, she actually shined a spotlight on me, and she wanted to discuss this matter, like she was interested to find like more knowledge about the war, um, Russian and US capabilities, military capabilities and stuff, and reasons. And I was actually foreseeing a conflict between Russia and USA.
I'm just taking a look at the map of where the North Pole is in respect to the other land masses. It looks like Denmark via Greenland is the closest.
Mm. Yeah, but if they take Alaska, then Russia will have a land border with the US.
Oh,
That's
well, not
going to be
really.
very funny.
Well, they wouldn't really because Canada's in the way.
Well,
they'd be close, but like they'd be on the same continents for sure.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't be bordering them specifically.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, we would be in the way, and I don't think we could do much about that.
Yeah. But I mean, if that would be the case, then they just build bases in Alaska, nuclear, military, whatever, and they don't need to actually go from European continent over the ocean to USA to reach USA.
Who? Russia?
It will, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they would go over the north to try to
Yeah,
get there.
exactly.
They wouldn't go through Europe.
Yeah. So
absolutely, they would. It would make the most sense for them to try to go through Alaska. Well, there's a reason why we have NATO and all of that sort of stuff. So.
Well, there's a reason why they also have the Sarmat 500 missiles in ICBMs.
Oh yeah, it's it's not something I want to see happening. That's for sure.
Yeah, me neither. No, those bombs are like unimaginable. They are 200 megatons. They can deploy as 15 or 20 nuclear warheads, or they can detonate as a single bomb of a power of 200 megaton. And they fly hypersonic speed, the fastest hypersonic speed, Mach 20 times the speed of sound.
Yeah.
Because of that speed, the friction with the air is so high that it surrounds the whole missile in plasma. And this makes it actually 100% invisible to any radar system, to any radio waves. They cannot see
Can't track
through
them?
plasma. Sorry?
They can't track them then?
No, no.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah. And they have an autonomous system of detecting radars and avoid, like flying through these. Every radar system is like a dome on the land, you know. And if you enter the area of that dome, that radar can actually see you, detect you. But if the missile is flying between those, they stand no chance detecting it. If it will fly through it, then the radar system would have a chance of detecting the missile. But those radio waves, they have to pass through the plasma, you know, and actually bounce from the metal body of the missile and bounce back, which also doesn't happen.
So what does
But
the plasma do to the radar signal? Like, is it just
sorry,
deflecting? The plasma, does it just deflect the radar
it
signal?
absorbs. It
Oh, it absorbs
absorbs
it.
it.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
yeah,
So they're going to have to come up with an alternative way of detecting these things. Oy.
yeah. There are this Sarmat 500. The Russians, they developed a new kind of radar system, which is based on measuring the electrostatic voltage potential in the air. So any physical object element of nature, they can tell any airplane or whatever it is in the air, they can tell exactly what it is.
Interesting. So it's not just a ping off of a piece of metal, hey?
Yeah.
So, question for you, off topic of what we were previously talking about, but in respect to like air pressure and things like that, do you think that the Earth is covered in some sort of enclosure of some nature?
Well, okay, I'll tell you my personal speculation.
Yeah, I'm good
Uh,
with that. I don't know if everyone else is,
yeah,
but no one's talking,
but
so let's do it.
yeah, but please do not say in the server or anywhere else that hey, this guy JetBJ is saying the world is like this. No, I'm not saying how the world is. I'm saying what I think that could be,
Sure.
because yeah, we have some basic knowledge in sciences. So I think the sky will be a dome-shaped fountain of flowing um, super liquid helium, superfluid liquid helium, and this element,
Yeah.
this liquid, is actually present. Its medium is the lowest energy states in nature. The temperature is so low, yeah, that presence of water molecule cannot actually happen. It cannot be present because the for the water molecule to have this molecular bond, yeah, between the hydrogen and oxygen atoms, you need to have a temperature state, a state of energy. When you drop temperatures below that state, that requirement, actually the hydrogen and the oxygen will separate from each other because the oxygen needs to take its liquid form. And at much, much lower temperature, almost like 10 degrees Kelvin, hydrogen will take its liquid form naturally. It will condensate and precipitate into a liquid. But at those temperatures where hydrogen is liquid, oxygen is frozen ice, and it's I don't know, the fourth or the fifth state of oxygen ice, and oxygen ice has 8 stages of ice based on these temperature drop.
So, what keeps it up there?
The frictionless flow.
So it's just kind of floating over top of the atmosphere or whatever the air is?
No, look at dome fountain.
And it is only speculation, guessing, yeah.
Of course,
Dome
yeah,
fountains, they have a laminar flow, yeah, in the shape of a dome.
Oh, okay. Is there something specifically over dome fountain that I should look at, or just the concept of that shape?
One moment, I have a GIF with
Sure.
the liquid helium.
Because, like, I'm looking at dome fountains, and it's got a central point that pushes the water.
Yes.
In this, so you're saying, speculating, of course, that there's a central column of helium that goes up and forms a dome, and then just falls back down.
Yeah,
around
at the
edges?
north. At the North Pole, there should be a vortex where a lot of this helium is rising in the sky. I'm not sure if it's in a liquid state or gaseous state, but whatever. Even in gaseous state, through the air, it will rise in a gaseous state. Once it reaches very high altitude and extreme low temperatures, it that will
liquefies?
be that will be a region area liquid would actually start accelerating, and it turns into highly charged particles. So this will be like a region of what we call Van Allen belts above the world. And
aren't those pretty far out, though, the Van Halen belts?
yeah, they are
Okay.
very far. Yeah.
Interesting. So this column of helium, then, wouldn't that be able to be detected?
Well, it has all liquid helium. It has a very, very low refraction index. It's almost like the air that we breathe.
So
So,
refraction of 1.
yeah, if you had a lake or ocean of this liquid, if you are next to it, if you don't look very, very carefully, you will not see that it's actually a lake or ocean there. So you will see like a valley.
Oh, I see what
And
you're saying.
if you were to walk inside it, and let's say that you are immune to this
Let's say you could
temperature.
breathe it.
Yeah?
Oh, the
You are,
temperature. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's say you are isolated
Sure. You're wearing a
animal.
scuba suit or something.
Yeah. And now, when you walk inside, when you dive, you will find that the pressure inside it is constant. No matter how deep you dive, the pressure is constant and almost exactly of 1 atmosphere for almost 14 psi. But it's constant at
So
any
you wouldn't
depth.
necessarily detect it.
Yeah. Uh,
But you would by
you
temperature, though.
will detect it. You will detect it because it's a frictionless medium. So um, moving your body through this medium um, would not consume energy.
Like at all.
Yeah, if you steer this liquid, to make a vortex, once you stop, you will see that vortex is gonna spin forever. It never gonna stop. And these are things that we literally observe in laboratory in the study of liquid helium.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the idea is that there's a column. What temperature would the helium have to be at to be in this gaseous state as a column?
Well, in its gaseous state, it's anything above 5 degrees Kelvin.
So quite cold.
Yeah.
So there would be an incredible temperature dip at the North Pole then.
Yeah, the closer you get, you see it. Um, that GIF that I posted.
Yep.
That's a perpetual superfluid liquid helium fountain. Yeah.
Okay.
And it has a dome. It has more like a bell shape because it's very small inside a small beaker. But yeah, this is what that guy actually tools he afford. But if you afford to make a bigger beaker, yeah, to have a wider liquid helium surface, then you can achieve a dome shape fountain, which is gonna flow forever,
But
perpetually.
couldn't this be easily falsified by measuring if there's a temperature dip at the North Pole?
Well, if to have liquid helium like a jet of liquid helium shooting into the sky at the North Pole, there should be extremely cold temperatures there at the north. But if that's not the case, then we have helium, vast amounts of helium gas rising from the ground in the air, and helium gas will absorb energy from its surrounding environment medium to actually rise in the sky.
But how would it create a dome shape? Because it seems like
Well,
the idea for the dome shape is it's got a central point and it's spraying
yeah,
outwards, right?
you see, this large quantity of gas rising escapes the air that we breathe in stratosphere. I mean, these layers of the air that we exist in, they are layers, and they have pressure gradient. But at very high altitude, um, these gases will not be present any longer, and only helium. But even helium will not have a gaseous state. And they enter into an area where there will be highly charged particles. They reach speeds of almost the speed of light. So helium atoms becomes protons. Yeah. And they are shooting up into the sky. Now, the presence of these particles creates these extreme low temperatures, and these protons, they are wild. They are very wild when you study them and their
Do they move
behavior.
randomly? Are they like
Uh,
gases in their random movements? Like whatever vector they're moving, they're gonna keep going that way until they hit something and or change direction? Or are
they
there other
shoot
forces that
upwards. They shoot upwards, you know.
okay.
And uh, at at even higher altitudes, that's where there has to be a place where they reach temperatures of 5 degrees Kelvin.
Are
And
they liquefied?
in that moment, yeah, they will turn into droplets, liquid droplets,
Okay.
and they will rain on that dome ocean fountain, you know.
But okay, so the idea though is like if that dome fountain, if it's not detected, like there's been people who've gone to the North Pole, and I don't think there's any
Yeah.
reports of it dropping to a ridiculously low temperature, specifically at a point at the North Pole, is there?
Yeah, but we have in the south ridiculous low temperatures, like minus 80 degrees Celsius, and that's like that ice shelf.
Yeah, but how does
But
mm, how does that create
none
a
of us
fountain?
look when we go to Antarctica,
Yeah.
and you see that ice wall, you know, like 30 or 100 meters tall. Now we climb on it. Um, these people have been, I don't know, Admiral. He went expedition with airplanes, exploration, but we never seen anything. No video recording, no nothing. Now, if we were to go and walk a straight line, yeah, as far away from that place where we actually climbed the ice wall, yeah,
hmm
100 mile, 500 mile, maybe after 1,000 miles walk, yeah, maybe we will get to places where actually the ice beneath your feet will be some sort of ice 12, you know, which
Okay,
is
so just geographically speaking, so I can get an idea how this would work, where do you think the Antarctic is with respect to the North Pole? I mean, it's directly south. We get that. But
it's it's what contains the oceans and the land.
in a circular pattern or form? Like, is it a circle that surrounds the North Pole?
A plane, a plane of existence, and um, this liquid helium would have some sort of perpetual fountain flow in a dome shape, or like for toroid vortex.
But for this dome shape, wouldn't it have to come from a central point?
Yeah.
So if it's at the
But
Antarctic, how
we
does that
we
compare to?
actually listen.
Yeah,
What's the shape of the magnetic field of the world?
it kind of creates a donut shape or a torus.
Yeah. And you see, in 24/7 Flutter Discord, a couple of years ago, we had a fresh quantum mechanic physicist. Yeah, he just had his PhD, and he came to visit the server. He heard about us, and he was curious to know. He was a very intellectually honest person. Um, he agreed with many of our arguments and stuff, but at one point I interjected and I wanted to ask him a thing about this liquid. And knowing he's an expert in the field, I asked him, look, what happens if I were to pump superfluid liquid helium through a pipe, just like we do with water pumps and water through pipe, And I asked him, will this generate a magnetic field around that pipe, just like we would have a magnetic field around a copper wire in a electrical circuit?
Sure.
And he said yes. He confirmed.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to ask him more details on how and why, but I didn't have time. And he also had to leave. But at least, yeah, he just told me, yeah, he confirmed that the flow of this liquid actually generates a magnetic field.
Okay.
So, superfluid liquid helium and magnetism, yeah, this force that we call magnetism, are closely related. My guess is that uh, without helium, this force, magnetic force, would not exist. It's actually caused by the presence of helium, gas or liquid.
Interesting.
And
Well,
this means that even
yeah.
electricity is directly um, related to it. So there is something that happens with helium atoms, yeah, and that copper wire when we are running a electric current through it.
Well, time for some research. I suppose so. I'm trying to get back to the shape of it though. If the idea is that it's a dome-shaped fountain, but
Yeah.
it hasn't been detected at the North Pole, which would be the point where it would need to be to create a dome. If it's at the Antarctic, as you say, it doesn't seem like it's as much of a dome as opposed to, are you saying it's more of a torrid shape?
Yeah, it could be toroidal shape also. And that fits very well with the shape of the magnetic field. And it would explain why do we have such giant magnetic field and uniform, equal in strength, no matter how far you are from the north.
So is it possible to pass this superfluid? Like for something to go past it?
Mm, not a living human, not a
Okay,
living entity.
but sensors, could sensors get past it?
Uh,
See,
well,
the reason why I'm
gold,
asking is if it's a toroidal shape, right? and the center point of the donut, if you will, is at the North Pole. If you sent up a sensor at the North Pole, you should find there's like what's on the other side of this superfluid, because that's the point where it reaches the ground, right?
something to pass. Listen, something to pass through it. It has to be a electronic device which can operate at super low temperatures. So you can exclude plastics, rubber, resins, because these materials they fail to be what they are at extreme low temperature, below 100 degrees Celsius. You know, like rubber
Sure.
fails
So
between 60 to 80 degrees Celsius, and we have some silicone rubbers, yeah, which can resist up to minus 105 degrees or minus 110. But these are like engineering achievements. Now, if your device requires a sealant to resist at much lower temperatures than that, then obviously you cannot use these kind of rubbers.
So, if the fluid or this dome toroidal shape exists and it meets at the North Pole and at the outer edges, it sounds like it would be impossible to fly an airplane over the North Pole because it would be too
Well,
cold.
let me tell you something. You see, when you open up a circuit, a PC board, motherboard from a computer, yeah, you see the microchips in there being isolated, yeah, from the outside medium in under a ceramic coating, yeah, shield.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, superfluid liquid helium actually can flow through that ceramic as if nothing is there, just like water will be flowing through a sponge. And
But it would be really cold.
yeah, in that chip, you have metals and silica, you know, which these elements at those temperatures, they become superconductors. They show very different physical properties. And
Right. But you said no living thing should be able to pass it. So if it's a
yeah.
toroidal shape, planes should not be able to fly over the North Pole because all the people inside would freeze to death.
Well, not in
Because
the
they would be
case
passing
where
this helium barrier,
yeah, but
right?
I told you, yeah, you see, now you take it just like I said that there is a jet stream or shooting jet of this liquid. But I also told you it's not necessarily to be that. It could be
No.
rising in a helium gas form. So it's a gas.
But what's the temperature? No, I'm talking in the toroidal shape, not the dome shape,
Yeah,
but
well,
toroid, right?
at minus 60 degrees Celsius,
Yeah.
helium is in its gaseous state.
Okay.
At minus 200 degrees Celsius, that is a very hot state, a very
Minus
high
200?
energy state for helium. So it it will have a gaseous state. His gaseous state is all the way down to 5 Kelvin, minus 260 degrees Celsius, 65, 68, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And at this temperature, you are below the hydrogen liquefaction condensation.
What's okay? I'm not sure what that's got to do with flying a plane through it, though. So if
Yeah,
like there's this
planes
barrier, right,
can
of
fly
the
through gas. Yeah.
yeah,
So
okay. So if there's this barrier of liquid helium, right?
mm,
Um, which I understand this is I'm talking as if this is just it's all speculation, of course, but
yeah,
I'm just addressing it specifically. If there's two possible shapes it could be a dome with the center point of the fountain being the North Pole, or if I understand correctly, it could be at the Antarctic, but it would be because the Antarctic circles, it's one giant circle, it would be more of a toroidal shape with the center of the donut being at the North Pole, right? Do I
yeah,
understand correctly? Okay. So
yeah.
if it's a toroidal shape, the walls of that liquid helium would be coming down and meeting at the center or at the North Pole.
Well, you see now on top in the sky,
Okay.
when you have this toroidal shape, yeah,
Yep.
place at the top in the sky.
You still there?
If you, yeah,
Okay.
mic check.
Great. Yep.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
So if you were to be like on the surface of the sky with the feet on the sky and head towards the ground, yeah, and you will be looking towards that center
Oh, I lost you.
rising as a cone-shaped mountain, which is directed towards the North Pole.
Cone-shaped mountain. Trying. Which way would the cone, the tip of the cone, be? At the bottom or at the top?
Well, um, you see, when superfluid liquid helium forms a vortex or a vortex in the water, in liquids, yeah,
Yep.
those vortices, they have a toroidal shape.
You mean like a whirlpool?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The
I can see it being a
liquid,
conical shape, but how is it a toroidal shape?
yeah, you see only that part, but inside the liquid, the
Yeah.
motion of the liquid molecules, they
Oh,
are
are forming a
moving
toroid.
in a
Okay.
toroidal shape.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. So that's how they will be.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time picturing this. Like, it seems like the simplest way to falsify it would just be fly through it. If an airplane can fly through it, that should
Yeah, but
falsify it, should it not?
I don't know what altitude uh, there is to the sky. Like, where is this sky ocean? But I can clearly see that the stars, we see them just like you would have lights on the bottom of a pool, yeah? And when you have waves on the surface of the water, you see them twinkling, yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
And this is pretty much how we see the stars
Yeah.
doing.
But we don't see the planets that way, though, right?
Yeah, well, you see, the planets, I would say that they are not even there physically up above our head. The planets will be like those wandering stars. They are trapped beneath the world on the other side, um, where is pitch black darkness. There is no light there. It's very different from what we experience here. And yeah, this matches like with the creation, with what God said, this realm that he created of existence. Oh, mic check.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I hear you. Sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to picture what you're indicating
But
with the
their
planet.
image, you see, when these stars are in a complete dark, so they don't know in which direction they are moving. But as they were ordered, because they are fallen stars, um, they know that they have to keep spinning, rotating, and they cannot achieve a perfect circular path. Yeah, so they have elliptical orb. We see they have elliptical orbits in the sky. Now, acceleration and deceleration in a frictionless medium, you cannot perceive it. Any change in velocity and stuff, you cannot perceive it. So they have no clue that they are actually rotating in an elliptical orbit, and that makes them distinguishable from all other stars which are really up there in the sky. So these stars, they don't know that. Now,
Where are they located though? Like, are they on the inside or the outside?
also, you see, when you look at the night sky, you see that darkness between the stars. Yeah, like.
Oh, you broke up again.
Oh,
The darkness
so
between the stars.
when you look at the night sky, you see
Yeah.
the sky being filled with more darkness than light.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, that darkness that we see is actually a reflection of a superimposing image of what it is below our feet. So when we look at the sky, we see both realms of what is above us and also what is below us.
Well, I can see why that's speculation.
That's speculation, but I know. But this is actually explain how light propagates through the medium of superfluid liquid helium. It loses no energy, nothing.
But how does it travel through the Earth? Like the planets, how does the light?
It's not traveling through the Earth. It's actually the image of what is on the bottom of the world is projected on this liquid helium, yeah, superfluid liquid helium, and this image is brought up, superimposed in the sky
Through
through the
the
through the outer edges, you know. Um,
Has there ever been a
Something like
demonstration of this
when you,
working?
yeah, when you take like um, half of a sphere
Yeah.
glass, yeah,
Yeah.
you put it on a table and you shine a light in it, yeah, you can see that the light can, at a certain angle and distance, you will see that light being projected only on the half area beneath that glass, and on the other side you will see it's like in the dark.
Yeah, but that light is shining from the top of it, not from the
Yeah,
bottom.
I know.
Okay. So that's not an example of it
But
working from below, though.
no, well, it's about the image of those stars, wandering stars
It's
that
on
we
the
see in the
outside of the
sky.
glass.
Sorry?
It's on the outside of the glass. The light is shining from the outside of the glass dome, right?
Yes,
In your example.
yes, but I'm not talking about where the light source is or what the light source does. I'm telling you that the shape of that glass, yeah,
Yeah.
when light hits that medium, it changes the way it propagates. Normally, idealistically, those photons, they should all hit the bottom of that glass. So beneath all that glass, there should be light, you know. I'll try to
Beneath, oh,
post
you mean like
this.
the bottom edge of the glass would be lit up?
Yeah,
I think I
I'll
understand.
show you a GIF as an
Sure.
example to see. Okay, this one. Oh no, not this one. Sorry.
That's not the right one. Okay.
And
Here's a question for you while you're doing that. I just had a thought with regards to the helium. If it's got a refraction index of 1 and it's has no friction, wouldn't the light just pass straight through it without any wavering?
yeah, light does have a different behavior, but I don't know much. I mean, I haven't seen many experiments with superfluid liquid helium.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be easy to get or to handle.
Yeah,
It's not like you could do it at
and,
home.
and you see, if you try, look, that GIF that I posted now, you see, you shine
I
a
only see
light,
that for
and
flickers. Okay. Yep.
yeah, on the bottom, you can see half of it is illuminated, half is in darkness.
Yep.
Yeah, but now that light also has a circular path on the surface of that glass, you know, and if you actually make a hole in the glass on the side, on that side which is in the dark, yeah,
Yep. Yep.
and you stick something in there, put a pin or whatever, you see that light is being driven on the curvature of that round glass, and you will see it will illuminate that pin you put in the hole there.
Sure. Yeah, the glass is like
Yeah,
kind of bouncing along within the glass. This is
yeah,
how fiber optics works, right?
yeah, exactly. Like fiber optics, you have a curved cable, you know, and at one end you shine light, and the other end you see the light shining in that direction. So
Sure.
this is something which superfluid liquid helium always also can do with light.
It can.
Yeah, but this phenomena is complicated. I mean, even for me, when I was reading the superfluid liquid helium properties and stuff, when they got to its interaction with light and photons, stuff becomes like a shitload complicated.
Sure.
Yeah. I recommend you study and research this if you have the time, but I don't have that much time to do this. I'm an ordinary society worker, you know.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, cool. Well, we'll leave it at that then. I don't know if there's
Mhm.
anyone else here who wants to talk about anything. So, thanks for
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah, I have to get ready. I go to work. It was nice. What's your name? Are you Chad?
Yeah, it's me, Chad.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. You're
Sorry? You broke up again there,
Yeah,
Dave.
hey, you see, this this kind of view perspective on the world, um, I find it like there is so much that we don't know about the working mechanism of nature.
Hmm. Well, I should let you get ready to head out to the salt mines.
Yeah, yeah, 5 minutes now. Okay, I'm gonna have one more cigarette and then, yeah, I can take off.
All right. Take
Yeah.
care.
I'm gonna smoke one more cigarette and we can talk. So 5 minutes.
Sure. So, do you think, with your idea of this superfluid, that it would act then as a container for gases for the atmosphere?
Yes, yes, yes. I can. Yeah, I have a documentary
Hmm.
on superfluid liquid helium made by John Carr, if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't butcher his name.
Sure.
And it's a very good documentary. It's short, like 45 minutes, but yeah, there's only 2 documentaries on YouTube about this, and they really show it you the physical thing in the lab, you know.
It's superfluid, so okay.
Yeah, and they show this bell fountain, you know, and he explains like how actually this bell laminar flow of the liquid, when it's getting close to the surface of the liquid in the beaker, um, it goes like a little bit sideways and it forms a film of I don't know, 50 microns. It's very, very thin, you know.
Hmm.
But he's saying like that's actually not by coincidence. It's actually superfluid liquid helium is actually containing that gas, yeah, inside, and its pressure, certain pressure, you know, of that gas to maintain that bell shape.
So, is it the pressure then that is pushing out on the fluid to create the
Well, the
shape?
liquid itself thins. The laminar flow of the liquid is getting thinner,
Hmm.
but no more than can actually withhold a constant pressure inside the bell.
Okay.
So it's like self-adjusting, you know, to have that kind of shape and flow, continuous flow. Yeah, it's
Interesting. So, hmm, okay, yeah.
Mm. And another weird thing, it can, I mean, you see, I asked that physicist how it would be if we were to pump this liquid through a pipe. But I told him, when I asked him this, I told him that, hey, look, I know superfluid liquid helium is frictionless medium. It has zero viscosity. That means you cannot push yourself from it. So if you spin a propeller inside it, it it will give you no thrust. You know, like that propeller spins frictionless inside this medium.
Okay.
So this liquid can flow in 2 opposite directions in the same time, just like we actually see in the we actually take the qubits in quantum computers. It's about the spin of the electron, clockwise or counterclockwise, and there is a superstate where the electron is actually spinning in both directions in the same time. So
That's interesting.
yeah. So this is a property which this liquid actually shows it, reveals it physically possible and going on at the lowest energy states in nature. So
Pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get stuck in a bubble of it. You'd never be able to get out, hey? Couldn't swim through it?
why I like this is because it offers me, like, hey, there is so much stuff to discover, yeah, and to know. Then having this heliocentric infinite vacuum and imaginary forces which actually obstruct you from developing any kind of technology or instruments or whatever to make any discoveries, new discoveries. And you cannot make because you require such big telescopes and such complicated rockets, you know.
I don't know. Theoretical physicists are always looking to shake things up past the known
Yeah,
paradigms, right? So they're
yeah,
always looking for fun ways to figure things out. So
yeah.
that's the whole quantum realm and everything like that. So if we were just stuck on the macro, we would
Yeah,
never
but
figure it out
even in
yet.
this,
So
I mean, to buy a quantum computer to actually have a first-hand like empirical technology which is based on these principles, yeah, it costs like minimum $20 million. They are not cheap.
I wouldn't imagine, no.
Yeah, so for me as a civilian, if I had that money, definitely not gonna buy a computer.
Yeah, no, you could get a few
Yeah.
pretty standard computers for that much.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to use it, like.
Well, how would you program in it?
Exactly. And I mean, this is also a field where we lack engineers. So the trend now is to actually study and become a quantum computing programmer.
Yeah. It'll take
These
time,
these
but
kind of
it's probably going to
programmers
happen.
are very searched today. Yeah.
It'll take time.
But you cannot become a quantum computer programmer without studying quantum mechanics. Go hardcore in it.
Yeah, for sure. It hasn't been simplified where like a standard computer
Yeah,
programmer doesn't need to know all of the ins and outs of, electricity to be able to program.
yeah. And even quantum mechanics is really hard to learn it. And it's based.
Well, it's not
There is
intuitive.
this. There is this. And we adopted it, implemented, but it's not confirmed that hey, this is actually the real reality. It's a very close approximation of what things could be, you know. Um, but the atom is not nailed what it is, you know.
Oh,
Neither the
no.
electron, neither the nuclei of the atom. Um, on paper, calculus and all this stuff, yeah, it gives good results. It shows that we are pretty close to reality.
Well, we've figured out how to use it, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah.
there's
Yeah,
utility in
exactly.
it, right? So
Hmm.
even if we don't
Yeah,
have a full understanding, we can still at least make use of
yeah.
it. So.
But with quantum mechanics, I mean, at such deep levels of the small, um, to actually explain what these phenomena are, what happens, particles, behavior, trajectories, vectors, um, weight, mass.
Well, we are definitely limited in our ability to understand certain things just based on the nature of our existence. So,
Mm.
well, anyways, I gotta let my dogs out. They're bugging me at the moment. So
Yeah,
you
me
take
too. I
care.
have to get. Yeah, you too, Chad. Have a
Okay, take
nice
care.
evening, day. Take care.
It's
Bye bye.
it's still morning for me. Take care. Bye.
Okay. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hello, Globers. Even though there's just like 2 of us in here, really. That's muted.
Are you a Glober or are you a Flat Earther?
I'm a Glober, but I'm versatile.
Me as well. I'm a.
Okay. What's your globe proof?
What do you mean?
Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Simply all the scientific evidence points towards the Earth being round. Simple laws of physics dictate that an object massive enough with a gravitational field will always revert to being some sort of sphere.
Okay. What's your bread and butter argument? What do you reckon your best argument is for the globe?
Physics. The one word, physics.
I see. Now, how would you falsify the globe? Like in your mind, like what would be the best way?
To get an education and actually know about physics before you dictate the shape of the Earth.
I see. But you think the Earth can be falsified, right? As a globe, sorry.
No, I don't think so. So I saw a couple of messages from the flat Earth community, basically saying that all the other planets in our solar system have been observed to be round, but they refute anything that points to the Earth being round. So it's just a bit of a double-sided argument. They think all the planets are, or just the Facebook community thinks that the other planets are round while the Earth is flat. It's just a bit of a stupid argument.
Oh, you think it's stupid?
I think the flat Earth theory is stupid.
Okay, right. Since it's just me here, I'll take one for the team and say, what if I was going to show you that you can see further than what you're supposed to see given the geometry of the Earth?
You would probably be at a higher altitude than most people, so.
What if I'm 6 foot off the ground at sea level?
And what are you observing at what distance?
Let's say there's an oil rig. And
Yeah.
this oil rig is, let's say, 3 kilometers behind where I'm supposed to see it. And then there's another one that's another 3 kilometers behind that. And regardless of where they are, the horizon yet is still behind that, right? So even further back, right? When you're only supposed to see about you're meant to see 1.22 kilometers times the square root of the observer's height, right?
If the Earth was flat, you'll be able to see anything further than 3 kilometers. If that was the case, you could argue that you could be able to visit or see the highest points on the Earth just from the point where you're standing, but that's not the case because of the curvature is so slight. And
so
if
I did show you the Earth you being able to see clearly past 3 kilometers, would you say that the Earth has been the globe Earth has been falsified?
No, because no reasonable distance to be able to not see an object is not 3 kilometers. It's way further than that.
Wait, so how far are you supposed to see then, according to this globe model?
Depends on the area. Not really sure how far it's supposed to be, depending on the altitude and the height of the building.
So you're at sea level. You're at sea level. You're about 6 foot tall, and obviously, at some point, the curve should start obstructing your vision, right?
Yes, at some point. If you can't see past a certain point, that's just basically irrefutable proof that the Earth is round. Otherwise, you'll be able to see hundreds of kilometers in the distance. And just hypothetically, the flat Earth model, the stars are, let's say, 60 kilometers up, according to the flat Earth model. Then you'll be able to see much further into the distance if that was the case. Because we humans can basically pick up any light source that is quite far away, or just anything that reflects light.
Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to show you something. Just give me a quick second.
Ah, it's fine. Take your time.
Right, look at the side chat. Now, this is called the Black Swan, right? Basically, where's the horizon in that image? It's behind the oil rigs, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, isn't there supposed to be obstruction between the observer, say 6 foot, right, and the horizon, which is clearly further than 10 miles away?
Well, it definitely would be if you're talking about the smaller scale Earth, but since the Earth is like thousands of kilometers in width, it's definitely likely that the curvature is so slight that you'll be able to see like 20 miles in distance. And not to mention, oil rigs are usually 100 meters from sea level, so that also helps with, because oil rigs are normally not so close to the ground. They're usually like a few hundred meters up from where all the operations happen. So there's already an elevation in where the thing being observed is visible.
Yeah, but the Earth's geometry tells us that we should only be able to see 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. If that's 6 foot, that should be 3 miles, right? You're seeing 6 miles and 10 miles respectively, and even further behind that, you can see the horizon.
Yes,
that should like, regardless of how big the Earth is, because we're using Earth's geometry to figure this out, right? There should be some sort of curve horizon between you and that oil rig.
Well, you can see the height difference in the one platform hill house and platform habitat. You can basically observe the habitat being lower generally than platform hill house.
That's because of this. Platform habitat is further away, so it looks smaller. You know how objects are further away, they look smaller?
Yes, but it wouldn't be such a mass difference, because if you look at the beamings below that, it's way shorter than platform hill house.
That's just because it's further away.
Yes, and the curvature accounts for that.
If you brought that further forward towards you, it would look the same. Like and that's not even withstanding the fact that either way, whether or not you think that's, we could split hairs over whether that's further away or whether it's deeper underwater. Maybe the water's deeper there because it's further into the ocean. Either way, you shouldn't be able to see either of those things. At that point, those two objects should be obscured by obstruction, and behind that, you see the horizon. So even then, the horizon's set behind. It's meant to be a geometric horizon. So the horizon is meant to indicate where the curve is. Even behind that, there's no curve.
Yes, but like the argument I mentioned beforehand, if there was like a flat as a paper, you'd be able to see hundreds of miles in the distance. But basically, because you can't see objects further than a certain mileage, that's just proof that there is a slight curvature of the Earth.
Well, it's not, because define horizon for me.
The horizon is basically the point where the curvature is supposed to set in, or basically when the sun goes down, you can't see below a certain point. The horizon is just the horizontal line where objects are visible.
It's just basically where the sky meets the Earth, right? That's all it is.
Yeah.
Now, would you say that the horizon is geometric, or do you think it's a just an apparent thing, an optical thing?
What do you mean by geometric?
So the horizon, does it indicate where the curve of the Earth is, or is it just a thing that we see? What is it?
I think it's both.
Well, how can it be both?
If it's geometrical, that just tells you it's a sphere with the bomb.
Oh, right. So you think that it is basically a geometric horizon. What we see is the geometric curve of the horizon, right?
Yes.
Okay. So again, you're only supposed to see 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height, which is 6 foot. Let's say 3 miles ish, right? We'll give you 3 miles. That's
Yes, but
6 miles away, and the horizon is set behind it, and you can't it's not going to be like a slight curve. At this point, the horizon should be in front of us, in front of both of those platforms, and in this image, it's not just the fact that the platforms look like quite far away and clearly visible. The horizon is set further behind it. When you say like it takes into account curvature and all that sort of stuff, it's not, because you would not be able to see those two platforms.
still, like I said, the object being observed is elevated for its nature. If it was on ground level and it wasn't that tall, then
how tall would it have to be able to? When you see a boat go over a horizon, right? What do you claim that you see? You see the bottom go down first, right?
Yes.
So a boat you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. You wouldn't be able to see the legs of these platforms. You'd be able to see maybe the top at best, right?
Well, not if it's like highly elevated.
Not if it's highly elevated.
Let me just.
I think, look, it's like, just think about it, right? There's a curve, there's a horizon. The horizon is meant to be, in your worldview, in line with the geometric curve, right? So where we expect to see the curve obstruct, given the Earth's geometry, is about 3 miles if you're 6 foot, right?
Let me just ask you a simple question: if the Earth was flat, how many kilometers in diameter would the Earth be?
I don't know. I don't see how it's relevant to this, though.
It is relevant when you consider the long distance objects. That's just the whole argument I started with. If the Earth was truly flat, you'll be able to observe objects from hundreds of miles away. But it getting further, and you're not being able to see the far distance objects. That just proves the slight curvature of the Earth.
It proves the slight curvature of the Earth. Is that what you just said? Talking about like a mild curvature, we're talking about the fact that you can see further than where the horizon's supposed to be, right? Not just like, we're talking the horizon here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
what
and
are
you
you
can see
trying to say?
behind it.
Yes, but that distance is not relevant when the objects are hundreds of feet in the air. That just furthers your
It is.
distance.
Think about a boat, right? What
Yeah.
disappears first on a boat? It
The
is
bottom.
the bottom. Can you see the surface of the ocean?
Yes, I can see,
You
but
can see the surface of the ocean, right?
Clearly, the bottom part.
So you can see the bottom where the habitats and the hill house are meeting the ocean, right? You can see the ground.
Yes.
Yes. So think about,
If you were to scale the platform habitat upwards.
work with me here, right?
Yeah. Well, you can definitely see the object further away, even if you scale it upwards, has less bottom, or basically
Right.
the bottom
Let's
is
go
starting to
back.
disappear.
Let's go back to the beginning, right? What's a horizon?
The object, or the line
where the sky meets the earth, right?
Yes.
Right? And look, where's the horizon in that image?
It's further than 9 miles.
Yeah. So the curve that you're talking about should be behind these two O-rings. But that implies that you live on a much bigger Earth than what the geometry allows for.
Well, wait. How far away is the horizon? Wait, let me just look it up.
I've been telling you that it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height, right? I've been telling you how far it's supposed to be.
Well, we're talking about the Earth, not a perfect sphere. That's the issue.
You could test this anywhere.
The object, or Earth, is basically not a perfect sphere. That's the whole point. Some parts are flat, some parts are are more elongated. It's not a perfect sphere.
I could show you many such instances. Is it just a coincidence all of these instances are just a part of the sphere that apparently we shouldn't be able to see further, we should be able to see further behind? No, it isn't.
The Earth is flat, just like God's is about to be, but
Yeah, agreed.
God.
And left. Mm.
So if the horizon's set behind here by a lot, right? We're talking 3 miles, but you're seeing over 10 miles. I could show you images of, being able to see Cyprus from Turkey, which is a good 20 kilometers, right? What happens to your ball then?
Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Honestly, I would have to look at the source of the image to see if it wasn't taken from a high-end perspective. Because using the equation to be able to determine how far the horizon goes or where you're able to see it, it must have been taken from a higher altitude.
It's clearly at sea level, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Does the image signal to you that he's standing on a mountain?
Not really.
No. Does it look like he's standing on a hill? Does he look like he's level with water right now? Yes, he does. He looks like he's level with water. And what is water? Flat and horizontal. You'll think about it, So what do you think, C2?
I'm just looking at the debate being discussed here, where there was similar images being produced. But it has to do with the refraction of light.
Google Earther. You're finding all your answers on Google right now.
Well, because honestly, I'm not really into camera work, and
can you explain refraction for me?
Not really.
So why do you believe in the globe then?
Oh, it's when light gets bent.
It's when light gets bent. Now,
Yes.
What do you need for refraction to exist?
A body of water, in this case.
You need two mediums, and you need some sort of effect that's going to create your refraction for you, right? So, for instance, you might try very high temperatures. We're talking hundreds of degrees higher than what the surface of the Earth is going to allow for. So, how could you have such extreme conditions over this image, where temperature wouldn't be like 300 degrees, will it, centigrade?
Well, a body of water has the ability to reflect light.
Reflect? I thought we were talking about
refract.
How does a body of water have the ability to refract light?
When it bends from one material to another.
And how would that mean that you could see further over the water?
Because what I'm assuming is
like we all
that
know
the-
you can put a pencil in a glass of water and watch it refract, but we're not talking about those two mediums. We're talking about seeing further over the water, not through the water. Do you understand?
I'm trying to.
If they're telling us these are the measurements of the globe Earth, and we're being able to see further than what we're being told that we should be able to see, that
My guess
means that either your Earth is a lot bigger than what you're telling us, or the Earth is flat, right? As we all experience it, flat and stationary.
Then I'd say the Earth is bigger than told.
So you're
That
just
would be-
bringing your own ball. So how did they come up with those measurements then for the Earth?
No, I'm just saying that it is a more logical argument than the flat Earth one.
You think it's more logical? Well, has anyone ever measured the Earth?
Yes.
Now, who did that? When, where, and how?
The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers.
The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. Who measured
Yes.
that? Do you know who measured it?
Poseidon, yes. Poseidon, yeah, I know how to pronounce the name.
Who? Poseidon?
Earth is not flat, and I'll tell you why. It's so round. Let me tell you. It's so round. It's absolutely round. It's rounder than this. Look at this. It's so round.
Do a Trump Biden impression.
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
Basically, Trump trying to imitate Joe Biden.
Basically, Sleepy Joe. He's going like, oh, holy shit. I don't know where I am.
Starts walking to a wall. You make a great Trump voice over.
I would.
Jesus Christ.
I'm terrific. Let me tell you. We're going to make politics 24/7 great again. We got to do it.
How are you going to do it?
We are going to put a PowerPoint presentation and we're going to guide everybody through the entire system. We're going to make them pay. We're going to make them pay their fair share.
You think Biden will be able to follow?
No, he will fucking fall up the stairs again.
Eagle has missed his mark. Your friend is laughing so hard. Now you truly sound like Trump.
I'm going to go talk to the Jews.
I'm going to follow him. I'm actually a mod for the Jewish Hub.
Have fun.
It's very funny.
He's a very good impression.
It's awesome.
So, Mrs. Penelope, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
Flat.
Flat. Ah.
I'm a flat earther. So there's no controversy here.
You thought that, but I'm actually a globe earther. Ha ha!
Oh, then there is controversy. All right. But I'm also a vegan, so I'm passive.
I'm also well, I'm vegetarian. I'm not vegan, but I'm not
Oh,
vegetarian
you
for any particular health reason. I'm just that because I was raised that way.
were. You had some enlightened parents, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Mine were less enlightened.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where people think meat tastes and looks better than it actually is, because I just find that I have no motivation to eat it. Like, there's just no appeal to me. It looks gross, it smells gross, it feels gross. So I don't really have much of an incentive to want to eat it.
You know, they say it's blood type, but I'm not sure if it is, you know? There are
Yeah.
some blood types that are very much they're they're carnivores by chemically carnivores, you know.
Yeah.
I've never liked. Oh, go ahead.
What were you saying, sorry?
No, I was just saying that since I was very young, I've had I've never liked it too. I never liked the taste of it, and then once I found out how they actually got it on my plate, I just gave it up entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so I don't really talk about being a vegetarian because I feel like some people don't like vegetarians talking about the fact that they don't eat meat.
It triggers people.
So I just keep it to
It,
myself most of the time. It's just a
me
thing I
too.
do.
Me too. I don't care to convert anybody. Whatever you want to eat is fine with me. My parents were both carnivores, and I love them terribly. So it's no difference to me.
Yeah. I think sometimes if it ever comes across in conversation that I'm a vegetarian, that people will do exactly what they don't like vegans doing, and they'll start telling me about how great meat tastes. And I'm like, okay, I'm all right, thanks. I don't like chocolate cake either. I don't like chocolate. I don't like meat. I don't like sweets or candy, as you call it. But I'm not I'm not normal.
Jeffrey Dahmer didn't like sweets or meat or anything like that either.
Well, me and Jeffrey Dahmer have another thing in common, and that's they're both gay as well. Maybe I'll kill you one day, Doctor.
Maybe. I don't think so.
I'm making a video for Alpha Veritas.
More globe debunking.
Well, just meant to be a bit of a joke to make him smile, because I feel like Alpha's not been very happy recently. Speaking of globe debunking, Little G, are you a glober? Julius J, C4RR, I presume means car. OG Meatball.
Hell no.
I see.
Flat earther, bro.
They're all flat earthers.
Of
All
course.
right. I'm the only glober then. I guess I've got to take one for the team.
No, you're a flat earther also.
Yeah, I've definitely heard it before. You're a flat earther. Just don't
I'm a
admit
flat
it.
earther. But I don't admit it. That's a weird concept. The idea I'll be a flat earther, but I don't admit it. So I don't think that sounds like me.
Just in the first stage of denial. It's okay though.
I mean, I could be in denial, who knows? But I think I'm pretty confident on the globe, as far as I can tell. For now, anyway.
I can't tell we're on a globe.
Well, neither can I. So that's one thing we have in common. Ah, Get Beget's in here. You ready to get mogged? I'll mug you all day, Get Beget. You'll never win a debate against me. No. You
trying to
cannot
mug me?
win debates.
Debates are not about winning. Right?
It's about truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That which you don't hold.
Well,
because you are not consistent with facts.
I don't know what you're talking about. All my arguments.
Yeah,
are
I know,
consistent.
I know, I know. You wouldn't be able to make a definition of truth on your own.
Is that so?
Yeah, a correct definition of truth, you are not capable to define it. Yeah.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah. But I can give you a correct definition of truth.
Right, define truth then for me. Go on, big
do
shot.
not, which you do
Define
not
truth then, big
find
shot.
in any textbook
Define
out
truth then,
there.
big shot. Define truth.
Truth is that which is consistent with fact.
Okay. And how would that be? Well, first of all, how would that be incontrovertible with anything I believe in?
I just told you it's a definition.
Yeah, but how would it be incontrovertible with anything I believe in?
It's a definition of what truth is, and you don't find this definition in any textbook or dictionary that you search. And
You're
because
talking broken biscuits,
it is
mate.
made because I'm the author, yeah, and you are not an author, but I am officially an author.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever you say, big shot.
Yeah. You still have a long way to go in life. I mean,
maybe, but you don't have that long left in life, so. Oh God, I'm so good at this.
The globe is a broken biscuit.
Yep, that's very true. One deck. I'm a big One Deck fan. If you didn't know already.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat. Nice and northern.
Flat as a pancake.
Are you from the northeast?
From Manchester, mate.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't live that far away from each other. How exciting!
Oh, we could probably meet up for a latte.
Yeah, but I'm not half. I'm not half your age. It would look. It would be. We wouldn't have much to talk about. You'd be talking about the '60s, and I'll be talking about. You know what?
No, I'd be talking about, mate. I'd be talking about the Hacienda and house music, and Happy Mondays and Oasis.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and also the Second World War, but.
But you could have a flat white. We could meet. You could have a flat white in Starbucks.
Yeah, I mean, I go up to Manchester regularly, so next time I go there, I'll holler at you.
I mean, there's no need to be. I mean, a lot of my friends are Globers, but I don't. It doesn't mean I'm not friends with them.
I imagine almost all of your friends are Globers One Deck.
Yeah, well, they almost are. Yeah, I think there's two who aren't. Yes, 2, and I've got a couple of on the fences.
Do you speak to them about flat Earth in real life, or like the Globo friends?
Yeah, 2 of my friends I do. The on the fences, I only when they sort of, but when I can see they've interested or they want to bring up the topic, then I will talk about it. I'd never force it on anybody.
I see.
There you go.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
No worries.
But you, Britnat, you have no flat earther friend. Flat earthers, they can have global friends.
Of course they can, yeah.
But Britnath, as a glober, he does not have flat earther friends. There is a fine distinction between the two.
My daughters are like, got 2 daughters. They can totally understand, and I've had the conversation with them, and they can understand how this. They can totally see what I'm talking about, and that the Earth is not a spinning water ball. But they have mentioned, like everybody else does. Well, what? Why would they lie, Dad? How would they get away with this for so long? What's the point? And so I have that, but I don't force it with them. But they have started to look at things and question things.
What age are they? Your
They're
daughters?
they're in the 20s.
Ah, yeah. Then
Yeah,
you can tell them. Yeah,
they're adults. They can think, but they're quite open to other possibilities, and they like to
yes.
think, question things. So, but they don't. They don't let themselves or allow themselves, or they're not interested in getting into the subject in such a way that I am, probably. It doesn't amuse them, or it hasn't got their interest like it has me. Because I think
Well,
some people, once you discover the flat Earth, it can either be like, all right, yeah, I know that now, and that's it, or you're constantly. To me, it's a constant thing. Not obsessively, but
I will say it's the best to equip them with the best mental state and position, mindset, because at 20 years old, it's the age where all your senses are very sharp, yeah, and energy levels very high, so everything is pretty much effortless to you. So they can invest a lot of research into this, and it will benefit them because they still do have time to go to universities and do a in-depth study, learning.
yeah, they go to a lot of. They love the music. They went to a festival. They go to the music festivals. They went to like I can't remember the name of it or where it was, but it was like a spiritual festival. It's like there's music
Yeah.
on, there's DJs, there's tents with yoga and meditation, and these people there probably taking like magic mushrooms and stuff like that. And but they came home and they said, "Dad, we met some people who were flat earthers," and they were really excited about it. They said, "Oh, yeah," and they actually said we took. They actually said to the people, "Yeah, we're flat earthers." So they introduced themselves as flat earthers because these people were saying, like, about the water level and
And they mentioned a few of the constellations.
Yeah.
They told me some of the stories the guys at this festival were saying. But I was so happy when my daughter said, "Well, we told them we was flat earthers, and yeah, we."
You cut out. Mic check. Or that's me.
Sorry, I had a call coming through. It cut it whenever I had a call coming through, and it cuts off. Sorry. But yeah.
Well, it's good that they identify themselves as flat earther. It means they actually perceived the information you gave them.
And none of it's been full. I've not sat them down and given them a flat Earth lesson like I talk on here. They've heard me mention things, and I plant a few little seeds, and they've picked up on these things, and they've obviously gone off and thought about it and thought, well, yeah, you know what, yeah, it doesn't. If we use our common sense, it doesn't look like we live on a globe.
It's good to have this kind of information because it will be a lot harder for the government or governmental officials to actually deceive you and to actually live knowing that this world was made for you and it is yours. It's a very different kind of paradigm, than the glober mindset where we are nothing. This world belongs to the government and NASA and all these institutions that pose as gods in front of us because they offer us the image and the inner workings of this world, how it functions, existence itself. So they tell us our birth actually is a random event, phenomena, which can happen anywhere, anytime. It's nothing special about it. It's significantless,
I mean, there must be something like. I mean,
you have no value. Yeah.
I mean, the most. I don't actually know myself, but they'll say, yeah, they're taking away they do take away the creator within the paradigm of the heliocentric model. So, but is that the main issue, or is the other things going on? We don't know, do we? What else there is? I mean, these elite people might. Once you know the truth, maybe about the creation and the earth and the realm where we live, it might open up a door to other things that we just cannot comprehend at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
but it's important to actually take the stand of a godly person, not a godly soldier, because when you pose as the soldier, they will fight with you. But if you are just a godly person, then they know they are not allowed to touch you. They know that. So
what ways can we as flat earthers say in everyday life use this knowledge to our advantage in just everyday life? As in going to work, getting up, meeting people. So how can we need to find a way to use this knowledge to our advantage just in everyday life. Now I don't actually do that, to tell you the truth. I mean, I write a few poems about flat earth. I come on here talking and having
Oh, nice.
a
Yeah.
few arguments with people about things and about gas pressure and no containment and scientific method of gravity. So I'll go over all the points that we know about. But I mean, how can this be an advantage to me in my what? How can I need to use this now for my advantage, so people can see that when you've got this knowledge, it's advantageous to yourself.
Yes.
So things will change for you in a better way. So I've not done that
Yeah.
yet, and I think that's what I need to be doing next. So
And
you go. Do you
I'm
get up? You
pretty
go to
sure it
work.
won't be hard for you.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you? I mean, I'm just chatting here, mate. I'm just talking out loud, you know. So it would be nice.
Oftentimes,
It would be nice,
I
like
tell you
to.
something. I tell you something. In
Yeah, go
10
on, mate.
years from now, you will probably find yourself that, hey, I actually benefited in many ways of this knowledge about flat Earth, which I didn't realize. Things that you have done, you know,
I mean,
in
I think what I'm trying to say, and I'm sorry to, I'm. It would be nice once you discovered the truth of flat Earth that you could
yeah,
actually demonstrate to somebody that once you have this
yeah,
knowledge, things become a lot clearer and your life changes for the better. That's what we
yeah.
need to How do you demonstrate that?
Well, I would say lucidity, mind lucidity. But what I mean is not like um, not being drunk or, it's actually a state of mind where you are aware of certain things. And
It's more of a. Do you not agree? It's more of a personal thing for yourself,
yeah,
really.
yeah.
Rather than although we can share the knowledge,
Mm.
when you're walking around and you know that you know,
Yeah.
and
Well,
you
I
can.
tell you honestly, in school, when we learned the scientific method, um, that was like 10 minutes in the class. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then we moved on to other things very, very quickly. And no teacher has actually put an accent on science and scientific method, you know.
Mm.
They just went on like in a Formula One car race or Indy cars, um, trying to teach me chemistry, physics, biology, everything, you know. So there was no debate, no questioning. It was the teacher giving the lesson and homework, and then you go home and you start doing your homework that your teacher gave you. And when you come next day, you present your homework. He was checking on you. And if you had it done, then um, you will not be given a bad grade. But they wouldn't give you a good grade for doing it, you know. That's very funny. They just wanted to be sure that you actually ingurgitated
It's
that
almost. I'm sorry to.
information.
It's almost as like humans are not
Yeah,
following what humans should be doing
yeah,
on in this realm.
yeah,
I mean, because
yeah.
we're in a system, you know, a
Yeah.
controlled system. What would be the perfect state for a human being? I wonder. Would it be perfect stillness and mindfulness?
Mm. I would say that the best school concept would be to actually use art and music and poetry to deliver, to use these artistic instruments to deliver science, knowledge, You know, physics, chemistry, everything.
Mm.
And then every person that becomes a 20-year-old, an adult, already has a big luggage of scientific facts in his head. And this kind of people, you cannot actually fool them when you try to sell land, when you buy, they know how to measure, you know, they
Yeah.
know how physics of light, um, they know what horizontal means. If you don't lie to them that the horizon, we see it as a straight line being caused by a flat horizontal plane, if you don't lie to them that this is what we see, but it's actually curved, so our eyes are lying to us and nature, is lying to us to believe opposite of what we observe, um, their religion will not exist.
Must have been some shift, though. From shifting
Yeah,
to all the ancient cosmology and knowledge about a
yeah.
flat stationary Earth, then to now
Mm.
have a system in place that's a water ball flying through the vacuum of space, and everybody just has not got a problem thinking of that. Even the people who, and I know these people who go to church, the Catholics, they'll go and pray every Sunday. They go to confession. They take communion. They've been
Yeah.
baptized. Yeah. So they read the Bible. They know God created this and that on the sixth day and fucking on the second day and all this. But they'll tell you it was a big bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
So
bang.
yeah, it's a big bang.
Yeah.
But they go to church. They read the Bible. But they did not. They don't understand the creation story. I mean, I'm not into flat Earth because of the create. I mean, to tell you the truth, I mean, I was brought up a Catholic, but I wasn't heavily into church or
Yeah.
anything like that. I was forced to go to church more than anything by my parents. You must go
Yes.
to, and I had to go
Yeah.
at school. I didn't take any notice. I was a bit of a rebel at that stage.
It's not a
But
bad thing going to church because for you it was more of a people's gathering, and actually trying to share good knowledge, good teachings, and learn something good. But when you go into the in depth of the Catholic Church, you find that it's a satanic religion.
oh yeah,
Orthodoxy also, all Christian religions, they are disguised. But
yeah. No, but
so I'm
what's
not saying that people who are actually part of these religions, they are Satanists or ill-hearted people.
no, I know,
They
but what
are
I'm saying
actually
is,
victims. They
and
are
it's not.
victims of the deceiver. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not. It's a story you've heard 10,000 times, and
yeah,
I'm probably going to repeat it because we've all heard it. But it does hold a place in my mind because I've got a friend of mine, same age, and he's got children like me. He's one of the family was a priest, in the
yeah.
church. Now, when I mention the flat Earth situation to my friend,
Mm,
this particular friend he laughs and like just cannot understand it. But he's a big church
mm,
goer, a big Bible reader. So
yeah,
I mentioned about the create. If you're going down that route of the Bible, yeah.
yeah,
If you are saying you trust the scriptures and what
yeah.
they're telling you, then how can you not listen to the
How
creation
can you
story?
laugh when you hear something that's written in the Bible? Yeah,
Yeah.
like
No,
you're laughing at the Bible.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I'm not a flat earther from a Bible perspective. That's not.
Mm,
Mine is from observation, common sense, and geometric. Although
yeah.
because what I was trying to say earlier was, I wasn't really into, even though I was brought up as a Catholic, I wasn't really interested, to tell you the truth. It wasn't until I got into Flat Earth that when someone mentioned about the creation story, that's something twigged. I thought, bloody hell, I never thought about that myself.
Yeah.
And put them to, but I don't sort of, when I'm in sort of debates or discussions with people on the Flat Earth, I very rarely talk about the Bible and the creation story. But what I can't understand is there's so many people who are devout Catholics and churchgoers, supposedly, who believe in a Big Bang situation where the Bible tells them it was created. And this is a contradiction in terms. So that sort of gets me, and I stop every time I see a Jehovah's Witness with the stands up. I'll go and have this conversation with them. I do it all the time, not in a bad way, not in an argumentative way. I just have the discussion with them.
Yeah, I know. You just drop the pill, and
Yeah,
see what they do with it. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, some people will have these reactions, like you bring heresy to them. You make outrageous claims, so they have this default reaction, which has actually been programmed into them to have this reaction.
Yeah. Well, I've spoke to a Muslim a few months ago, and I've spoke to a Jehovah's Witness a couple of months ago, and I asked them about the creation, and do they believe in a creator? So I said, well, if you believe in a creator, I mean, what do you believe you live on a globe? Well, yes, we do. They said. I said, well, that's not a creation story. That's that's a mistake story. Well, and then their answer is, because they don't know where to go with that, is that God created the Big Bang. But then I'll take them back to the scripture and say there's no word of that. It doesn't say God created a Big Bang and it just all happened within a explosion type of way. Nobody's said that. That's not written down. So it's something you're just making up now.
Yeah, it does say that God's voice is loud, but not an explosion. It says that God's voice is like many thunders and many waters, rivers flowing violently, But that none of that description actually describe an explosion, because an explosion is not an endless sound. It's very short-lived, the sound of an explosion. It's milliseconds,
But I mean, I've always found it intriguing since the flat Earth sort of hit me in the head. I can't. It's just something. It's something I can't stop thinking about. Can't stop talking about it.
The
Because,
same with me, yeah.
I don't know why it's come my way, really, or for what reason. I'm just following. I just do what I'm doing. I'm here now talking about it. Like I say, I've been talking about it for a good few years. I haven't changed anything in myself. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I've probably come a little bit more frustrated with myself, and like I said to you, it would be nice to say, once you've found this information out, that you could think, well, fucking hell, I've found this information out. The creators give me the information, and it's so peaceful and quiet in here now.
Yeah,
I know the truth. Some people tell me they feel like that, and they can switch it on and off. Mine's always been a little bit of a rough road with it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
With friends, family,
be
and talk.
honest. Before I was a spiritual person and a flat earther, I was a person that feared death. I I was a person that
Yeah, I was.
asking a lot, what's the meaning of life? What is life itself? I could not comprehend. I could not get the answer from people. They told me a lot of stories, answers, and stuff, but I always felt it's not the truth, the truthful answer to that question, ultimate answer. And um, this seemed to me like a fog in the mind, which is always there and bothers you, and you cannot actually engage in serious life actions because, hey, what's the value, of these materialistic things? Yeah, I gather treasures and stuff, but are they worthy to be valued more than my life? Like, is it worth it to fight for some belonging, to put my life at risk for that? You know? And yeah, becoming spiritual, I found that actually the treasures of this world, they are worthless, so. And I observed at myself that most of my lifetime I behaved very badly with money and belongings and stuff. I treated them like they have no significant values. Even legacy land from grandparents or um, I I prefer to be disowned, so I gave up my right to own land or stuff like this.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's who knows?
Yeah.
Who
Well,
knows?
there was an argument between my grandfather and my father. My whole lifetime, the grandparents, um, we have like 25 hectare of land, and they were showing me ever since I was a child which part of the land will be mine, is mine. So, knowing that, um, and then uh, my grandfather has an argument with my father.
Sorry, get
Uh,
just I'm not being rude. I'm enjoying the
yeah.
conversation. I've just got to go off for a minute. Something's just happened, and I need to just make a
Okay.
call. But thanks for talking to me.
Okay. Okay. Take your time. Yeah. Be great. No problem. So yeah, I see many houses, land, treasure, things of this world, and they are like get to the knives, stabbing each other, setting them on fire. And I said, no, it's not worth it. I'm just gonna give up everything, and there's nothing in this world that I will actually fight for. I work out for my existence, and whenever I can help someone with something, or someone asking me something and I can help him, That's fine. I do it, and I don't see that. I don't expect anything in return. And on many occasions, I like to help them that I help them. So flat Earth. It's big. It's contained, stationary. It is also watched. Do not think that you have privacy, intimacy. Doesn't exist.
Welcome to the channel. Hello, TOS UK. TOS UK, do you have a microphone? Is anybody here right now? Hello, OG Meatball, are you there?
So I just found Jesse's flat Earth server in the politics and religion server. It's pretty funny.
Hello.
But hello.
What's
Has
up?
anyone found Jesse's flat Earth server that he's created?
What do you mean? Is there a new Flat Earth server?
Well, it's a Globy flat Earth server that he's opened up in the politics and religion server.
Where? I'm in here right now.
No, you're in the politics one. So there's another server, politics and religion.
Oh.
And then we've got a channel in there, but Jesse's started his own channel.
Can I DM you and have you send me the server?
Yeah, sweet. And he
Okay, I just DM'd you.
And sweet. And he and he's basically debunking flat Earth in there, and yeah. And then basically I was asking him some questions about an interaction I had, and he couldn't really answer, but just wanted me to answer some sort of straw man question that he thinks Indio couldn't answer. I'll just have a look at your message, man. Hold on. All right, just sent the server through to you.
All right. Thank you.
So yeah, Spake I think started a channel in there that we've got. There's no one in there at the moment, but further on down, Jesse's got his own one that he started up. If you're okay. So yeah, so stories from Twitter. So hi everyone, I'm your host Kiwi Buzz, and we're here for the morning show, and coming straight from New Zealand, and we're talking Twitter now, and we've got classic Twitter layer. Now the only thing he really slays is his own arguments, but really he was pressing me for a flat Earth flight path from Sydney to Santiago. And then when we were looking at the flight data, there seems to be always missing flight data from those flights. About 8 hours missing flight data every day, or every time it flies. And the plane seems to disappear as soon as it leaves Australia and then reappears as soon as it hits South America. That's just magic. And then but then I'm supposedly a flat Earth idiot for not being able to draw a flight path for the flight that we've got no flight details for. Yeah, so if anyone ever gets hit up about Sydney to Santiago, just ask for the flight data. Thank you. We'll be heading into the ads now, and we'll see you later on. All right, back from the ad breaks. Just came. We're back from another venture where we've got Papa Dip. He is one of the biggest noddies that you could ever really find, and he will continually strawman about a map and ask where the edge is and such silly things like that. And then he basically had the great proof of plasma in a container proving uncontained gases, which is great globy proof right there. And then basically it just unfolds that anytime you ask for evidence, we have parlor tricks or some sort of anomaly that can be explained and has nothing to do with globe or flat Earth, but for some reason, globies, because they have nothing and they can't validate their claims, they feel like they have to reach into their bag of party tricks to try and derail the conversation to make it feel like they have some sort of win. And that's why they'll try to pull you up on some spelling technicality or some such thing to try, because they're so sick of losing at this argument that they have to get win that they can. And they feel, oh, if we can just find any win that makes them feel like that they're proving the sphere Earth, but in the end, all roads lead to flat. So heading into another ad break now. And welcome back to the morning show with Kiwi Buzz. It's 9 a.m. here in New Zealand. We've got grey clouds covering the sky, but it's a cool 17 degrees where I am. But we're heading into summer shortly, and it is going to be lovely. How is everyone on this flat Earth today? Now, we've got another case of the Twitter files. This time, this guy doesn't even really get a name because he's such an numpty, but he was there telling me that a bubble sextant is a tangent. The line formed by a bubble sextant is a tangent, even though the straight line isn't touching a curve or a claimed curve or whatever. We can put aside that there is no curve to claim, but he had mixed up a marine sextant and a bubble sextant. He couldn't then admit that the bubble was establishing the horizontal for the elevation angle, and then had to keep lying about the fact that the required horizontal for the elevation angle is parallel with water level and with the horizon. And then when asked to demonstrate horizontal being parallel to a curve, he turned into insults and said how stupid I was for believing such stupid things. I mean, I was just really asking him to prove the reality. It's quite funny that, isn't it? That globies get so triggered when they're asked to prove their claims. It's almost like the kryptonite of globies. Prove your claims. Anyway, that was the morning show from Kiwi Buzz. I'll be hanging around for any globies that want to embarrass themselves. Feel free to chime on in.
Hello, flat earthers. How are you? Are we having lots of fun today?
Yes.
We are. Fantastic. Do you think if I have a question for you, you will have a satisfying answer for me?
I'll have an answer for you.
Okay. I hope it's a satisfying one. So, I have never understood why flat earthers think that there seems to be lots of people in on this conspiracy to hide the truth about the reality that the world is flat. What is the incentive for that? Like, what does giving people the idea that the world is a globe benefit them? I don't understand that. Like, why wouldn't they just be like, yeah, the world is flat?
I just
And then,
came in, but I'm just that's irrelevant to we don't need to know why if the
okay.
evidence is there.
It's not a very satisfying answer for me. I'm looking for something
I
more
know, but
satisfying.
you don't always need to know why. You don't always need to be satisfied. The truth is the truth,
Mhm.
whether you like the reason or not.
Right. And that, you know, that
I'll
could
give
be
you
the
an answer.
case, right? But
You want it?
yeah, I'm looking for an
A
answer to
solar
that
system
question.
is
It's
a
important to me.
solar system. It lures your soul
Why would you
and takes
ask?
it from you.
Why would? Oh, sorry. Why would you ask? Why do liars lie?
Because typically there's a
Why do?
benefit, there's a reason to
Why do?
lie, right?
Why do criminals kill?
There's
Yeah,
probably like a
that's a
really
good
good
question,
reason
right?
for it. There's probably
Yeah.
many reasons, but the thing is, there'll never be a concrete 100% answer as to why they're lying. That's irrelevant to the truth,
Well, I
ultimately.
mean, it matters to me, right? Because I see this as, well, there's this you guys sell this idea that there's this grand conspiracy. There's all these people who know the earth is flat but are trying
No,
to sell
it's
us
not
the
a
idea that
conspiracy.
it's not, that it's a globe instead. I can't help but ask the question of like, what do
What?
they
What
stand to
is?
gain from that?
What is a conspiracy, sir?
It's like several people getting together to like coordinate for the sake of a goal, to collude. That's what collusion
Yeah.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Like they're
who
conspiring to
invented?
collude. That's a thing.
Who invented this term, conspiracy theory? What's
I
the
don't
reason
see.
for it?
I don't know, and I don't see how it's relevant.
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, you know, if somebody
When
uses a
I
gun
don't
to kill
see, I
people, and they're
don't
like,
see
"But who
why.
invented guns?"
Listen,
I don't
when
really
you
care.
answer like this, you don't see the relevancy. Yeah. Then I don't see the relevancy answering your question.
And that's fine.
Well,
I'll never
well,
get a
get
satisfying answer to the
Yeah.
question.
you
Then
can't say
Yeah, no,
because he
I
doesn't
don't.
want to go down a genetic fallacy that therefore you shouldn't answer his question.
The thing is, with a lot of with modern science, everything that they're teaching, even things that are based off theories, is like a concrete answer for a lot of people. And when you go into this, a lot of things are going to be a question mark. So that's just how it is.
yeah, and I have a
You
question mark
you
too.
can't know
That's all that
everything.
it comes down to. Yeah.
Yeah, you could theorize why people are lying, but we'll never know 100% all the reasons. There's probably a ton of reasons.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Until I
Yeah.
have that answer, you know, or that
Yeah.
question answered, I don't think I'll be convinced very much.
Let's say you're a multi-billionaire and you hear on the radio life in a $50 million man is super cool, comfortable, and all that stuff. And you decide yourself to buy yourself a $50 million mansion. Now you meet with me standing in front of a $50 million mansion, and I'm telling you, hey, do you want to buy this mansion? Say, yeah. And I make a description of the mansion. I tell you how many couches, many stains are on the couches and TVs inside and swimming pools and whatever. And you'll be okay, fine. Now let's see that. Yeah, my description verified. So go inside and bloody couches, no TVs. Yeah, and instead of many swimming, you see only one. Are you gonna hand me the money so I can go away and close this sale transaction? Obviously you won't.
Answer is no, because you're a liar.
Yeah, because you will say, "Oh, this guy doesn't this mission because he doesn't know what's inside it."
Who are you talking to?
To you.
Oh, you were talking to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea.
Yeah,
What does that have to do with my question?
yeah, everything.
So good at talking, not so good at listening.
I definitely heard his story about the house and the description and what happened when he went inside.
Yeah.
I just don't
Okay,
see what that
so
has
what
to
would you
do
do?
with my question.
Yeah, well, you don't see why the reason why I lied to you about the description of the mansion.
No, not really, because they would go inside and they would see that you don't have the stuff, and then they wouldn't buy it. So you didn't
Yeah.
gain anything by lying.
Aha.
No,
So that's why we're here.
You will not pay me the money mansion. You will be questioning my ownership of the mansion. Yeah. So if I don't know what's inside, then I'm not the owner of it. Yeah.
Maybe you are, and you're having a
Yeah.
laugh, and you're not really selling it, and you're just trying to
Okay.
kill some
Okay.
time. I don't know.
Then good luck. I wish you do transactions like this in your life. And
I
yeah.
don't think I will do transactions like that, but you as well. I also I wish the same upon you, friend.
What
Mashallah.
are you talking about, Get Beget? What is this?
You don't need to understand. It wasn't an answer for you. Nat.
Why
Yeah,
lie?
but I think
If I don't find out why they lie, then I'll never believe at Earth.
yeah, it's also a question of what they're lying about, not just why.
Yeah.
So
You don't need to know why to know something's a lie, though.
If you don't know the reality of this world is not yours.
okay, listen.
The government claims ownership on everything, and you pay for
Yeah.
your bloody damn existence. You pay tax.
Yeah, well, welcome to
Okay,
reality.
Yeah,
Makola,
yeah.
Welcome to reality, Get
No.
Beget. That's how it's been for millennia.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, governments exist and they collect taxes. I agree. Yep.
Yeah.
I think we're on the same page now. Okay. Great conversation.
Definitely not.
Yeah, this world is not yours. Nothing of this world is yours.
I will
That's not
say,
true. This Dr. Pepper
Yeah.
in my hand right
It
now is
wasn't
definitely
made for
mine.
you.
You may have a photo of the moon in your picture, but yeah, we're definitely not on the same page.
So true. The moon is not mine.
anyway, I think
that
the
your
question
photo?
about why people lie, I think that's kind of a useless question because the reason why they think that these people are lying is separate from whether or not they are or why they would, right? So the easiest thing to do is rather than say like, oh, like how is this possible? So many people would have to be in on it. You could just as easily say so many people are mistaken, right? And so it could just be the case that there's most people are mistaken and there's a couple of people that know about it. As for what Get Beget's saying, which is total garbage, it's not the case that you can waltz around a genetic fallacy and try and make out like, well, you don't have to answer questions because it is being a genetic because of a genetic fallacy of not knowing what conspiracy means. That's just a way to obfuscate the point. And I'm always correct, as everyone already knows.
So true.
The real question is, did they lie? And therefore, what is the flat Earth argument, and what's the globe Earth argument, and what's the issue here?
Yeah. But I think the main claim generally is that, these people are not just like mistaken, but that they are lying. I won't speak for the flat earthers. There's more than enough in here to speak for themselves. So can you guys confirm if that's correct or not?
It's not that everyone's lying, it's just that not every scientist and even everyone that works at NASA is lying. It's a few people. And most people don't even think about it. Like I went to sorry, I don't know what's wrong. I went to school and I took science classes and I never questioned anything. Even people who go to universities, they don't question things a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that everyone's lying, it's that everyone's very deceived. If you actually think about all this stuff, you don't even a lot of it's just based off things you can't prove and theories, and people still believe it.
Well, theories
think
are
the people
perfect.
that are
Theories aren't like these things that can't be correct. The way that a theory is done in science is not the same way as like a theory would be done in like some sort of sociological class, right? It's not the same thing. It's not just a narrative, is what I'm saying.
So yeah, a lot of the people wouldn't necessarily know, and they'd just be going with the flow, right? That's essentially what you're saying. Like they don't know. It's based off of all these things that you can't like verify yourself, and like you have no way of gathering the truth, right?
Well, even this guy, he edits the pictures of the globe, like pictures that NASA lets out and says that this is a picture of the globe. And he says, "Oh, I've never seen the globe myself. I'm just doing it based off what I think it would look like." Like maybe he doesn't know either. He just gets satellite pictures and puts them on a globe, and he works for NASA, and he's the one that makes the Earth photos that are on our phone screens. I don't think everybody knows. I just don't think a lot of people think about it too deeply. They just accept that is the truth, and they don't think about it anymore.
Mm-hmm. But surely there would be some people who, like, at a certain point, right, of going down like a mathematical field, like physics or something. I'm not sure. Like certainly you would realize, wait a minute, the numbers don't add up for the globe, right? So those people, if they still then realize things don't add up, the numbers for a flat Earth make more sense. Those people who still go and say it's a globe would be lying, right? I think that's like the natural conclusion. I would
a
assume.
lot of people who do come to that conclusion, like pilots, they lose their license when they say it. And, a lot of people just don't want to talk about it. So I don't know about physicists and things like that. In order to get, a lot of their career depends on grants from the government. And you need in order to even make it big in that field, you need to already be a little brainwashed, because they're not going to give you grants unless you agree with them.
Gotcha. So they're just like
I think a lot of it
monetarily
is just like you're
incentivized to
not.
go along with the story.
Yes, exactly. And the people pushed at the front are the people that are pushing the ideas that are already accepted. They don't give grant money for people to go and look into things that don't subscribe to modern science.
Yeah, imagine you're a physicist, Trump supporters, and you go to one of the research councils and you say, "Look, I've got this paper, and it's about why the Earth is actually flat." What are the odds do you think you're going to get funding for that paper?
If you wrote the paper on it, you would already have done the experiment.
No,
you
you
wouldn't
go
need
to
the
the research
funding.
council first, and then you write the paper.
Well, you said you went to them with the paper already, right?
Well, you go with the research paper.
Proposal.
Yes, the research proposal,
Yeah.
the research paper. You don't go with the actual like finished document. Otherwise, what's the point of asking for funding?
Right. Yeah. I don't think that there would be much interest for anybody to research like a flat Earth.
Yes, but if
I
they
agree.
did, what do you think would happen?
Look what happens.
It depends on the. I would say
Just say
the,
it wouldn't get the funding, right? It's not that hard, right? They would not get the funding for it, obviously.
Oh, I was going down a different path, but yeah, I don't think that they would get the funding for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Well, I thought that answer was baked into. I don't think that anybody has the interest for something like that. But I was going to say, um, assuming they did get the funding and they did perform the experiment, what would happen to them from that point forward? Well, I was going to say that it would. I would say that it depends on the veracity, the thoroughness, and the soundness of the research that they've done. I mean, if there's obvious flaws in it, then I think that there would probably be some pushback and backlash. But maybe that's just me being a naive uh, uh, process believer or something. I don't know.
The thing
think
is,
that
if you look into what's being pushed in physics, it's a lot of stuff that are just based off theories that can't be proven. And it's something that's started since the early 1900s where they're just putting theoretical math and making more to support it. And even like I posted a quote by Nikola Tesla where he saw where physics was going. A lot of it is just theories. And that's what they're giving money to theories.
Nikola Tesla. When was
science.
Nikola Tesla born?
Late 1800s.
When was Karl Popper born?
This is a weird
What?
pop quiz.
No, don't worry, we're going to get somewhere. When was Karl Popper born?
I don't know.
Do you know who Karl Popper is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know. I don't know a lot about Karl Popper.
It's
Paul Piper. Right?
Karl Popper was he was born in 1902, right? And he wrote about induction, the problem of induction in physics specifically, or in science in general, right?
It's the one who made Modus Tollens as well.
And he argued. So this guy's post Tesla. So I feel like citing someone from 200 years ago is not going to be that useful when you think about the guy who came after him to resolve the problem of induction in science, right? These idea of just theories not being not being exactly approximating any sort of truth, right? He came up with the idea of testing for falsifiers, right? Finding out that the best way for scientific theories or bottom-up approaches to science to come to some sort of truth is to identify falsifiers in theories and get and by doing so getting closer to the truth as you go on, right? So all I'm saying is that that problem that Tesla's already brought up was addressed since Tesla, right? It's not like we're stuck on the 1800s here.
Yeah, but the thing is, that argument is, oh, we're just putting more math that's all theoretical on top.
No, it's not that.
Yeah, I know you're using predictions and.
Oh, not even that. He said
defining-
the opposite. Don't try and prove your theory too much, right? Stop wasting your time on doing that all the time. What's as important is trying to falsify a theory, right? So trying to find every theory has falsifiers, every single one that if it's a scientific theory, that is, right? So yeah, here's an example that in the early 1900s, when Einstein was being tested against Newton, they used predictions to falsify the Newtonian concept of gravity, right? And that's not necessarily proving Einstein, but it's certainly getting closer to the truth because you can rule out what is certainly not the case, right? So while supporting theories is important, falsifying a theory is just as important.
Yeah, that's all true, but just because you're getting close to the truth, it doesn't. I know what you're talking about with the it's predictive, and yes, the equation's closer. They refined it more, but that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove anything. Just because it's closer doesn't prove anything. It's already predicted. They have to add things. Look, they have to add things to make these theories make more sense. If not, the math doesn't make sense.
If your
They have to
theory
keep adding it.
has holes in it, let's say it's supposed to be able to predict X, but it's not. you do have two options. You can either throw the theory in the bin, right? Or you could develop the theory to account for that fact. Now, the idea that theories are garbage just because they're based on predictions, I mean, the prediction is a test, so it supports a theory. It's not like it's garbage.
I'm not saying they're garbage. I'm just saying we're giving all this money that succumbs to these theories. And if you go outside of these theories, you're not going to get funding. You're very likely not to get them. They will only give you funding if you're going with the norm.
Depends on the theory. Like if you're going to write your
Yeah,
theory,
it depends. It depends.
yeah,
Of
if you're
course
going to
they
write like
go out.
on quantum mechanics, you're not going to get rejected for it, even though it might be
Yeah.
contrary to Einsteinian relativity, right? Like no one's going to
Yeah,
have a
of
problem
course.
with that. But if you're talking about like flat earthing, yeah, it probably would get rejected.
Yeah. And they have to, instead of expanding and looking at possible other theories, other equations that can make sense, they keep adding things to this theory because it keeps falling apart. And I think that doesn't allow science to grow, our knowledge to grow. It stops us. We're stuck on this.
Look, if you're concerned about knowledge growing and you object to scientific theories in principle, and all you're interested in is what you can know here on Earth, you're not approximating truth. You're doing the reverse because you're
I don't
changing
reject
the
it. I just think
epistemology
that
to you're changing you're making your epistemology such that it would be harder to know things or come
I'm
close to
not
knowing
I'm
things.
not rejecting that. I'm just saying that people should look into other ideas instead of trying to refine this theory that already has a bunch of holes in it.
Which theory are we
I think
talking
that
about?
that's what the theory of relativity, Einstein's theory of relativity. It's the one that look,
Yeah,
it's a
what
theory.
hole do you think it
Not
has?
everybody believes it. Not even every physicist, but most do think it's most likely. Like
Yeah,
that's
some physicists think it's garbage, but what's your particular issue with it?
You have to keep adding things to make it make sense, and the whole entire reason why they added is the Newtonian gravity is because of the prediction of, I forget which planet right now. I'm losing it in my head. And that, yeah, thank you. And literally the planets already go on a cycle. The whole reason why that theory was made was because that Newtonian gravity fell apart for that reason. And now it keeps falling apart. They had to add dark matter and black holes, things that you can't prove to make that theory make sense. And I think that giving all this money and saying that this is for most physicists, this is the only way you could be a legitimate physicist if you subscribe to this and start studying this. I think that's not right. I think that we should be looking into other stuff, but they don't want us to.
Do you reject theories in principle, or do you just not like these current theories?
I don't reject theories in principle. I think that should be studying theories is what makes you studying theories is what gets you to learn the truth. But this theory seems to be a dead end, and we're not letting go.
So wait a minute. So you said so what do you mean by a dark end? Why do you think dark matter is a theory, even though we haven't been able to prove its existence?
Dark matter has not been proven. It's not been proven.
Okay, so then what is causing all these gravitational anomalies in outer space that can't be explained by Einstein's general theory of relativity? What is going on with all those
Well, Mr.
gravitational
Talon,
anomalies?
that's a silly question, Mr. Talon, because it could be multiple.
That's the whole reason they did it.
Just saying it's
So wait
it's
a minute.
dark matter to compensate for the theory. I mean, it could just be something else entirely. Maybe Einstein
wait a minute.
wasn't
So we have an
completely on the ball.
observation. Well, wait a minute. We have observations of mass being affected by gravity, but then there's no
you don't.
observable mass.
No,
So we still have the
that's a
observation.
circular argument.
you
You
don't.
see, that's a circular argument. You're saying that these masses are being affected and they're being affected by gravity. What exactly are you talking about when you say that?
In space that's being affected by gravity, but there's no mass to see. Like we can't see the thing that's causing the gravity,
What
even
do
though
you
we know
mean
that
things
things
in
cause
space
gravity.
are being affected with things by gravity? What do you mean by that?
We have, you know how gravity works, right? Like we have gravity in the universe. The things get pulled towards all their masses. Mass gets pulled towards mass.
about how Earth is
Jesus
being
Christ, man.
pulled
Get to your
toward the sun.
fucking
All the
point.
planets are being pulled because the sun is.
Yeah, so like we can observe galaxies in space and see that they're moving around in ways that we can't understand. So we're seeing something that shouldn't be possible. So how come we're seeing something that our current mathematical equations can't explain?
You don't see galaxies fucking
What you're
move.
saying
All
is
that is
you're
shit.
assuming that we're going around the sun. You're assuming that all the planets are going around the sun. And look, with this whole
Well, these are all
most
observations.
flat Earth.
We can see all this stuff.
No, okay. Wait, do you see?
You can't explain it with your
see
paradigm. That tells us
when you look up at
everything.
the sky, what do you
Hold on,
see?
hold on.
When you
Jesus.
when you look up at the sky, what do you see the sun doing?
Orbiting. What do you mean? What do you
see
mean
it
the sun?
moving.
The sun doing
What do you
things? Yeah,
see
it's
here
in the
on Earth?
fucking
What do you
sky.
see when you look up at the sky? The sun and the moon. What do you
Yeah,
see
just
them doing?
the raw observation, no interpretation, just the raw observation. Go.
Yeah, the sun is up in the sky. You can see it. It goes across the sky as we move.
So
orbit the
why do you assume we're moving around the sun instead of the sun moving over us? Why do you assume that?
Oh, from all the other stuff that we see, like constellations. The sun is always
Okay, the constellations, same exact thing. The constellations all orbit around. They don't orbit. They all go over us, around us. That's why we see the same constellations every year.
Right.
If you look up at the sky right
because they're
now,
stationary.
next year will be the same exact constellations. They repeat on a loop every year. It's like a calendar. Why are you assuming that we're the ones moving instead of everything else moving around us when everything else repeats perfectly?
Right. So it's more reasonable to think that we are moving instead of all the stars in the constellations.
Why?
They all stay in the same
Why?
spot in the sky.
You know,
Because they all stay in the same
that's
spot
not
in the
more
sky. So you'd have
reasonable.
to
It's
assume
actually
that the entire universe is moving while we're stationary, or the Earth is moving. So it's more reasonable to think that the Earth is moving.
what? Okay,
Why?
look. You know,
Because
it's
everything else is
it's been
stationary.
reasonable. The reasonable thing
And
that people thought for thousands of years in many different cultures until like the 1600s, I believe, was that we were stationary. The stars, the sun, the moon, everything moved over us. And that was what was obvious to everyone.
Not
Why is
everyone.
that not obvious now?
Because
Yeah, it was
Galileo
like
proved
the
otherwise.
Greeks. The Greeks came up with. The Greeks were going through. They're thinking a lot and having philosophers coming up with a bunch of different things, but it wasn't the norm until like the 1600s to think that. I think it was the 1600s to think that.
Because we had modern. Because
Where
it took a while to understand modern telescopes and invent the things that were necessary to confirm the early measurements and observations. Because it was easy to observe the sun
I'm just
going across the
saying, you
sky,
said
but
it's obvious to think. You said it's obvious to think that we're moving instead of things moving around us. What makes that obvious?
the stars. So like even
The
like ancient
stars
people saw the stars and
they
constellations
repeat. If we're
moving.
moving through space, if we're moving through space super, super, super fast, and we see the same stars for thousands of years on a loop, why would we assume that we're the ones moving super fast through space instead of the stars?
Because we keep seeing, because the stars are stationary on a loop. Like they never fucking move.
Exactly. That doesn't. That proves more
that
that
proves
we're
me
not.
right. So that proves
How does
me
that
right.
prove you
Because
right?
everything. So like if you see all the trees, so like when
How
you're in a
did you-
car and you see the trees and
How did
houses
you-
going
If
by.
we're
How did
moving
you
through
prove-
space super fast, why
How
don't
did
we
you
see
prove-
new stars? Why don't we see new constellations? Why did they repeat on a loop perfectly every year?
They are in position where they are. Like, we're the one moving.
How did you prove that?
If we're the ones moving,
I mean,
how
you can
come we
just
don't
look.
see
You
new
can just see the stars.
constellations?
The stars
Yeah,
are.
I look and I see the stars move. I look and I see the stars move. So how did you? Shut up! Shut up! I look and I see them move. How did you prove that they're stationary?
The constellations are the same every night. By the
So I see them move. How did you prove that they're stationary?
Because they're the constellations.
more
So,
that
like the
we're
Big Dipper,
stationary.
the stars don't
what?
ever change when the Big Dipper. They're always the Big
Okay,
Dipper.
it doesn't matter. I see them move. How did you prove that they're stationary?
Well, because you'd have to prove that every single one of those independent stars are moving in unison, which sounds ridiculous, and so it makes more sense.
That's what they appear to do. That's what we see them doing.
They move
So,
in unison.
Hello,
You know,
hello.
there's a star
Hold
called
on.
Polaris.
Fuck's sake, both of them are talking and everyone else jumping in. What was going on? Wait your turns. Thank you.
Sorry.
How did you prove that that's what they're doing? Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting the stars. That's how you do it.
I'm gonna stop talking right now. Someone else talk.
Okay,
So
hello.
the whole point of
Old
the
space
whole
goat.
point of constellations and mapping the sky.
You see them move. How did you prove that they're actually stationary? Explain.
I've explained it 3 times now. When the constellations are all together and it's the same in the sky every night, they're not moving. So that would be the
They're not
easiest
moving.
definition.
They're not moving. That's just an assertion again. That's not what you observe. You observe them moving. So what do you mean they're not moving?
The constellations don't change, dude. Do you understand how a constellation works? Like the
Yeah,
Draco,
yeah, I know. Their
the
relative
Major,
position.
the Minor.
Their relative positions stay the same while they all move around together.
So just like how
So how did you?
streets-
Yeah. So how did you prove that they're actually stationary despite you observing them move?
Oh, because you can see the same thing like when you're driving down the highway, like things in the distance.
How did you prove that you're the thing moving and not the thing that you see moving?
So like when you're in a car, you're not. You have to be.
Yeah, you know that you're moving because you started the car. Did
Hey,
you
are
start
you just
the
like hovering over the mute button every time he speaks?
So
you
like
can
if the
cut him
same
off?
thing happens,
Fuck off.
I mean, Heretic has to do that because he.
Yeah, no, because you don't stay on point at all. You're just going to tap dance around forever if you're not held to the point. So, did you start the Earth? Like you started
it's
your
always
car?
been going. No, it's still moving.
Well, how do you know that?
Because we can, like I said, we can see the constellations of stars.
Because you see things because you see other things move.
And then because the constellations move in the seasons, so the constellations.
You just said it yourself. The constellations move, yet they're stationary. You know that how?
Right. So we know that we're moving. Our planet is moving because the constellation.
Planet? Who measured that?
So like the constellations will move.
Okay, first of all, measurement for planet, we'll need an Earth curve measurement. Number 2, we'll need a measurement of rotation at the very least, and then orbit as well. So any motion measurement.
Let's stick to the point. Let's try to stay on topic here.
Yeah, we're sticking to the point. So you look at the sky, you see the things in it move. How do you know that it's you moving? Who measured the movement of the Earth?
I mean, that's with measurements. I mean, I understand
Yeah, which ones? Which ones?
With the stars. You can see the
Okay, that's the stars moving.
Right.
And I'm not asking for your interpretation. I'm not asking for your interpretation. I'm not asking for your interpretation of the stars moving. What's the evidence that it's actually you moving and not the thing you see moving?
Oh, due to like the positions of the stars in the sky.
Yeah, you see them
I
move.
understand why you're not understanding.
Yeah, you see them move. I don't understand why you're not understanding that all you did was look at things in the sky move and then invert it and say it's actually me moving. How do you know that?
Because like that's how the world works.
And you know that how?
Because I have eyes.
You're just
Yeah, and
making
you see
bare
what?
assertion.
Yeah, it's just a bare assertion. You use
Right.
your eyes and you see
You can
what?
see with your own eyes. You can see with your own eyes the constellations are the same every night, and so we know they're not moving. But we do
What
know
are you
that the
talking about?
constellations will slowly.
Wait, what are you talking about? With your own eyes, you don't see the constellations move?
No, the constellation, like the Big Dipper, is always the biggest.
This guy's fucking useless. Where's
I
the
don't
white
think
man?
I don't think he understands. Because he came in talking about. I don't think he understands that, like how the stars move over us, like that Polaris is in the middle, or anything like that.
He just wants to beg the question and then affirm the consequent. That's all he wants to do. He has no proof.
So how do you know it's you moving and not the stuff you saw moving, Talon?
You keep asking the same question, Heretic.
Yeah, because you keep not being able to answer it. So either concede or come up with a decent answer.
Why are the constellations the same every night?
So now it's a question.
Right, because I mean I've answered it. So now since you
Yeah.
want to counter.
Okay, why are they the same every night? Tell
You
me.
explain.
Yeah, you got an answer? Is that it? You're leading to an answer, a conclusion with this? Why are they the same every night? Tell me.
They're not.
It's since the Big
so
Dipper
they're not.
never changes in position, the Big Dipper never changes shape. The Little Dipper never changes shape.
Yeah, they're
all the
called
same. All the stars are
constellations.
where they
Yes.
are.
Yeah. So what? So what?
Heretic. We got to point out things
So when
that
you
they're
go to
called
so when you go to
constellations. Okay, heretic. You got to point this out. They're called.
I really don't care right now. How does he know that it's him moving and not the stuff that he sees moving around?
yeah, it's like relative speed, man. I don't understand. Have you ever seen a tree go by when you're in a car? Like the
Yeah,
car
you know
looks
that
like,
you're moving because you started the car.
you're
Who
on
started the Earth?
and then
How do you know it's the Earth moving?
yeah. I mean, we can feel the earth. We can feel the fucking. We can see the fucking sky, the stars. Again, this is like you keep like not accepting the answer. So that's your problem.
Yeah. What do you see when you look at the stars?
I see constellations.
Great. And
And so then, because I know the constellations are the same every night, and that they slowly move with the Earth as the Earth tilts
They
away
move.
in
They
different
move.
directions, that all explains that the Earth is moving and not us.
So they move.
The Earth moves.
Oh, the Earth moves.
And so,
You just said that they move with the Earth.
angle that you can see the constellations would change based on where the Earth is moving.
How so?
So if there's a constellation at a certain point in the sky, and then it starts to like drift towards the horizon, we know that like our Earth is tilting in a certain angle because of the way the constellation is.
Oh, okay. If the
because
Earth is tilting, you haven't shown the movement of the Earth in the first place to have any tilt of it. All you've done is describe something in the sky appearing to move. How do you know it's actually you moving and tilting?
Right. Well, because I'm using my sense of sight, I can see things, even though I can't feel like we're moving. It's like being on like when you're in an airplane, you don't really
tell
feel
you that the
like
stars are
moving. You
moving.
can feel the vibrations of the Earth, but I mean, I guess you guys don't really understand how inertia works or
Your
anything like that, or
senses
relative
tell
speed.
you the stars are moving. Your senses tell you the stars are moving. You're not using your
Right, but then
senses.
my
You're
brain,
using
so then
imagination.
my brain sees the constellations, and so we know. So like, while I see stars moving, I also see constellations staying the same. So how is stars from even though they're millions of light years apart, how are they
Don't ask
all
us a
moving in
question.
unison?
You're
I
here
would
to
love to
prove
hear
that the
your
Earth is in
explanation on
motion and not the
how all the
stars.
stars are moving at a perfect unison.
That's what
But
you
then,
observe.
no,
That's what you observe.
think is
Yeah, that's what you observe, and then you keep conflating your interpretation of what you observe with what you observed. You didn't observe the Earth moving. You interpreted that to be the case from all the things in the sky moving around together. Why do you keep conflating your interpretation with what you observe? And why
like
can't
when
you
I'm in a car,
verify the interpretation?
I know I'm moving in a train because I see the trees next to the train moving past me.
No, you know you're moving in a train because you got in it and it started moving, you fucking idiot. So how do you know that the Earth is moving? Did you get in it before it started moving?
No, it was moving when I was born onto the planet.
Oh,
It started.
yeah, right. So not like the train, which wasn't moving when you boarded it, right? So you have no frame of reference to determine that it's actually the Earth that's moving.
So if I was born on a moving train, I would not know that it's moving until I looked out the window and saw the trees and stuff.
Yeah, right. You wouldn't know it's moving. So like you just said, you were born on this, quote, moving train being the Earth in this case. So how the fuck do you know it's moving, given that you just told me you wouldn't know in that scenario?
Just like with the train, I could look out the window and see the trees flying by.
No, not just like the train, because you boarded the train before it started moving. You just told me that if you were born on the train and you never were there to see it start moving, then you wouldn't know it was fucking moving.
Well, I would look out the window and see the trees flying by.
No, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that it's not the stuff around you moving.
Well, no, I would, because I'm not a fucking idiot and I know what trees are.
You are a
Stop
fucking
being
idiot.
a double-speaking numpty, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, you are a complete idiot, and you just wrecked yourself too.
I would learn this.
You are a complete idiot. You just wrecked yourself. You're double speaking. A second ago, you said if you were born on the train, you never would have known whether it was the train moving or the stuff outside. You have the frame of reference when you board the train before it starts moving to know it's the thing that's moving, not the stuff you see going by. You don't have that frame of reference with the Earth. Your analogy just refuted yourself. You fucking idiot.
No, that's
You didn't
incorrect.
even
It was
realize.
exactly correct. You can see the trees moving past, and then that would be a.
Yeah, this is just stupid. So what do you have for Earth curve measurements?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and take that W and be on my way. Thank you guys.
There is no W for you.
Eat.
As win. It's easier to say with one syllable, dickhead.
This guy.
W for weasel.
Absolutely pathetic.
I wouldn't be able to tell, but I can tell.
And then he declares a W for himself after saying something as stupid as that.
Is it my turn to lose a debate?
If you want to. I don't think you can even say anything half as stupid as that guy.
I just got back to stars, guys left.
Yeah, he declared a W and ran.
Yeah, basically it's obvious because it's not obvious. I mean, these guys want to rely on pure observation and then just bare assertion of what they and interpret what they see as being the opposite. Except when it comes to things like, oh, why do we see the horizon so far away? Oh, well, you can't trust your senses. It's just an observation.
Yeah, it's Looney Tunes. He took himself apart with his own analogy. He said if he was born on the train, he wouldn't know it's the train moving. Then he declares W for himself. That guy is a monumental idiot.
Is Matthew Learns permanently banned from the room?
I don't know. I think
Jedi gave him an ultimatum, and he decided to leave. But is he back?
I saw him get kicked out yesterday. I was like, oh.
What was the ultimatum?
Stop with his anti-flat Earth bullshit, or get booted from the server forever.
Aye, you kept it simple. All right.
Who's the biggest anti-flat earther that you know? Oh, a guy's here. Thank God.
A guy? All right, maybe things will pick up suddenly.
Every time I go in here, it's dead.
Well, that's because I'm the only glober in here right now, and I'm too scared. It's like you know that picture where there's like a bunch
All
of
the
black
globers
guys.
are banned or muted.
Well, no, I think a lot of them just gave up. But like, you know, when there's like a picture of that little white girl and like 10 black guys standing behind her, that's me in this room right now. So
Cool story. Cool.
So I don't suppose you want to try to prove anything to us, a guy.
What is that kind of a question?
do you have any globe proof?
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
What was your
So-
shtick, guy? I feel like you had a point. I can remember listening to you once. And I thought you had a really good globe proof, but I can't remember what it was. Do you remember?
That
You have
sounds like a
shtick.
good one.
You have like a globe shtick, but I can't remember what it is. Can you remind me?
I've used many sticks.
Okay, tell me what it is though.
What is your... Did your glober here manufactured? Not?
I'm a glober, yeah. I'm the only other one.
What is your... What is your evidence for...
You trying to swing it back around me?
Yes, I'm interested in hearing others.
Well, I don't have any globe proof, but I do have a reason for thinking there's a globe.
You don't have any globe proof?
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
He only has a belief.
When you say
It's
only a
horrible.
belief, I hate when people say that because it's not
Belief.
just. It's not like I'm believing in
Oh, you said you have no
God.
evidence, so what else is left there?
You can change your mind.
Yeah, it's not late.
Well, there's layers of belief, right? There's not like, either you can prove it or it's Santa Claus, you know? Am I right, guy?
Typically, you should back up your belief with some evidence.
Well, you never do. So what's the problem?
Last time I did, your argument was, why look up in the sky when you're trying to figure out if there is curvature on the ground?
Exactly. So you weren't actually backing it up.
Yeah, that's
You were just looking in the wrong direction and just fantasizing things.
Yeah. Do you think like theory should be like coherent and explain like as most as possible, or should it just like explain one part of it and the other part we should just forget about?
I don't know. Depends what your theory is for.
Let's say you have like a theory about some fundamental property like electromagnetism, right? Shouldn't it also work on every single particle?
Sure.
And if
Should,
that
should
should
be
be
like
the design.
coherent.
Do you have an overarching sort of universal theory of the world based on it being a ball that just works to explain everything?
Not a ball, but it's more like a conclusion, right? I don't start with a ball and then find evidence for a ball.
Oh, you start with the evidence and then you find the ball?
Yeah, I build like different hypotheses. So the hypotheses are like coherent on like pretty much everywhere where it's relevant.
Like scientific hypotheses?
It would be a hypothesis that to be scientific. It has
So
some
we're-
parameters, right?
We're
So,
back
yeah.
to this. We're back to doing science for shapes again.
What is that? What does that even mean?
Why would you apply science to a shape? You're going to science a shape?
I mean, you mean like having like an hypothesis on some geometrical shape? Yes, you can do that.
What? Scientific hypothesis is for testing the cause of an effect.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe in first grade, but
No.
when you grow up, you can apply it to many things.
Oh boy, you haven't made it to first grade.
You didn't made it past
No,
first
that
grade.
that is
Yeah, you didn't
what
make
a-
it to first grade, if that's what you think. You're not even up to par. So can you give us a scientific hypothesis where the IV and DV are something for other than for cause and effect?
IV and DV.
Oh boy, he doesn't know what that is
You
either,
mean-
but
you
he's
mean-
telling me I
you
only
mean
made it to the grade 1 level.
You mean dependent variable and independent variable?
Yeah.
Why don't you use the words?
Well, I thought you knew what we were talking about.
No,
Oh,
because that's not the only thing that is built.
He clearly has
So-
a different type of scientific method.
Yeah, you're kind of stalling here. Would you be able to give me an IV and DV that are for something other than cause and effect?
I mean, if I have a model, then yes, it would be built up from some kind of input and output.
What's the IV and DV for a shape?
Depending on what you're going to measure. Let's say you're going to figure out the size of a ball. You could measure its. Let's say you want to find out the circumference of a ball. The input would be the radius, for example.
Oh boy.
And your
So what's your DV?
The DV would be the circumference in this case.
Oh, so that's your observed phenomenon, the circumference.
No, the.
Well, that's a DV.
No, I meant the what you measure, right? What you measure is the radius, but it could be the opposite way.
Dude,
Right?
so
If you
what's the
measure
DV?
variance,
So what's the
then you
dependent
need
variable? This is why you don't do science for shapes, by the way.
The independent variable is the one that is independent, right?
Oh boy. We're not even past the first step, which would be the DV.
Yeah, the independent variable, right? So
The
it's the one you
dependent
measure.
variable? What's the observed phenomenon? You said circumference. I mean, I don't really get it.
You don't understand the formula for a radius?
No, it just doesn't fit the scientific format is all. Like you go out and you observe a circumference and then suppose, what's the cause for that circumference?
That sounds pretty dumb because that's not what
Yeah,
I said.
I know, and that's what you're trying to fit this into.
No, I said
yes.
For example,
That's what the scientific method is for, elucidating cause and
from
effect,
the
your
radius.
dependent variable and your independent variable, right?
I
You
said
have an
the
effect
independent
and you
variable
suppose a
was
cause
the
for it,
radius.
but you're going to manipulate to see how it actually, or what it does, whether or not it actually causes that effect.
Heretic. I said the radius was the independent variable. The dependent variable was the circumference.
Wow. Okay, so you observed the circumference and your supposed cause was the radius.
Yes.
Okay, so how did you vary and manipulate the radius to determine that it was the cause of the circumference?
You measure it.
Oh, so you measured the radius, thereby varying and manipulating it,
Why do I have
showing
to
that it's the cause of the circumference.
Are you saying that you won't get the circumference from measuring its radius?
I mean, you can.
Yes. So
Is it the cause of the circumference?
I mean, sure, you could say it in some sense, right?
No. That's
Yes,
kind of
if the radius
stupid.
were to change, if the radius were different, the circumference would be different, right? Is it causing it?
So you're out there in nature, you're observing a circumference, I suppose, of the globe, and you suppose, hey, I think the cause of that circumference is the radius. Let me vary and manipulate that to determine whether it is or not.
Yeah, you can do that.
Well, that's just retarded, sir.
You can't.
No scientist ever did that because that's not science. That's just idiocy. So like a dependent variable, an observed phenomenon, that would be like something happening. You're not going out and observing a circumference and going, I wonder what caused that circumference.
No, you don't observe the circumference, you observe the radius. That's the whole point.
Oh,
If you observe the circumference, you already know
so you okay? So now you got it switched around. So a minute ago the radius was the independent variable. Now it's the dependent variable. It's what you observed.
The radius
Now the
is
radius is the
variable.
phenomenon.
The radius is the independent variable.
Oh, so now it's back to being the cause of the circumference.
I mean, both would be like back and forth, right? They would be dependent on each other, right?
Well, this
But
sure
if
is
you only know
asinine.
one or the other, they are following
Okay,
each other.
right. Okay, so you could go
If you
either way.
measure one, yes.
Right. Yeah, so your circumference could be the independent variable. You're going to vary and manipulate that to show its effect on the radius.
You could do that as well, yeah.
Wow.
Right, that's just basic math.
Yes, it is basic math.
It's not
Very
science,
simple.
and you wouldn't
It's
use the
not-
scientific method for
it's
this.
not a
This is just
hypothesis.
insane.
I mean, it's one thing you can do science on, right?
No.
It's not a hypothesis. It's just basic math.
Yeah, the scientific method is for
Part of
elucidating cause and
part
effect.
of
Like we keep telling you, you observe a phenomenon, a thing happening, and you want to test for the cause of that phenomenon. You're trying really hard to crunch your shape claim into scientific format, but it's just not going to work.
Okay, so let's do another thing. Let's say you have gas pressure, and then your dependent variable is temperature, for example. Is that an experiment I can do?
Your independent variable is temperature.
You seem to have a problem hearing what I'm saying. I said the temperature is the dependent variable.
Oh, so your observed phenomenon is going to be temperature.
Yes.
You observe temperature, okay. What's your supposed cause?
So you have a pressure inside a container. So you could vary the pressure, right?
Okay.
And then you can measure the dependent variable, which would be the temperature, to figure out
Inside a container? That
how
sounds
the
right.
pressure. Okay. So that is following like the ideal gas law, right? It's following
That's right.
a formula, PV equals nRT, right?
Yeah.
So if you got the temperature, you can get the pressure. If you got the pressure, you can get the temperature. They follow both each other. They are like logically connected, right? It's basically an equation.
Amazing.
Why does it work for ideal gas law but not for the radius? It's still a formula. It's still math.
Because radius isn't cause of circumference.
Yes, it is. If it has a certain radius, it must has this circumference. If a tank has this specific pressure, it must have this specific temperature.
Are
Same
you?
thing. Both are a simple equation, and you can just switch the variables around on the equation as you want. And you can figure out whatever you want to by switching the equation around. And if you only measure one of those, right, then that would be the one you want on the left side of the equation mark, and you put all the other variables on the other side. You get the output.
You're just talking about different ways of measuring the same thing, and you don't have a phenomenon or a thing happening with regards to the shape claim.
So we can't use ideal gas law for science. Is that what you're saying? Ideal gas law
no,
is
I'm saying that you don't have a phenomenon with regards to your shape claim.
Is the ideal gas law a scientific experiment to test it?
What's your hypothesis?
I told you to vary the pressure to measure the temperature.
Okay. Fine.
Is that fine?
Yep.
So
manipulate one or the other to show its effect on the other. Fine.
Okay, so if I have different shapes, different balls with different radius, it's going to have different circumferences, right?
So you're going to vary and manipulate the radius, and you're going to show that that has an effect on the circumference. But you're also varying and manipulating the circumference. You're just changing the size of the ball.
Yes, by varying the radius.
Okay, so that's saying that if I change the size of the ball changes. Thanks.
Yes, the same like with ideal gas law. If you change the pressure, you change the pressure, but you also change the temperature.
Wow.
If you change the radius, you also change the radius, but you also change the
But you're not changing
circumference.
both at the same time.
Yes, you are.
You understand that having a bigger circle is not the same thing as
If you change
raising
the
the
pressure, you're
pressure, right?
changing the temperature. Immediately, it's
You
gonna follow
you draw a
different.
circle. You draw a bigger circle. The
Yeah.
action is a bigger circle. You're not adding.
No.
You're just drawing a bigger circle. The circle's bigger.
I don't draw
What
a
are you talking
circle.
about?
I form a shape with a certain radius. I don't know the circumference yet.
So if I eat a bunch of burgers and get
And then you form
fatter,
a bigger shape.
So
the circumference of my waist expands, right? You're going to suppose that the cause of that was the radius?
The radius. Sorry, could you repeat that thing you
Yeah,
said?
I eat a bunch of burgers and the circumference of my waist expands.
Yeah.
And you're going to suppose that the cause of that expansion was the radius.
I mean, if your radius is going to change, then yes, your circumference of
Oh,
your
right. So when I ate a bunch of burgers, I was varying and manipulating my radius, thereby showing its effects on my circumference.
It's a little bit like saying the cause of the pressure change is because
A
you
little
actually
bit retarded is what it is.
heretic.
So, so anyway, you keep talking about this observed phenomenon of a circumference. Can we see it?
It's heretic. It's like saying when you're changing the pressure,
Ah,
it's not
you're
the pressure
wrong.
changing.
Oh my gosh,
It's
you're
not the
wrong.
pressure changing that is the cause. It's
They're
you
just different
turning on
ways
the
of
heat.
measuring the same thing.
So it's the cause of the pressure change. You changing the temperature gauge on the heating oven, not the pressure changing. Right?
Well, there is a cause and effect relationship between temperature and pressure.
Well, that wasn't the cause. The cause was that you actually turned on the heat. If you didn't
Okay,
turn
so
on the
you
heat,
applied
the
heat.
pressure would
You applied heat. That does
Okay.
have an effect on pressure.
So you eating food, it has an effect on the radius. Same shit.
Right. Okay.
But the
So
radius is not the
So-
radius
so the-
is not the thing that affected the circumference. It was you eating food that affected both of them. That was the action that
Exactly.
did it, not the radius.
yeah, exactly. They were just different ways of measuring the effect. Obviously, the cause was eating a bunch of burgers. Stop
Yes.
being an idiot, dude.
I mean, you guys are
It's just
making horrible
painful. Like,
analogies.
I don't know why you need to try to force like a shape claim into the scientific format. It obviously doesn't fit. I just don't know why you're pushing this.
I
Like, you sound insane.
Perfect analogy.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to wreck himself with his own example like the last guy did.
No, he's just being so stubborn. It just shows that some people they'll die in a hill.
Oh, I showed you a perfect analogy.
No, you
it's not
didn't.
an analogy.
Yes.
It's just two ways of measuring
You're trying
something.
to
It's
like
not a perfect
say it
analogy.
has something to do with like the eating of burgers, and I said, well, it's you turning on the stove, right?
The
It's somebody.
degrees changed in
It's like
Fahrenheit, and then it also
human.
changed in It's changed in Fahrenheit, and it also changed in Celsius. The
Those are the
Fahrenheit
same
changing
things.
was because the Celsius changed.
No, those
That's
are
what
the
you're
same
saying.
thing. No.
Yeah,
that's
that is basically what you're saying.
That's what you're saying.
Good one.
Do you not understand that? That's what you sound like.
Yeah.
Miles changed because the kilometers changed.
Yeah, exactly. The inches changed because the centimeters changed. Centimeters were the cause of the inches changing. That's how fucking stupid you are.
That's what you sound like. You see?
But you're not causing, right? That's different, right?
How what you're
Those
saying
are
makes no sense.
definitions.
The
Those are
radius
units.
changing is not the cause of the circumference changing. It's what caused the radius to change. What caused both of those things to change? That's the effect. I mean, that's the cause. The effect is both of them changing.
So, where do you see a changing radius or circumference in nature anyway? Can we get to that?
I mean, if you blow up a balloon, it's gonna happen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's not very interesting, and that's not really in contention in this forum, blowing up balloons. Do you have anything like pertinent to the topic at hand?
I mean, it's not very typical, but it can happen, right? If you blow up a balloon.
Yeah, but we're just not
but the
really
cause of the
interested in investigating the causes of balloons inflating and deflating. It's just not in contention. It's not
I mean,
pertinent or
you
useful.
can do that by observing who blows up with a balloon. But if you're interested in knowing its circumference, then yes, you would.
No one would ever say the circumference changed because the radius caused it to change. Everyone would say something caused the radius and the circumference to both change. The radius
Yeah,
didn't
at
cause
the
the
same time, I
circumference to
would
change. Something
say
caused that to change.
when
It's just a
you
different way of
increase the
measuring
pressure,
things.
you also increase the temperature, but actually what you increase the pressure by increasing the temperature as well. Those are the same
But
thing.
pressure and temperature are a different thing. You're not measuring the same thing with pressure and temperature.
Yeah, but the radius is not the same thing as the circumference either. It's two different things.
Okay, name me a case. Look, blowing up the balloon, the cause was blowing the balloon. It wasn't the radius changing. Blowing the balloon changed the radius and the circumference.
It's a little bit
Raising the
that's
temperature
the same
changed the
thing.
pressure. The
Yeah.
pressure changed the temperature. That was
No,
the
it was
cause.
you turning on the stove that caused to change the pressure.
Okay, you turning on this the temperature. Whatever.
No,
You know,
you turn on
you're
the
being.
stove.
Yeah, you applied heat that affected the pressure. They are different things, and there's a cause and effect relationship there.
But like
You have a
as with
phenomenon, you have something you actually observe. So, what can you do with this to relate it to the question on the table, which is the Earth?
But as I just want to get one thing out. But as with your example, right? What you're interested in is not whatever the human part was of the experiment. Obviously, there must be a human who can do stuff in the lab to make shit happen, right? But you're not interested in that. The same thing. I'm not going to say that. It's stupid to say that. Oh, it was the cause isn't the temperature increasing. It's you turning on the stove. It's dumb to say, right? The same
It was
thing
you
as
who said that.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
it is
used
dumb
I
to say
used
that, and it was you who
yes.
said that. Every
And
single
it's the
time
same
I've
thing as
clarified that you added energy into the system, and that was the actual
Can I finish?
cause. No, you can't.
Okay. Then I guess there's no point in me being there anymore, I guess.
Yeah, there isn't, because I mean, if this is what you have for globe proof, you're not the one.
Well, I
So
haven't
there isn't
finished
much of a
my
point.
sentence.
Yeah, but your sentence is dumb, dude.
Can I
We've
finish
already
it
clarified
before you
everything
say
that you're trying to clarify now, and it's
I
also
haven't finished
completely
my
non
point.
sequitur anyway.
Can I finish my point before you?
No,
like,
no, no.
you
Nobody
don't like
cares,
it
dude.
before I
Nobody
finish?
cares. You're trying to say that
You know what
radius
you
is
wanna
the
say?
supposed cause of circumference.
You know
It's
what you
Earth
want to say, so
phenomenon.
you want to stop me before I say it?
Well, what you say is just
You
insane.
guys are so pathetic, man.
Yeah. Do you have anything like relevant to discuss?
Yes,
you know what the
I
channel.
would like
You know what the
to
channel is, right?
I want to clarify what a scientific method is before.
You don't know what it is. What's a
I
dependent
know.
variable? What's a
Oh, we're
dependent
gonna
variable?
start over again.
Yeah. So what's a
explained this
dependent
already.
variable?
A dependent variable could be, for example, the circumference of a ball.
No. What is it? Define a dependent variable. Don't give me an example of one. Define it.
It's a variable that is dependent on another variable.
No, that's not going to cut it.
No.
No. In a scientific experiment, what's your dependent variable going to be?
It's
Define
something
it.
that is dependent on something that is
Not
some
quite.
other.
Yeah, but not quite.
Okay, let's check here.
Yeah, you don't completely get it. What's the first step of the scientific method?
Dependent and independent variables are variables in mathematical modeling, statistical modeling.
No,
and
we're talking about
experimental
science here.
science.
We're talking about science. So what's the first step? Okay, I'm going to ask you a different way then. What's the first step of the scientific method? You said that you want to help us with the scientific method, so go on and help us. What's the first step?
I believe the first step is you come up with like an idea or something, like an
No,
hypothesis.
no.
Oh,
not at all.
Okay.
No. So I don't think you're in the position here to be helping anybody with the scientific method. I think you should probably drop it, because all you've done is expose that you literally don't know the first thing about it. It's
First
a literal
thing
very
is
first thing.
observation/question.
Okay, you did your Googling. Great, you did your Googling. The very first thing is observe a
Question based
phenomenon.
off of what, though?
Observation/question.
Yeah, the first thing
observation
you
of what?
Research topic area. Then you make the hypothesis. Then you test
Okay,
the experiment.
don't get ahead of yourself. All right, I know
Analyze
you're
the
just
result.
reading this off for the first time right now. So we're on step
it's
one
not the
still.
first time.
We're on step one still. So you said observation. Somebody's asking you observation of what? Go ahead.
Observation or question?
No. The first thing is you observe
Why do you say
something.
no? I'm reading the definition.
Yeah, you are for the first time, and you haven't comprehended it yet. So we have to go
So
step by
I
step
will
here.
ask the question: what's the circumference of
Yeah,
of a
okay,
ball?
that would be the next part. So first of all, what are we doing? We're
That
just
was the
observing
question. It's the
something.
first step.
What? What are we observing?
I am asking a question.
No, what are we observing before we get there?
It doesn't have to be an observation. It could be
No.
okay. It could be me observing a bunch of balls.
A bunch of balls.
Yeah.
No, not quite. That's why I asked you, what are you observing? So try again.
I'm observing balls.
No.
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 That's great.
This is why I asked you,
argument.
what are you observing?
You
don't
can't
look.
I observe balls?
The very first thing I told you would have answered this question for you if you weren't so arrogant and if you paid any attention at all.
So I have to observe from a list that you have?
No.
What's the
Natural
list?
observed. Hint.
You want me to observe a phenomena?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to observe a phenomenon.
That's also something I could do, yes. True.
That would be a thing
want to
happening.
I don't think it needs to be something happening.
Yeah, it does. Because your next step is going to be the question that you were bringing up, which was, what causes that?
But isn't that like only temporally bound? Like when you say something happening, that means you need to do something and then something gonna change. What if something is like static and you
Okay,
want to understand
listen, focus, little buddy. It's really easy. You're going to
Did you
see
understand
something
what I said?
happening. You don't need to worry about anything being temporally bound or any of that bullshit. You're just going to see something happening, and then you're going to suppose what causes that. Yeah?
So if I want to figure out a circumference of a ball from this radius, it's impossible. I can't do that.
That's not an observed phenomenon. That's not a thing happening in
So
nature.
I can't know that.
You can know that.
I didn't say that. You're just not going to apply this method
I can know
to
it,
it.
but it's not science.
No, listen, you're not going to apply this method to it because it's incoherent.
Okay, so the second part says
assuming that
observation
this could be
slash
used for
question.
everything. You're assuming that this could be used for everything. It's used for very specific things. It's not just used for basic math.
It's not actually very specific.
Yes, it is.
No. That's what you guys want it to be, so you can exclude
No, that's
all
what
globe
it
science.
is. That's what it is.
No. Maybe in
Okay.
first grade when
What
your
would cause
teacher
the
is
radius
trying
to
to
be
teach
bigger?
you.
Wait. In your hypothesis, what is the hypothesis anyway? That when the radius gets bigger, the circumference is going to get bigger?
Yeah, depending. No, it's your circumference is dependent on its radius. It doesn't have to cause it. It's just dependent on it. It's not like
all causing. Hypothesis about cause and effect. It's not about
no.
dependent on it.
Yes,
Yes,
it is about cause and
No.
effect. You just
Look,
don't
you
understand what you're trying to argue for or against.
You don't know what you're talking about, and you're really confident in it, and you're just Googling it for the first time. So just look into it before you're so confident about what you're talking about.
From the I read from the article that's talking about it, and somehow not everything there is according to what you guys are saying. So you're saying the wiki is wrong.
No, post
Yes,
your
you
link. Just take any citation from it that you say that we're saying is wrong. Let's have a look.
Okay, so it says observation slash question.
Post it.
It's the first
I want to
step.
look at it myself. I don't want to listen to your bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, where's the quotation that we're disagreeing
Literally,
with?
the image looked like plastered on the fucking.
Right. You make an observation of a phenomenon.
Slash question. Don't skip that part.
Yeah, it's going to be a specific kind of question, though. It's going to be a cause and effect question.
Where
what causes
did you get
that to
from?
happen?
Where did you get that from?
The fuck are
They're
you
not
talking
gonna
about? That's the hypothesis.
explain everything on a little teeny picture. You know that, right? If you're getting all your research from this little circle picture, that just shows how much you know. It's not.
At least one source. You have none.
That's not true. We post multiple sources on this very thing every single day.
A hypothesis is a conjecture based on knowledge obtained while seeking answers to the question.
Okay, this is great that you're reading this for the first time, but you're not supposed to do that now. You should have done that before you came into this room.
I mean, can you tell me everything that says in this page now?
I've never read it, so no, I can't tell you everything that page
Okay,
says, but I
neither
already know what
have
the
I.
scientific
I
method
read it a
is,
long
so I
time
can help
ago.
you with that.
Okay, tell me, and I'll check if it's
Well,
following
I've been
this
telling you
method
this
in here.
entire time, and you're not updating. I haven't even got you to the second step yet. You're still confused with observing a phenomenon.
You
Yeah,
said
you're
I
just-
wasn't asking a question, and that's wrong according to this article. So you were already wrong on the first step.
I'm wrong, eh?
Why should I trust you?
Well, I don't expect you to. You're a complete moron. You can't seem to take in any information, so it's not really about that. I don't care. More just exposing the fact.
Oh, but you're wrong according to this page.
In what
you
way?
want to say? Well, you said I can't ask questions earlier.
I didn't say that.
You said
I said
no.
your first thing
You
is
said
going
no
to be
several
observing
times.
a phenomenon.
At least
I
5 times you
did
said
say
no.
that you are going to ask a question, which is going to be what causes that to happen.
No, why does it have to say that?
Because that's what you're going to be testing for with
Where
a
does it
dependent
say
and
that?
independent variable. Do you know what the dependent variable is yet?
I told you earlier.
Well, what is it?
A dependent variable is something that is dependent on some
No,
other variable.
no, that's not
Depending on
enough.
something.
It relates to the first step, observation. Got it yet?
That's something you made up.
No.
Yes, you're changing the
No,
scientific method.
no, I
so
haven't
that it's-
changed anything, you fucking idiot. Okay, so it relates to the first step. Remember what that
why do I
is?
have to accept your definition?
It's
that is
not
wrong?
mine. This is the method. I'm just trying to help you with how the world
The
works.
method.
That's all.
Okay, so where is this authority on this, where they say this is the only method?
This is the scientific method. Are you now arguing that you don't have a dependent variable in a scientific experiment?
Can have it.
No, you necessarily have it. That's
No,
the whole
sometimes
point.
you have like observations of like biological stuff, like how.
Okay,
like,
great.
bird-
Observations. Cool. Do you know what the
Yeah.
dependent variable is yet? Because you're going to need this.
Okay, I guess it's going to be hard to find one if you're going to figure out how birds are mating,
It's
for example.
going to be hard to find a dependent variable when you're going to be testing one.
How
What
do
the
you-
fuck is wrong with you?
How do you? So are you saying you can't do science on like birds mating?
Okay, fine. What's going to be your observed phenomenon?
The birds mating.
Okay, so dependent variable then.
It doesn't have one. That's
Oh
yours.
my god, dude. This is how stupid you are. I think I've given you the answer like 15 times and you
tell
still
me-
don't get it.
Tell me then. What's the
The
dependent variable?
dependent
for birds
variable
mating?
is the observed phenomenon.
So the
That's going to
dependent
be the thing
variable
you
is the
saw.
bird
That's
mating.
going to be the thing you're testing the cause of. Do you know
So
what
how
your
do I-
independent variable is?
What? So how? Okay, so could you tell me what the dependent and independent variable is for birds mating?
This will be your hypothesis test, so you go ahead.
I don't know how to formulate that because it's
Okay,
impossible.
then drop it. I guess you're not going to be doing that
No,
one.
you have to tell me how you do.
No, I don't, because this was going to
Yes.
be your claim.
So you're saying it's impossible to do science on birds mating?
I didn't say that either.
So then tell me how you do it then, using your method.
I didn't say it's impossible.
So how do you do it then? Tell me. Then I'll
Well,
back off.
okay, I'll give you the method and you can apply it to
No,
wherever
you
it's
tell me
applicable.
how you apply.
Yeah,
so
okay,
I
you're
can't
going to
apply
observe a
it to
phenomenon.
birds
You're
mating.
going to observe a phenomenon. That's going to be your what?
Tell me how. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm helping you with the method. You're going to observe a
You
phenomenon.
want
That's
me
going to
to
be that's
say
going to be
something
your what?
retarded. I can't. It's too dumb.
Yeah, you are too fucking dumb. I've told you this I don't know how many times and you just can't even get past the very first step. Jesus, you're dumb.
I can do it, but not for
You-
birds mating because you're making like a retarded.
Okay,
method.
okay,
It's
birds
like
mating. You said
squeezing
that's your
everything.
observed phenomenon, right?
No, I said that's what I want to
No,
learn
you
about.
did say that that's your observed phenomenon.
I actually did earlier, but
Yeah, you
don't
actually
want to
did.
say that. I actually don't want
Okay,
to say
so
that.
so any guesses as to which variable that's going to be in your experiment?
I don't know actually.
Oh my god, you are a fucking melon head.
Can you tell me?
I think I did like 16 times. Dependent
Yeah, you told me what the
variable.
dependent. What is the independent variable?
Okay, good question. What is
Yes.
your supposed cause of birds mating?
I don't know. That's what I want.
You don't
I
know.
want to figure
Okay,
out
so
how
I
they
guess
mate.
you're not going to be using the scientific method on birds mating then.
Yes, I guess according to you, we can't do science on birds mating.
Well, no.
Yes, you can.
This is why
Sorry.
your method
I'm
is
just getting really
According to-
frustrated by this guy.
So hold up, I'm a little bit confused about the dependent variable stuff. So the dependent variable is just the observed phenomenon.
Yes.
Well, how I don't see how that makes sense. Isn't the dependent variable something that you would modify, you would change it, and then you
No,
would see?
the independent variable.
Like with
Well,
birds mating, you could just say,
well,
"Oh, I'm going to
wait.
feed this bird. I'm going to feed this bird this seed, and I'm going to feed this other bird a different seed, and I theorize that this one will make the bird more likely to mate."
Let
and that's the
Nebu
question.
talk. Let Nebu talk. I know this guy. He's an intellectual. Let's say.
Well, so the independent variable is what would change as a consequence of modifications to the dependent variable.
No,
So,
no, it's the other way around.
Wait. Oh, okay. You're right. You're right. You are.
Never
You're
mind.
right.
I'll take it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, dependent variable, that's going to be the effect, the thing you observed. A guy is having a really hard time comprehending this extremely simple process. Dependent variable, thing you observed, supposed cause of that thing you observed, that's going to be your independent variable. That's what you're going to vary and manipulate to test whether or not it actually had the effect on the thing you observed.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really simple. I can't even believe how long I've been talking about it to that other guy. That's just
so.
But the problem is you can't you can learn stuff without having this very square rigid. I think it's a good.
Listen, you can't learn anything, dude. You've already shown that you can't learn anything.
Jesus Christ.
So let me make sure I'm actually getting this right. So the dependent variable is going to be the observed phenomenon. You have some supposed cause for, say, like incidents of birds breeding or whatever. Let's say you think like temperature is the cause. That's your independent variable. You modify it, say like put birds in. Yeah. Okay.
Right. See, look at that. He got it right away, dude. Now what's your excuse?
I mean, that's one type of thing you could look after, right? But if you don't know, for example, if the temperature is mating, or you just want to know how they mate, right? You just want to see when they're mating, how they're mating, whatever, right? So you just
Okay, you're going off the point here, which is a scientific hypothesis test. How are we going to construct one? That's what we're talking about. This other guy got it right away. He had no problems comprehending any of the steps that I've been painstakingly trying to help you with for like the last 20 minutes, and you haven't even figured out the first one.
Yeah, that's because I don't think people are going to make hypotheses. What temperature is, we're going to vary the temperature to see when birds are fucking. I don't think
That's how a hypothesis works. What you're thinking is a hypothesis is like a broad thing. No, that's exactly how a hypothesis works. You have to have a question, independent variable, dependent variable, and that's it.
Yeah, that's very good for physics and stuff like that, but it doesn't fit for everything.
It doesn't even matter if your supposed cause is incorrect. That's what you're going to be testing for. If it is incorrect, if it's not actually the cause of the observed phenomenon, you're going to then verify the null hypothesis and show no, that was not the cause of the effect.
For science where you can actually do tests, then yes, this works.
Yeah, either way.
Doesn't either way. Yeah, I can't vary the temperature in the forest to make the birds fuck or not, right?
I mean, you could isolate the birds, right? You could put them in a lab. It doesn't matter, right? It's just an example.
I mean, you could do that, right? But then they probably gonna. I mean, you can't really like that's gonna obviously affect them in other ways where they probably don't mate or something, right? So
that's why you need to make sure you have independent variables, because there could be many independent variables if your experiment isn't done correctly, and the thing that you hypothesize to be the cause might not be. So that's why you have to be careful with how many independent variables you have.
Well, you can have
That's for if you're going to test
confounding
it, yeah.
variable.
But if you're not going to test it, you're just going to describe how they mate. You don't
Well,
have
that's
a
not a
test.
hypothesis then. That's not a hypothesis then.
Yeah, but it's still
If you're just
science.
going to describe, that's
No.
just that's different.
No.
No, it's not.
What is it in history?
You're going to use a hypothesis test in science, dude. An experiment.
Yeah, but that's not. You don't experiment on that kind of science.
Okay, then you won't use science according to you.
No, according to you, you won't do science.
No, according to you, you just said you're not going to experiment. That's what you
No,
do
I'm
in
gonna-
science. You
I'm gonna
experiment.
observe them. I'm going to observe them.
Okay, that's fine. You can observe away. But if you're not doing an experiment, it isn't science.
Yeah, according to you, yes, I agree. According to you, that's what I said.
You could speculate, but what you're doing if you're just observing is you're saying, "Oh, I think birds mate for this reason, and this
Yeah.
affects them." But you're not doing the
From-
experiment to prove your point. That's
I mean-
that's what you need this for.
I mean, if you're going to figure out how they mate and you observe them, not just one time, but many times, right? You have many observations. Isn't that like a fulfilling description?
Not just about how they mate, but like it's about what things would
Yeah.
affect their mating, and then you
Just like
have
the
a
weather,
hypothesis
the
that
time
this
of
would affect it
year.
or this would affect it.
Yeah, this like you look up, you observe all these
Yeah,
things, right?
and that's what you observe. Yeah, that's
So
your
it's not
independent
an-
variable. Then the time of year.
I mean, if you want to break it down like that, yes. But I mean, what you would do,
That's how it works.
What you would do is you observe them, right? You describe what they are happening, and you obviously
Yeah.
have to describe.
Why are
what
you
kind of
still
environment
waffling?
they're in.
What do you
It's such
use
a
as the
simple
time of year, right?
process.
I mean, I think that I may agree with the guy though that like not all of science is experimental. So you could imagine like science about the evolution of species or astrophysics. It's like, well, we can't really manipulate independent variables there. Like
That's
what it seems like is happening is
Yeah.
we have some sort of hypothesis about causal factors or whatever,
Or
and then we're going to have
pseudoscience.
further
Yeah, exactly what I was gonna
observations
say.
that either count in favor or disfavor of that hypothesis.
Right. Yeah, because if you can't apply the scientific
Exactly.
method to it, yet you're going to call it science anyway, then it's just pseudoscience.
Yeah. So you think biology is pseudoscience?
Didn't say that.
That's how they do, like observe animals and plants. They don't put them in a lab and manipulate them. They
No,
just
you
observe
can
them.
definitely manipulate independent variables in biology.
How do you do that on birds?
For fuck's sake, this guy.
If you're making conclusions based off something that you can't test, you're doing it based off faith. You don't have evidence for it. You're speculating. It's not following the scientific method. It's just like that.
Inferring, yeah, that's
You might
pretty
not
good.
like it, but that's the way it is.
But if you observe, like, let's say you observe all the birds are like, what you call it, they migrate every year, and then they hatch, and you just observe that same shit every year, isn't it like reasonable to say, well, I think birds are migrating every year and they're hatching in that,
Yeah, you
place?
can observe that. But the other stuff that we're talking about are things that you can't observe. The things that
Are you
you
saying that's not
can't see the
true?
cause and effect of.
Right,
That
but
is
are you
look, that is
saying
proof. That follows the scientific method. You think that the birds are going to migrate a certain time of year,
Yeah.
and it gets to a certain temperature, it gets to a certain time of year, and they do. That's the independent variable that
Observation,
follows the
right?
scientific method.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
right.
if
I agree. That's
observation follows
observation,
the
right?
scientific method, what can you not understand? That observation follows the scientific method.
I agree. I agree with that. But I mean,
The things that we're
sometimes
talking
you
about are
guys
things that
saying
don't follow
that's
the
not
scientific
science.
method.
You guys said
No, it follows
earlier
the
about
scientific method.
hmm?
That
But
follows the scientific method.
okay. I agree. So we are saying, right, even though I'm not like myself, I'm not wearing anything, right? I'm just observing this every year. But we're saying that's good enough. That's good enough proof that I have observed this not just one time, but many times that this happens. We should say it's like we could say, well, birds definitely migrate
observation.
this every year.
It's just an observation. Are you looking for a cause for the observation?
So now it's not. We cannot conclude that they are migrating and putting like laying eggs
Oh
on
my
the
god,
island
dude,
every
you
year.
are fucking bricked, is what you are.
T-Bud just literally said the opposite that the lady said earlier.
Okay, listen. You have an observed phenomenon,
Okay.
dependent variable. You're going to ask, what causes that phenomenon? Independent variable, your supposed cause. You're going to vary and manipulate that supposed cause to determine whether it does have the effect on the phenomenon that you suppose it does. You're going to verify your hypothesis or your null hypothesis at that point. Really simple. So just take that method and apply it to wherever it's applicable. Cause and effect.
Okay, so I cannot say that definitely birds are migrating everywhere and
Who
hatching
gives a
somewhere.
shit, dude? Are you going to manipulate your independent variable for bird migration?
No, I can't manipulate
Okay,
anything.
then forget about it then. Next.
So it's not science.
Well, hold up,
I can't
Heretic.
conclude that birds are migrating every year. It's like I can't say I don't know that. I don't know that's happening because it's not science, according to you, or what
It
can I
has to
say?
be a valid hypothesis. For fuck's sake, man! Like you can't be
Okay,
this
so
fucking
then I
stupid.
cannot say,
You
like,
can't be this
you guys-
fucking stupid. Like
you
you're
guys-
pissing everybody off here now.
Yes, you guys.
If you're gonna keep
stick with
waffling about
this-
your own shit
You guys stick
in your
with
own
this
way.
definition, right? You guys
Dude,
stick with this
dude,
definition.
no, dude,
and if you
stop,
guys are saying,
stop,
if you guys,
stop.
you
You
don't
are
like
just
the conclusion of what
observing
I'm
some
saying.
birds go from one point to another.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. You can say they did that. Sure, it's not science. It's just a fucking observation.
So I can say I know that birds migrate every year to this island.
I mean, I think it's kind of a little pointless to dispute whether it's science or not. There just seems to be like verbal disagreement about what counts as science or not. So you could think, right, like, can you have evidence absent experimentation? So there are these different cases in biology or astrophysics, right, where we can't manipulate an independent variable, but can we still have evidence? Can we still like make inferences to best explanations? And
Yeah,
I think,
we're not saying
this
this is the only possible method to explore reality by. We're just saying that what it's for is testing cause and effect relationships. And if you're not doing that, you're not using the scientific method. It's not to say there's no other way to study things.
So we do observations, but we can't like manipulate it. It's still science.
Like
it's
what?
kind of a pointless dispute, really.
Well, I mean, the whole problem is this guy is just so bricked beyond belief that he can't even get past the first step of the thing that he's arguing about.
I think that
I'm
there's
just
like
trying to
pretty
clarify.
broad
You
issues
guys
about
are-
like what are the conditions of science and not, but I don't think we even have to talk about that. Like,
Well, I don't even think there's a point because, I mean, it took how many tries for him to... I don't even think he still gets it. Do you know what a dependent variable is yet, sir?
Yes, I'm going to say the definition I had earlier, which is the correct definition.
No.
Okay.
Not quite.
I'm not going to use your like.
It's not mine.
Pigeon-toed definition.
It's not mine.
So you want your dependent variable for experimentation science?
Yeah, what's that going to be in your hypothesis test?
Well, it's going to be the variable that is changing, right? That you observe.
Which is what?
Today the day when we can ask questions or no?
Yeah, go ahead, because this guy's retarded.
Can you please not use the R word? That's kind of offensive.
I'll just mute you if you're going to concern Karen about it. How about that?
Yeah. So I explained it to you, but my problem is, earlier I told you a dependent and an independent, like it's something I can experiment on even, right? But you guys accepted that I could know that the birds are migrating just from observations.
Okay, birds are migrating. That's your observed phenomenon then, right?
Yes, I'm observing that, yes.
Okay, so you're putting this into a hypothesis test. Your dependent variable then is going to be what in this specific instance?
I don't have any dependent variable. I can just
Okay,
observe
not
them
science
and
then. Drop this analogy because it's not science. You don't have a dependent variable. You don't
Okay,
have an
what does that
experiment
mean
with
to
this.
you?
Try your next attempt. You don't have an experiment
Can
with
I
this.
ask you like an honest question? What does
No.
that mean to you when that's not science? Does that mean that we cannot?
Well, it means that you just told me that you don't have the variables necessary to do science here, so it's not science.
Okay, so
That's
what
what you
does that
told me.
mean? Does that mean we cannot know, like, learn about this because of it's not following this?
He just said a moment ago that we're not saying there aren't other ways, aren't other methods to
Okay.
learn about reality and nature and the physical world. You're a fucking idiot.
But that's science, right?
Enough with this fucking guy, man. He just wants to talk.
Please just kick him off. So I can ask
So next
real-
next one,
real
please.
questions.
30 minutes with this fucking idiot not going past the
Can you
first
please
point
just kick
is
him
fucking.
so I can ask some real questions?
You're right. Yeah, it's tedious.
You cool. Just go on.
So I wanted to talk about some serious things here. Okay, why is there so much hatred?
Never.
And
Do you think that's a globe?
Okay, do you know what channel you just joined?
Oh, sorry. Am I in the flat Earth room?
No, I'm talking to this fire starter guy.
Nobody's
Listen,
speaking.
I'm talking about only scientific, rigorous studies here. Okay.
Right, anyway,
And
Nebu, are you?
what I'm
you believe in
seeing
the globe?
in the community is that alternate theories, such as the infinite plane theory, are just basically like thrown out as if that's
I know
not
you can hear
not
me,
true.
Nebu. I know that.
That's the theory that
The
there
other
are.
guy's talking.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Oh, have we got someone muted? A second.
Can,
No,
can
you
I
have.
please finish what I'm saying?
Hold on, he had you muted. One sec. He was over
I
talking you.
see. Okay.
When can I talk? Let me know.
You can go now. You're muted.
So I just want to say why there's so much ridicule for the infinite plane theory, basically, that there are passageways through the ice wall. There are other continents and other oceans beyond this particular ocean and these continents here.
Well, what a nice intro you have there. What's your point or statement?
Well, I'm just saying, as a community, we need to be more open to other theories that may not be orthodox. So I know that the orthodox theory is that there is an ice wall. We all agree on this, but there are some people like me who believe that there are passageways through this ice wall, and beyond that are other oceans and other suns and other continents. And there's a lot of proof for this. And there's been a lot of research done in this regard, but a lot of people are just dismissive of this.
So what's your point? Like you joined this channel to what exactly? I mean, cool. You believe in something. That's fine. So what?
Well, I just think the community needs to be a little bit more accepting of alternate theories.
Nobody cares. Do you have any globe proof?
Excuse me?
No one gives a fuck. Do you have any globe proof?
Do you?
No.
I want to know what the Glober thinks about all the flat Earth proofs.
I think we all agree that he's not a flat earther.
Well, you'd have to tell me which one you're talking about.
How about the no curvature thing?
Well, obviously there's no curvature. The Earth is flat. We all know that.
Okay, Firestarter. What's the black swan?
The what? Plex?
The black swan. The black swan.
The black swan? All I know about a black swan is like a black swan event, but I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, what's the black swan related to the globe Earth and flat Earth?
Seems like he's new to it.
I assume the Hollywood moon landing. I don't know.
Yeah. So you're not a flat earther. Let's just let's stop playing games, okay?
Is there Globers in here or not?
Yes, I wanted to speak to Nebu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I want to know what the Globers think about curvature.
Yes, Nebu. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Testimony.
Testimony.
Oh, I see.
From
All I know
astronauts.
is that when somebody confronted one of the quote unquote astronauts just to ask a simple question about, claiming he never went to space.
Firestarter,
Basically, he lashed
please,
out and punched the guy in the
please.
face.
Please, Firestarter.
Buzz Aldrin basically went crazy and punched a guy in the face, basically for calling him out.
Do you have any proof? Okay, Nebu, do you have any proof for the globe, other than circumstantial evidence?
Other than testimony, I don't know, like day and night cycles, seasons, the
You wanna
orbit of the
elaborate?
moon. Yeah, so I mean, I think there was one. I'm not like super familiar with this stuff, but a lot of onus seem to be put on whether this stuff is scientific or not. Y'all don't really see that as all that meaningful. Like, you can have justified beliefs that are not justified on the basis of experiments, right, with the manipulation of independent variables, right? And it seems like it's inference to the best explanation. Like,
We've been saying the whole time that you don't have to use that method as the ultimate test for everything's validity. It's just a method for elucidating cause and effect.
yeah, sure, but I'm not sure that it's the only method for cause and effect, right?
Well,
you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so I mean, imagine that you're camping, right, and something eats all of your food. You have like some sort of hypothesis that it was a bear. You see bear tracks. That's, confirmatory evidence, right? So you didn't manipulate any variables, but you're justified in believing it was
sounds like a
bear.
pretty strong inference.
In what sense?
It sounds like a strong inference to me. There's bear tracks and whatnot. Yeah, it looks like a bear ate it.
Yeah,
That's fine.
sure.
It would be even reasonable to assume that there's a bear if you see bear tracks, because it's going to be life.
All right, thanks for that, Talon. So what would you say is confirmatory of a globe Earth then? Day and night cycles, you said? I heard you say that.
I don't know, the seasons, right? Or day and night cycles.
Expand?
Well, I mean,
expand a little for me, Nebu. Day and night cycle seasons.
Yeah, so like the tilt of the Earth, right, being responsible for the seasons, or like I don't know, like how much of the Earth's surface is exposed to sunlight, right? Like I'm not really sure that. What's up?
So okay, I mean, with seasons, I mean, do you not think it's just as rational to come to the conclusion that seasons are determined by the sun transiting the sky over the tropics, which is what we observe it to do?
No, because I think like the combination of seasons, day and night cycles, right? Like all of these together are explained by a globe Earth, right? Whereas, as far as I know, they're not like unified under flat Earth, right? So you have this appeal, like scientific theories are supposed to explain some body of evidence, right? And it has more explanatory power. Like, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
It has more explanatory power.
Yeah. So it explains more of the observed phenomenon. So like the.
So it offers stories for things that happen.
Well, I mean, you could put it like that. I mean, doesn't. I mean, I don't know, like, if you want to say like explanations or just stories, right? Like, also in the case with a bear, right? That's just like a story. You could just say it's a story, but we have reason to believe it.
Sounds like a story to interpret your world with to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is, right? But there's going to be like conditions on like
Is
what
it
the good
verifiable?
What do you mean by verifiable?
Well, I mean, can you verify that there's a tilt of the Earth causing the sun to change position over the year? It would have to be a motion in the first place, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you misspoke, right? But you said like the sun changing position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that there's like different frames of reference and everything, but the thing is, like, it's the tilt relative to the revolution around the sun,
What
right?
I'm saying is what you see happening is the sun changing position, and then with the globe in mind, you interpret that to mean that the globe is tilting and orbiting and all this.
Sure.
Right, but what you actually saw was the sun changing position over the year. The tilting part and all that, that's an interpretation. And you need a globe for that to be valid, and it needs to be moving too.
Yeah.
So what if it's not a globe and it's not moving?
You have to consider also. You have to consider all the lies you've been told. Maybe those people are still lying to you.
Yeah, maybe, but like, I don't really understand what the motive would be for lying, right?
Most of those people are liars. They're part
Okay,
of like,
but they're still lying, bro.
they're part of secret
They're still
organization-
lying.
They're part of secret organizations where basically their entire organizational motto is to keep things secret from the public. Okay, and we know that Buzz Aldrin was a Freemason.
Okay.
Unnecessary.
Freemasons,
So there you go.
by the
There
way,
you
they're
have-
all flat.
There you have the motivation.
All flat.
I just gave you.
That's not
the motivation to
motivation.
lie.
That's not motivation. That's unnecessary.
It's not motivation. You just pretty much said these people are liars, and that's
No,
it. But it's
part-
like I don't even have
Their
real reason to
entire-
believe that they're liars, right? And
Their
you've not
entire-
given motivation.
Why'd they lie about COVID? Why'd they lie about COVID, bro?
We're not talking about that in here.
Right.
Mute him.
One at a time. Firestar, did you say the C word?
The what
Yeah.
word? C word?
Yeah,
Who
he
said
did.
it?
Not
Right.
me.
Stop talking about that. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we don't talk about that here. Never again.
I'm heretics. I'm heretics.
No,
Life.
I have a high pitched,
So-
whiny type voice.
Yeah, just be quiet.
That was somebody else.
Where were we with Nebu? He said something like, "Remind me, Nebu, what was your last point?"
But I'm trying to give them motivation. Like these secret societies, basically their entire.
Do you
their
ever shut up, Firestarter? Do you ever be quiet? Hmm? No, I thought.
Well, I mean, I thought we were on a better path when we were just testing, like the core claims of the globe.
Yeah.
Is it a globe? Is there curvature? Is there evidence of motion? I mean, you can speculate till the cows come home about why humanity has been fed this story, but ultimately that's all we'll be doing. First step would be to determine whether the story has any validity or not, to me.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't done that yet, then you don't even have a lie necessarily to talk about. If you haven't shown that the globe is false, why even go on to, well, they're Freemasons and they're Satanists and blah, blah, blah. You don't even know that there's a lie to explain yet.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I'm sure you know, like, who was it, like, Erasthenes and the stuff about, like, obelisk and shadows?
Obelisks. Sounds satanic. Just kidding.
Yeah, but I'm sure you're familiar with this stuff, right? Do you have, an objection to it?
Well, again, it's interpretation. And those interpretations are based on presuppositions, and one of those presuppositions is the globe itself in question. What Eratosthenes is doing isn't necessarily proving a globe. He's offering a method for measuring one, if there is one, and if the sun's light is parallel.
So I'm not sure how something like that you would be able to derive the circumference of the Earth and it not have curvature, not have a circumference, right?
Well, he thinks that there's differential shadows on the Earth's surface because the sun's rays are all parallel to one another. So you have to assume the sun's really big, really far away. And also because the surface of the Earth is curved. These things are just assumed. Like, they're not proven at any step in the process. They're just taken for granted. Then he goes, okay, now let's find the dimensions of this ball that we're on.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the same thing can happen on a flat surface, obviously. I mean, if you've got a light in your room in the ceiling or whatever, you can get two shadows, different lengths, from two objects of the same height, just depending on the distance from the light, right?
Yeah, you could, right? But wouldn't you be able to triangulate the position of the sun from those shadows?
Yeah, you can't really properly do that because you see the sun in an apparent position, not its actual one. So I won't be seeing the same sun as you 500 miles away, etc. Not saying it doesn't have an actual position, just saying that we can't actually see it, so we can't triangulate to it.
Plus, he made his homie walk 500 miles.
Stop shouting.
Why can't we triangulate it?
Well, before you think that's a crazy assertion by flat earthers, you can't claim to triangulate it if you think you live on a ball.
Why not?
Because it's effectively an infinitely far distance and of immense size, and the light rays are claimed to come in parallel or nearly parallel.
And the spin, the rotation, and the twirl.
Or the movement of the sun, either one, yeah. But yeah, that would be really difficult, I'd imagine, to triangulate parallel lines. Is that the claim? Is that what the Globers think happens, or?
No, they just accuse flat earthers of being unable to triangulate the position of the sun.
Okay, well, let's not talk about breakout session stuff.
He's trying to piece it up and be the center of attention.
Do you have any qualms with the idea that we can't know exactly the position of the sun?
Not really. I mean,
I'm gonna eat you alive.
What's up?
So Eratosthenes doesn't actually have a point.
Well, I mean, like,
one,
I'm not very familiar with this stuff, right? I'm kind of winging it. I do agree, though, that like for any scientific theory, like instead of falsifying it, you could just like revise ancillary assumptions, right? So, I mean, I think the guy's right whenever he says this stuff like, oh, well, this assumes, I don't know, the sun's light rays are near parallel, or maybe something about the distance of the sun. Like, sure, I mean, I would agree that there's probably all kinds of like background assumptions in these experiments that you can question, and I don't really have the know-how to refute them. I mean, I think
Have you ever seen parallel rays? You ever seen parallel rays, bro?
Why are you shouting still?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just assumed, right, that the idea of the parallel rays is because it's so distant, they're virtually parallel, right? So it's not like they're actually parallel, it's for, practical intent. They're parallel.
Well, if they're not parallel, then the Earth's not a globe. Because, I mean, we measure divergent rays, so. And shadows. It presupposes that the Earth be a globe, because in reality we don't triangulate parallel lines, right? We measure it to a point. So it's presupposing that if the sun's coming in parallel, then the Earth has to be curved. But we don't make that measurement. We measure the divergent rays along a baseline in reality. I mean, you can extrapolate it to be like, parallel and say that the Earth curves. I mean, it's just, but you don't measure that in reality. So it's when they say that the rays come in parallel, it's forcing you to say that the Earth's a globe. You're forced.
You can just assume that the rays are divergent, the sun's smaller and closer, and it's a flat Earth, and then you can start calculating the circumference of the sun's path. And, I mean, it's no more or less valid than the other way. It's inconclusive either way, is what I'm saying.
I'd say it's more valid because it's the actual measurement. It's the actual measurement. You know, of a
Actually,
shadow.
yeah. I would say it's more valid too because when you directly look at the surface, you don't measure any curvature. So I'd say it lends more validity to that.
Yeah, I mean, you get like a flat baseline. You get like a horizontal piece of wood. Put a stick on it, right? And then you measure it off of a horizontal baseline. Right? You gotta look at this shadow on a flat surface. Yeah, that's the initial measurement. That's like the first order measurement of that shadow, if that's what you want to call it.
Did you have any more questions about other globe claims, arguments, etc.?
Yeah, so I mean, on this model, like, what is the distance of the sun to the Earth?
Oh, well, we can't triangulate it. Remember?
Yeah, but you're saying that it's close, right? What's an approximation? I mean,
You can't triangulate it to a specific distance, but when people try, I'll just throw this out there, you get a number from somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 miles.
okay.
I don't know. And also another thing to note, we're not actually offering a model. More what we do is the falsification of the so-called globe model.
Yeah, that's something that I wondered about because you made this point about presuppositions and experimentation, but it seems like for any experiment, for any theory, you can always just question presuppositions, right? Like, the fact that, you know, you have hands or something, like I could just go like, oh, what if you're, you know, a brain in a vat or something, and most people aren't going to give a shit about that, right? They're just going to be like, yeah. But I mean, it just seems like a game of like skepticism, then. Like,
Well, it's just like we're just testing the claims that have been made. It's a very specific claim, like a ball with specific size, dimensions, all these things that they say are going on. It's tilted, it's wobbling, it's spiraling around through the vacuum of space, multiple vectors, all this, right? So we're just asking, where's the evidence for it? Can we falsify these claims? And I would say that we have. I'll leave it up to you to decide, though, for yourself.
Yeah, we can prove things, right? Right, Nebu, or right?
yeah, but I mean, our proofs are going to rest on assumptions, right? And if you just interrogate or question those assumptions, then, I mean, your proofs are only as good as what's assumed.
I mean, you say you have a hand, then you measure your hand. I mean, your hand is real, right?
Yeah, I'm not really sure that I want to go there, but it was just an example, right? So, like, even if you measured your hand, you could still, like, cook up some scenario where you're like a brain in a vat or you're in a dream or something. You don't have a body. There's no external world. Like,
I couldn't cook that up. I couldn't cook that up with any like sound logical like basis of reality behind it.
Well, you could challenge like another medical assumption that you can't verify, like that you have a brain or you have internal organs, and then you could say, well, you know, I can go to the doctor and I can get like an X-ray, but I can just say, well, all doctors are lying to you. It's a big cabal of lies.
That's really
every X-ray machine is actually just a projector that copies images pre-made.
Yeah, that's saying, do I prove things,
This
not
isn't
say
what
things?
earthers do at all.
Yeah, I guess if you can prove things, not say things. I
This
know you
isn't
can say
about.
things.
This isn't just about presuppositions and testing people's presuppositions and challenging them. This is about testing what's empirical, actual evidence on the other side.
yeah. So, I mean, I can't tell who's who, right? But the person that said, like, you could verify the thing about having hands, right? You could just bring into question empirical verification, right? So, you can always play this game of, like, questioning background assumptions.
What's the assumption?
We don't do that though. That's what Globers do.
Yeah, like, what are you assuming when you take a measurement? That you're taking a measurement? Like, what you can prove things, right? That was my question. You believe we can prove things? I know we can say things too, like the other guy can say things, but we can prove things, right? We can measure things, we can prove things, right?
Yeah, there's nothing subjective about taking a measurement. If I want to find out how big my couch is and if it's going to fit in the living room, I'll take a tape measure.
I guess you could start going down this solipsistic path of, well, how do I really know that there's a couch? And maybe this is all sort of some sort of projection. And
That's like more. That's
what's the
closer
point?
to the point I was trying to make. Yeah.
That's silly because what we're saying is that they're making assumptions based on things that they haven't measured, that they don't even observe. They have to imagine these things to assume, right? And we're talking, we don't make assumptions, we're just observing and measuring, right? So there's the difference. There's your contrast.
Yeah, that's right. Flat earthers don't imagine Earth being flat and stationary. This is what we experience, all of us.
You're in on that too, Naboo. You're part of that experience.
What's up?
You experience the same thing I experience.
Right. It's locally flat and non-moving.
Yeah, I mean, I do think like that's closer to immediate experience, but I mean, you have stuff like a stick looking bent in water, right? And the immediate experience is that it's bent, but you can like via abductive inference or experimentation, it doesn't really matter.
We can measure it. That's how we know it's bent. It looks bent because we measured it to be straight. So now we know it looks bent. Yeah, because we know it's straight.
Yeah, so I mean, we have evidence that countervails, our immediate experiences.
Yeah, what evidence is that, though? That's what we're trying to get to.
So, I mean, I said this earlier, but it would be like an explanatory theory that explains multiple phenomenon, right? So it's not as if it's just like, oh, the immediate observation of the horizon or stuff about day and night. It's all of that together, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you could think
So,
like
stacking claims, right? And it's only as strong as the weakest link.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that there's certain questions about like what counts as good theories, right? And you're arguably like parsimony is going to be one, like the number of things you explain, right? This is like why like electromagnetism is like preferred over electricity and just magnetism. It's because they, there's a unificatory theory, right? And it's a multiple phenomenon being explained, and it's the same thing with like the globe, right? You have all of this stuff about seasons, day and night, eclipses, right? Like, what's the unificatory theory that explains it all? The globe.
That's what you. I mean, that's the impression that you're under. That the globe explains things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the same thing with things like evolution, right? These are basically abductive inferences. They're inferences.
Well, I mean, can't you say the same about religions? Like, there are religions out there that are super rich in their cosmology, and they're based off of the same logical reasoning.
Yeah, but I mean, I would think that it's going to lose out on like other theoretical virtues, right? So, parsimony, for example, and I know like this is questionable, right? So there are issues with parsimony, but the religious theories, right, they're going to be positing all sorts of entities that don't do real explanatory work. So if you have this sparse model, right, that explains it, you don't need to posit like supernatural beings or anything.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if the globe explains anything. I mean, what does it explain to you? I mean, and then one more, I guess question along that lines is it explaining objective reality? So there is an objective reality that you would agree to, and and you believe that it is explaining what we all experience objectively. But if you could give me an example of the explanations it provides somehow as an object.
I think it's even worse than that. The globe says that the exact opposite happens of what we experience. So that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, I gave the example of the stick bin in water, right? It appears that way, but upon reflection, interrogation, we
How does
find
the globe explain that, though?
Right.
I mean,
We can
how's the
actually
globe
test these things.
The
Yeah,
globe
we can.
explains sticks in water. I mean, that wasn't a globe claim, I guess. What does the globe
what
make
he's
a claim
saying.
that? Yeah, I asked him for a globe claim, though. That was what I was saying.
He's just giving an example of a phenomenon that this is deceiving to our appearances. That's it.
All right. So what do you observe that the globe explains? That was my question.
Change of seasons, days and nights, eclipses.
Okay,
just a story, though.
The change of seasons. I just was curious. Like, what do you? So, what is the globe? How does the globe play a part in the season changing?
Well, one is like not just the globe, right? But it's also the tilt and the revolution around the sun. So, yeah, I mean,
Well, what's the observation? I mean, it's just real basic. Like, what's the observation that we make that correlates, season change? The observation.
so the thing we observe is the change of seasons, right? And then the explanation is globe and the revolution around the Earth. Right? So it's
Yeah,
like,
you can explain it the same way. You see the sun move in a circuit that gyrates between the tropics and the sky.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, when it's winter,
perfectly valid.
Yeah, when it's winter, it's cold. That's one season change. What happens in Naboo? I guess what do we observe with the sun and the? I mean, because you're saying we observe the orbit of the Earth, even though I would say it's the orbit of the sun, or the circuit of the sun, right? But what's the initial observation that correlates the sun and winter? Do you know it?
yeah, I'm not really sure what you're asking. So, like,
Sometimes the sun looks low to me. It looks lower in the sky to me over here, North America.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing that I'm trying to put forward, right, is that there are observations like the passage of seasons, and then the thing that explains those observations is the globe and
Yeah, that we got closer to the sun, therefore we're freezing cold because we got
Well-
really close to the sun.
So one, I'm not like expert in any of this, but I'm not really sure if it's like closeness to the sun, right? It's like the tilt, and
Surface
because of
area.
the tilt, yeah.
Right. So have you? So because of tilt, so have you ever seen that in reality in your lifetime where tilted light hurts you more than direct sunlight, or burns you or heats you up more?
I
Less
guess
more?
during summer when you get sunburns because it's hotter or because there's like more
Yeah, but that's when the
sun.
sun looks like it's closer, directly above, like higher up in the sky, more above us in the summer.
Yeah.
Direct heat, right? No tilt. Like you're saying, more direct sunlight would make you warmer and real hot. You sweat in the summer with more direct sunlight with a light right above you, making you hot. That's not the globe explanation for it. It's the tilt, right?
I mean, you keep saying this about it being closer, right? But the thing is, like, it's more sunlight dispersed over a greater area during winter, right?
That's the explanation, right? That you and me might believe. We may believe that it correlates to reality. So I was just asking you, where in reality, besides begging the question of, well, the tilt proves that, where in reality have you had a tilted light, right? Like where you stood off to the side of a light and it was like so much hotter off to the side of a light than it was underneath the light. Where in reality does that correlate for you?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you could probably just run some experiments with space heaters, right? I mean, you could have a space heater like focused on a small region versus a big region, and like because of the difference in surface area, right? Like the small region is going to get hotter. I mean, there's all kinds of ways you could, experimentally verify that.
Yeah, we
heat.
We all have day and night, like all year round, right? We all have day and night all year round, but then only half of us have winter and summer, right? From the same light, right? But it's just the tilt.
Yeah, because like one hemisphere is going to be tilted toward the sun, so the other is tilted away, and when the other is tilted away, it's winter.
No. It's summer.
Well, the one tilted away would be winter, right?
I don't believe so. I might be wrong. I might have my tilts
Yes.
off.
That is correct. If you're tilted towards the sun, there's less surface area for the sunrise.
Yeah.
You're gonna need a ball for that, and you're gonna need a moving ball for that.
Yeah, but I mean,
So,
there was
from
something you asked that I thought was kind of interesting, which was like, oh, well, how are these like not just stories versus like descriptions of reality? I think for almost any scientific theory, you can ask this question. Like, you could always be skeptical of like the entities that science has posit, or whether they're just like useful models for prediction versus like describing something.
Well,
Like
I really don't
these
want to restart that whole "what is science" conversation. You were here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
happy.
I think that there's like two different questions. Like the question that you were discussing is something like, what distinguishes science from pseudoscience? And you want to have like this pretty strict view of science is only experimentation, what can be experimentally verified. And other people may have broader views, right? But this is just a verbal disagreement about like what's science or not. The point that I was just trying to make is more like, does science track truth, or is it just useful for us? Is it just like stories to explain things?
It's a method. Yeah. But I mean, if you ascribe a story to a method, that would be strange. Yeah. But if we can verify that, like if I can get a marble, hold it in front of the fire, tilt it, and have one half of my marble turn to ice, that'd be cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that there's going to be a lot of things that confound that, right? So the ambient temperature of the room, right? Like,
Outer space is ambient temperature, I guess. Yeah, so I mean, but in reality, what we see when it's hot, the sun is close, right? Like the summer, sun is close. It's high in the sky, right? In the winter, right? When the sun goes further away, in the idea of the sun is what's circuiting, right? We see the sun lower in the sky, right? Like further away, right? And that's the correlation that we make to light in everyday experiences. The globe claims the exact opposite is true. That when light is closer to you and more above and above you, that it's winter, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So whenever you say closer to us, do you mean like lower toward the horizon or bigger in the sky?
What?
Or is it like as it's lower to the
He's talking
horizon,
about
it
the tilt.
appears bigger? Well, he's
He's
talking about the sun
tilt.
being. He's talking about the sun being closer in
No, they
summer,
say it's
right?
further away in this elliptical orbit as well, and then tilt is the difference maker. But they say it's further. They say
Okay.
it's further away in the summer.
Okay.
Yeah, but what we
You're
see,
saying
what we
that
observe, is the opposite.
the globe people say that.
Yeah, they say it's further away. Yeah, they say it's
See,
further away, and that's why it's summer.
I don't think that's true though, and I think we've kind of been over this point, but it's about the surface area and how much of the sun's rays are dispersed over a given area.
Coming
So
in
it's not
parallel,
like,
though. I thought it's coming in parallel, right?
yeah, I'm also not sure with a parallel point. I think like in the case of that experiment,
Well, if it's not coming in parallel, the Earth's not a globe. You know.
I don't
Because
see
the shadow,
why.
because the shadow measurements, right?
Maybe I'm not
Yeah.
sure with that. I kind of thought the idea though was just because the sun's so distant we treat the rays as if they're parallel just for practical purposes.
Well, what kind of practical application? What are you applying it practically to?
Well, when this came up in the discussion, right, it was in regards to, I think his name's Erasthenes, right? So he measured the shadows from obelisk at different distances, and then pretty much deduced the approximate circumference of the Earth.
Okay, right. So the Earth has, in order for it to have a circumference, right, and for what we observe in reality, those shadows, right, when you put sticks in the ground, it's not noon all the time, right? Therefore, the sun would have to be coming in parallel for the Earth to be a globe, because in reality, we put sticks in the ground, and it's not noon everywhere we go, right? It's just it's begging the question of a globe, but we
Well,
already
you're kind
knew
of
in reality that the
confusing
stick.
me with this example because it says if you're describing the light rays coming in at an angle, right? But they could still be parallel coming in at an angle. The idea of their being parallel is that they don't intersect.
Yeah, so when I was just asking for what practical purposes would parallel light be? That would be for things of that nature. So the shadows, the stick shadows, day and night, right? Like on a globe, right? Day and night, the shadows to measure the circumference of a circle of light, and some shadows from it, and then seasons as well, right? Because it's always being half lit, right? The ball, right? It's always half lit with parallel rays, no matter what. I mean, you can't have. It's not like we have. It's not like we have. We measure. It's not like in winter and in summer. It's not coming in parallel and is coming in parallel. It's always coming in parallel because it's super far away. That's the claim. Yeah. So it's still with the seasons in mind, it's still parallel light coming in.
Yeah, so maybe you could imagine something like this, right? So you have a flashlight and you shine it on a piece of paper directly where the paper is perpendicular to the light. And then you could tilt the paper, right? And there's going to be a greater area that the light hits on the paper. And whenever you have that tilt and a greater area is hit, like the light covers a greater surface area, there's going to be more or less overall heat than the spot that's on the paper that's perpendicular to the light.
Is that right? Oh.
Because the heat, right, the heat is spread over a greater area.
Where is it the hottest? So you're saying it will be the hottest at the edge of the paper where the light is barely reaching.
Yeah, I'm not sure with that. I don't think so. I mean, I don't really know, but I don't think so.
So would it be? Well, what are you saying that it would be hottest where the light is over, or so you got the light coming down, right? You're saying somehow it's parallel because you got it close enough or something, right? Now you'd curve the paper. Now what happens?
So the example wasn't of curved paper, right?
Kind
of tripping me up some.
I misunderstood you then. What was it?
Yeah, so you would tilt the paper at an angle. So you can imagine like the light, instead of being a circle on the paper where the light is hitting, it would be an oval. That oval is
Right,
going to
right.
have a greater surface area than whenever you're shining the light directly.
Okay, now is that so? You tilt it, so now one part of the paper has to be closer to the light source, and one has to be further away, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now which end is hotter?
I'm not really sure with that.
God damn it, that was your example. But listen, man, you gotta maybe go check out the model. There's a lot of contradictions, right? Like that's just one of them. They'll tell you the opposite is true, right? That's just one of the things that you may imagine the globe explains pretty clearly and easily, and really like matches reality. When every time you tilt that paper, you're like, oh shit! Every time I tilt it, the part that's closer is hotter. This is not what the globe is telling me. They're telling me the part that's further is hotter. What is going on, right? But you might do that, you might not do that. But this is just one of those examples. Even though they walked you through the Eratosthenes, which forces you into a spherical Earth, because we already experienced. We don't know, it's never noon all the time, right? We already knew that before Eratosthenes, I'm sure knew it wasn't noon all the time, right? You know, he slept once or twice in his life, so he knew that the light was, you know, there would be shadows in places and other places before he started this, you know, quote unquote experiment, right?
What's the contradiction?
Okay, I was literally just ending it up and walking away. Somebody will tell you the contradiction with seasons on a globe. Yeah.
Well, there's no globe and no motion thereof to have any tilt to explain seasons with, so that's the main contradiction that I care about. Reality contradicts the story. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be 3 million miles closer to the sun during the winter, but no globe and no motion thereof in the first place, so screw it.
Yeah, and like the Naboo, just like one last thing, like the initial measurement of that is just measuring angles to the sun during the seasons, right? That's the measurement, that's the observation, and it's easily explained with that initial observation of what's going on, as long as you bring perspective into
The
it.
first thing I said to him, it's just the position of the sun changing over the year, and then if you're, you know, of the belief that you're on a globe in space, you're going to interpret it as that globe orbiting and tilting around. That whole part is interpretation, though. Not what's observed, not what's experienced or measured. It's interpretation after the fact.
There's no magnetic South Pole. How about that?
Well,
What's the
before we
model say about that?
Here was me thinking Nebu was going to be the hero of the Globers, but alas.
well,
Yeah, I
before
don't
we-
think that's going to happen.
I did pretty well, I think, considering. Before we move off this particular subject, I'm curious why the flat earthers are okay with the sun not being fixed to a single position.
It looks like it moves, though. What?
No, I mean like at the same time of day, like people at different latitudes won't resolve the sun to the same altitude.
Because it's an apparent position you see, not the actual one.
So the actual object whose image is,
Begging the question of object.
the actual source of that light, is that in a single place or no?
Probably. I can see it.
I think anybody knows for sure.
It just seems like something that's very easy to explain in one situation and not at all explained in another.
What are you talking about, dude? All we have to do is parrot refraction like you do. There you go, job done. You don't see its actual location, just its apparent one.
Sure, but everything we know about refraction would actually aggravate that problem, not solve it.
How so?
So things that are refracted are usually refracted upwards. And as you get further, that image is lower. So if it's refracted upwards, then the actual whatever is even lower. And that makes the problem worse, not better.
So, are you saying that we don't observe it in an apparent location, but an actual one?
I'm saying that the apparent location would deviate too much to be explained by refraction.
All right. Don't explain it that way, then.
Agreed. I agree with him.
Okay.
Looks like straight magic to me, bro.
So to believe in a flat Earth, I need to believe in magic?
No. Just because you can't explain why something does something doesn't necessitate magic.
Sure, but what I'm saying is we can explain it.
Gravity's magic.
You can explain it, but can you explain it with anything verifiable and provable?
Well, so verifiable or provable?
Either or.
So by verifiable, what do you mean exactly?
Well, you can give us a story. Can you verify that story in reality?
Right. Well, what I'm asking is, what do you mean by verify?
Oh, shut up, dude.
Well, it's kind of what the other guy was asking, right? Like,
Okay, you can give us an interpretation of what the sun's doing. Can you demonstrate that that interpretation is true to reality?
I think so.
Great. You think so, but can you?
I guess that's not for me to say. That's for you to say.
Okay, it's up to me. I'm the arbiter of truth now. All right, fine.
No,
Take
you're
it.
asking if I can convince you of something. So I can't say
No,
what you
no,
would
I
do.
just asked if you could demonstrate it in reality.
Right, but that's already
Water's
been done
level,
and
bro.
you rejected
Right.
it.
So you've got an interpretation of the sun, which necessitates the ground being a ball and the sun having parallel rays to one another. Any evidence that the ground's a ball? Because when I look out over the ocean, that's not what I'm seeing.
Well, I would say that that phenomenon of the sun being localized on one model, not the other, is actually evidence.
The phenomenon of the sun being localized in one model, not the other, is the evidence
Yeah,
that the ocean is curving.
among other things.
Even though when I look at the ocean, it's visibly not curving.
Yes.
Okay. So in some abstraction where the sun is presumed to be closer than you think it is, that's evidence that the ocean curves even though it doesn't seem to when I look at it.
Right, and that the ocean
Right.
is
Yeah, that
more
makes a ton of
curved
sense.
than
Yeah,
you
cool.
think it is.
Well, you can't triangulate the position of the sun. It is an apparent position. You don't see it in an actual position. So I don't know what you want.
But, well, that sounds like, I mean, isn't that just a claim then? Because
No.
we would say you can
The
do
lines
that.
of sight don't intersect at it.
They do on a curved surface.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What curved surface?
the Earth.
Oh, can you show us that?
Yeah.
Okay, show it.
Look at
Show the curved surface.
Look at the sun at different altitudes.
No, that's looking away from the surface that you said was curved.
That's not a problem, though.
Yes, it is a problem. Because I said, show me the curved surface, and then you immediately started pointing in the opposite direction from where this curved surface would be. Big problem.
It's not a. Why is that a
It's
big
a big problem. Well, because I said, show me the curved surface, and you want to divert our attention straight away.
Right.
Straight away from that.
So if I break my bone, for example, and I go to the hospital and they
No.
take X-rays,
No.
am I going to ask them to?
We're not going to do this. Just show us the curved surface.
That's what I'm trying to do, but you're refusing to look
No,
at
you're
it.
not. No, you're not. You're pointing in the opposite direction. And then you're going to surmise and interpret from looking at things in the opposite direction that, hey, that surface has got to be curved, all the while avoiding, like the plague, the surface itself.
I'm not saying it's
Weird,
got to
that.
be. I'm saying it's
You'd say it's
compelling
gotta be.
evidence for.
Okay, but I don't really care. I just want to see direct proof of it.
But that's the whole reason this issue is in contention, is that if we just eyeball it, we're not going to get reliable results.
Why not?
Because our
Is he saying there's
eyeballs.
curvature? Where's the curvature at? I
He
missed
is
that
saying
part.
Yeah, he wants to say that by looking in the opposite direction. I asked him if he could show me that curved surface directly. He immediately pointed to the sky the wrong way. And then he said, well, what's wrong with that?
As if you can eyeball the sky and get better results.
Sure. So I'm just curious why why you think that we can't deduce anything by looking outwards.
Because I was asking for direct verification of the thing that you're trying to deduce by looking the wrong way. And then you just kept looking the wrong way. So that's not direct verification. You're just still lost in your interpretation land.
So you need to explain to me what you mean by verification then.
No, I don't. Everybody else here already gets it. I'm not
No,
going to waste my time.
I think every time someone comes in here with what they consider is like evidence or verification, you shut it down because they don't know what it is you're
Right,
asking
because you said that looking directly at the thing in question is not going to give us any conclusive results. Why is that?
because we're too close to the thing.
No,
No?
that's not the reason. The geometry tells me that there should be a pretty clear geometric horizon. So why is being too close a problem?
So if what you're asking for is just curvature, we can see that. If what you're asking for is curvature that equates to the specific measurements you're expecting, we're not going to necessarily see that, but that's partly because of what your expectations are.
Where'd you see the curve at, bro?
Well, he's saying that we can see curve, but just not the curve that comports with his globe idea.
I mean, it does comport with my idea, but
No,
my idea...
no, listen, now you're double speaking.
My idea...
You just said we can see curve, but not necessarily the curve that goes with this globe that you're claiming.
No, what I'm saying is
Well,
it's
then
not
what curve are we
easy to
seeing? I mean,
see.
it's either going to be that globe and that curve or not.
So my model includes things that exist in the physical world, like atmosphere, right, and light.
So ad hoc reifications, explain
Not
ways.
reifications. Reification would be
rationalizations.
no, reification would be expecting a mathematical equation to translate one-to-one into a real world.
Yeah, you're applying concreteness to your abstract ideas.
Like a mathematical equation?
Sure. Yeah, that would be an example.
Okay. So if we only take the mathematical equation and don't consider how it actually behaves in the real world, that's a reification.
You don't. You just give us ad hoc explainaways and rationalizations when we don't see what we're expected to see given the claims of your geometry.
No, we're necessarily acknowledging things that exist that you're trying to take out of the model.
Is your baseline for reality a model, or is it reality itself?
Holy crap, that's loud. Sorry. Who was that?
You're not acknowledging things that exist. Sorry, I'm going to let Amish go ahead with this question.
Yeah, I'm just asking, is your basis for reality the model, or is it reality itself?
The basis for the model is reality.
Okay, so you need an observation to have a model.
Several observations.
What's your observation of curvature?
The observation of curvature? I guess if we go way back, it'll just be bottom-up occlusion.
That's interpretation and inference.
Well,
Verify.
no, the observation is the occlusion. We observe that.
No.
The interpretation
Well, do you
would be curvature.
do you necessarily need a curved surface for that effect?
No.
The answer is no, you just need terrain features and water.
Well, one way to get bottom-up occlusion would be terrain. If you see it over water, which, as everyone knows here, tends to be perceived as pretty flat, you can make other inferences from that.
So if bottom-up occlusion is happening over water due to curvature, then that necessitates a geometric horizon.
Sounds about right. Yeah?
Show me that.
Show you what?
What do you mean, what, dude? Stop bullshitting.
I'm
He's
sorry.
I really don't like this tactic that you
No, there were
scum.
three different things you said in there. Show you which part of that.
What
was
do you
right.
mean? Miggy, you know what I meant, right? That was pretty
Yeah,
clear,
of course.
right?
No, it's an obfuscation tactic. That's what they do. This is
not a-
this is an obfuscation tactic.
I'm sorry. We need to be very specific here because
He
this
is.
is where
You're
we.
just not
Fuck
fucking
you.
giving him the answer because
Yeah,
you want to.
you tell him what I meant, Miggy, because I think it was clear to everybody else.
Yeah, obviously he's asking for the very specific information to substantiate the claim. Now you're not giving it to him, are you?
Sorry. Can you repeat what you said exactly? So maybe I missed it.
You
Yeah,
didn't
I
even
said
hear what I
Geometric
said?
horizon.
Yeah, he's got it. Everybody
Geometric
else got it.
horizon.
What's the matter with you?
Okay, that's all I was looking for. Jesus.
What? Why do you need to repeat it then if you already know that's what he's asking for?
I didn't know until Amish said it. Amish knew what my confusion
Fuck, what, 3
was.
people have to tell you?
No, one person. One person has
All
to
right,
tell
well
me.
then where is
You
the
two
evidence of
didn't.
that? Where is the evidence of that?
Of the geometric horizon?
Oh fuck, dude! Again?
I just said. Oh my god.
Is it
Okay.
indoctrination or is it?
Wait.
Is he
Hold on.
trolling us?
Stop. Everyone stop. All right. Let's take a breath. Calm down. All right.
Yeah,
Shut
but the
fuck up.
obfuscation tactics aren't appreciated, dude. You're gonna get heat for it. We know what you're
promise you,
doing.
I'm not
Just
trying
cut
to-
it out.
Okay. I'm gonna dip out of this, and you guys can talk to someone else.
All right, fuck off.
Me no speak and no English again.
Good God, man! Is this guy? Is that all his tactic?
Water's
is 'cause
flat.
Huh?
I understood what he was saying.
Understand
Pick
who?
it up.
Tony or like Heretic?
I understood what Tony was saying about the bottom-up occlusion of the horizon.
That's not the
That's all you
point.
know.
The point is he's not giving the information that needs to substantiate the geometric horizon. So an easy way out is to say, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'll just climb up. That's easy.
No, I understood what he was.
That invulnerable
I understood what he was
ignorance
saying.
again.
It doesn't matter if you understand because he didn't provide the evidence. So it's an easy way to say, well, you guys are being meanies. I'll just climb up. Because he doesn't
I
have
know
the
that-
fucking answer. That's easy.
Well, there was so what he was saying is that the water, the horizon on the water is really good for seeing the bottom-up occlusion because land is so bumpy and uneven that you can't tell. Like it's really hard to tell the curve of the Earth on land because land itself is not flat, but water is exceedingly even across the surface, and
Flat.
so like that's why it was really convincing. Like the fact that the horizon looks flat and then we watch sailboats go over the horizon is rock solid evidence that there's a curve in front of us.
How big is it?
I think you're new here,
Because the
pal.
water itself is always going to be the same height.
That's
So
Talon.
you don't ever have to
That's
worry
fucking-
about like a
He got
hill
stumped
being
by
like it's
he got stumped last night about what mass is. So I don't know why he's
No, I
giving
mean,
us
I just
2 pence.
All right.
Oh,
So you just said that bottom-up occlusion over water is rock-solid evidence of curvature.
right.
So that'll be a geometric horizon then.
Sure.
Okay, so show me that.
Well, I mean, the geometric horizon changes depending on your height. It's just a
Show it
mass.
to me.
It's just a,
Yeah, I don't care. I don't
that's
care
just a
about that.
number.
Just I didn't ask about that. Just show me the geometric horizon.
Well, I mean, that's what I don't understand. I can't show you it because it's like wherever you are.
Interesting.
Wherever you
It's different.
It's
I mean, it's
can't
just
show
that's
it.
just like
everybody's
just a
interpretation is
measurement.
going to be is everybody's interpretation of it going to be different?
No, I mean, it'll just be
No.
the measurement will be all the
Then
same.
why the fuck is
It's
it
just
going
wherever-
everywhere? Like you don't know where it is. Well, how come it's just every man's interpretation? I go out there, Heretic, we're all going to get different readings of where geometric horizon is.
I mean, unless you were to do it in exactly the same place, I guess. But you don't really need the geometric horizon to see the bottom-up occlusion.
We want to
of
know. We want to know the distance from the point of observation to the target where the geometric horizon or the leading edge of the Earth's spheroid would be at. That's what we need. Where exactly that point is, where the bottom-up occlusion happens. We need to know the distance, sir. How else are we going to
Why?
find out what? Because it's essential for us to find out how much curve there is on the surface of Earth. What do you mean, why? It's
Who's
the paramount
us?
feature of the Earth being a globe. Fuck are you talking about?
Well, we just see that. You don't need to measure
No,
anything.
we don't just see it. We need to measure to it. The Earth is a specific size. You understand?
you
O
would-
comprende? It's
Well,
not
then you would
just,
use-
oh, well, it could be whatever you say it is. No, it's not. If it's not in a specific location where it needs to be of a certain size,